Chapter 1108. Jadeite Clear Pill. Do you know about the duel that took place in the arena 3 days ago? I know. Didn't Palm Tree of the Emperor Pavilion issue a challenge to Zhuowen? However, I didn't go. I wonder who won. You really missed a good show. That day in the arena, Zhuowen defeated Pom Pom. Later on, he took the initiative to challenge Lu Qing and defeated him in one fell swoop. What's even more unbelievable is that Haiyu Pavilion's Evil Moon, Qingyin Pavilion's Qingyin, and Ink Fragrance Pavilion's Moyan Wushang all came. What? The 3 pavilion masters are all here? Could it be that they're here for Lu Qing? Immediately, someone began to ask questions. You're wrong. They are here for Zhuowen. Moreover, Evil Moon actually attacked Zhuowen. Guess what the result is. What's the result? Grandmaster Mu Feng has appeared. He actually supported Zhuowen and taught Xiaoyu a lesson, causing Xiaoyu to lose all face. 3 days had passed since the duel in the arena. What happened in the arena that day spread throughout the entire academy like a tsunami. In a short period of time, Zhuowen's name reached its peak in the entire academy. Almost everyone was talking about Zhuowen. Not only had Zhuowen defeated Palm Master, he had even defeated Lu Qing, who was ranked 30th on the Heavenly Sovereign rankings. What was even more inconceivable was that Zhuowen had actually obtained the protection of Grandmaster Mu Feng. Everyone knew that Zhuowen, who had Grandmaster Mu Feng's support, would probably be able to do as he pleased in the entire academy. Therefore, many students secretly warned themselves that if they met Zhuowen in the future, they must not provoke him. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Zhuowen, who had caused the storm of public opinion, was quietly sitting cross-legged in his room. He had suffered serious injuries from the duel with Evil Moon. Therefore, he had been recuperating for the past 3 days. I'm afraid that Evil Moon won't let this go. Boy, after you leave the academy, you'd better be on guard against Evil Moon. In the corner of the room, the Mystic Soul Ice butterfly lay quietly on the ground. The 2 antennae on its head drooped, and on its head sat a leisurely Xiaohei dog. Ever since the Dark Soul Ice butterfly was born, Xiaohei had completely taken over the origin beast, and even boasted shamelessly that the Dark Soul Ice butterfly was his mount. Zhuowen shrugged and did not say anything about Xiaohei's shameless behavior. Perhaps it was because of Xiaohei's superior aura, but the Mystic Soul Ice butterfly behaved submissively and was extremely tame. I know that. That's why I'm prepared to do my best to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. It's said that the first assessment for the Sky Capital Peaks disciple recruitment is to seize the island's source. I don't know much about the distribution of the islands in the Bitter Sea, so I need to understand it. Zhuowen nodded. Xiaohei rubbed his chin and smiled slyly. Boy, don't you have more than 5 million contribution points? The resources in the Divine Academy are quite abundant. With so many contribution points, you might be able to exchange for something that can help you break through to the Heavenly Sovereign realm quickly. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Xiaohei was right. The resources in the outer court were extremely abundant. As long as you had enough contribution points, you could exchange for good things that you couldn't find outside. Of course, these good things were only suitable for those below the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm warriors in the academy had basically entered the inner court, so how could they stay in the academy? It's time to take a look at the mission site. As he thought of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and opened the door. A ray of bright sunlight shone in, causing Zhuowen to comfortably close his eyes. Soon after, he walked out of the bamboo forest and headed towards the mission site. This is Zhuowen? He looks so young. Did he really defeat Lu Qing? That's right. It's him. However, we shouldn't provoke him. He has an existence like Master Mu Feng behind him. What caused Zhuowen to feel helpless was that along the way, there were actually many people pointing at him and whispering to the people beside him. Although their voices were very soft, it was still heard by Zhuowen. Boy, you've really become famous this time. There are quite a few people who know you along the way. Xiao Hei's teasing voice sounded in his ear, causing Zhuowen to shrug his shoulders and not reply. He also knew that the matter in the arena 3 days ago was indeed shocking enough. Now, everyone in the academy knew about it. Ignoring the hubbub around him, Zhuowen headed straight for the mission site. The flow of people at the mission site was still terrifying. Zhuowen's arrival naturally attracted the attention of many students, and they were pointing at him. Ignoring the surrounding students, Zhuowen directly went to the second level and walked towards Bei Xian's counter. At this moment, there were quite a number of students queuing up at Bei Xian's counter, waiting to submit their missions and exchange their rewards. Bei Xian crossed his legs and leaned back in his armchair, allowing the Cheongsam lady in front of the counter to receive the students who were here to submit their missions. Looking at Bei Xian's appearance, Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders. He directly walked past the many students in the queue and arrived in front of the counter. Boy, you cut the queue. If you don't want to die, hurry up and line up at the back. Zhuowen's sudden actions immediately caused the dissatisfaction of the people in the queue. Zhuowen directly went to the counter as soon as he arrived. The crowd naturally felt very displeased in their hearts. There were even a few people who rolled up their sleeves and wanted to fight. Zhuowen directly ignored these students and lightly knocked on the counter. He looked at Bei Xian, who was leaning back in his armchair and squinting his eyes leisurely, and said, "Senior Bei Xian, there's a big business here. Why aren't you getting up? What is this boy doing?" He actually asked Senior Bei Xian to get up. Is he looking for trouble? Seeing this action of Zhuowen, the corners of the mouths of many people in the group curled into a cold smile. They stared at the former's figure with ridicule. As expected, when Zhuowen knocked on the counter, Bei Xian stood up abruptly. His gaze became slightly unfriendly. However, when he saw that it was Zhuowen, the unfriendliness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a look of surprise. "So it's you, Zhuowen. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come, let's talk inside." Bei Xian hurriedly pulled Zhuowen's right hand and warmly led him into the inner room behind the counter. This scene caused the people in the queue to be stunned. They had painstakingly queued here for half a day, but this boy was warmly welcomed by Bei Xian the moment he arrived. Moreover, he was even led into the inner room. The difference in treatment was too great. What did Senior Bei Xian say? I think he said that this boy is called Zhuowen. Could he be the Zhuowen who was in the limelight in the arena 3 days ago? Most likely. It's said that Zhuowen has Master Mu Feng behind him. It's best that we don't offend him. Finally, someone noticed Zhuowen's name. Soon after, they recalled that Zhuowen, who had been the talk of the town during this period of time. Immediately, they connected the two together, causing everyone to feel embarrassed in their hearts. In the quiet inner room, Zhuowen and Bei Xian sat opposite each other. Between the two of them, there was an antique tea table with 2 teacups on it. Steam rose from the teacups. Evidently, the tea inside was still piping hot. "Zhuowen, kid, you're not simple. The academy has been filled with rumors about you for the past 3 days. I really didn't expect you to be related to Grandmaster Mu Feng." Bei Xian raised his teacup and clicked his tongue in admiration. Zhuowen shrugged and said, "Senior Bei Xian, don't tease me. It's all due to luck that Master Mu Feng took a fancy to me." Bei Xian shook his head. Naturally, he didn't believe Zhuowen's words. However, this was Zhuowen's secret, so he didn't ask too much. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Zhuowen, didn't you say you have a big deal? Don't tell me you have something good? This time, I'm only here to exchange for something. However, I might need to spend a lot of contribution points this time." Zhuowen chuckled. Hearing this, Bei Xian's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. However, he didn't show it. He smiled and said, "Why don't you tell me what you want to exchange for? After all, you're my regular customer. I, Bei Xian, will naturally do my best to help you. I need to exchange for something that can raise my cultivation to heavenly sovereign in a short period of time. Do you have it here?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Oh, something that can raise your cultivation to heavenly sovereign in a short period of time. Let me see. Bei Xian was startled. Soon after, he took out a palm-sized black metal box. With a tap of his right hand, a light screen surged out from the black metal box. There were rows of lists on the light screen. The list recorded the names of the items that could be exchanged. After about half an incense stick's time, Bei Xian stopped browsing. Instead, he waved his right hand and 4 small light screens were drawn out. They landed in front of Zhuowen. I've looked through them just now. These are the only 4 that meet your requirements. Take a look and see which one suits you best. Bei Xian said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. His gaze gathered on the 4 small light screens in front of him. He looked at them attentively. Purple lightning engulfing pill. Extract the 9 heavens purple lightning that descended to the world. With various medicinal herbs as support, place all of the purple lightning into the medicinal herbs. Allow the medicinal herbs to fully absorb the purple lightning's energy and condense it into a pill. The pill contains extremely powerful purple lightning. It can widen the meridians with the purple lightning's energy. There is a 30% chance of pushing a golden sovereign to heavenly sovereign. It costs 500,000 contribution points. Red crystal mysterious fruit. A mysterious fruit that exists in the magma of a bottomless abyss. It is nurtured with the essence of earthly fire. There is a 50% chance of a golden sovereign breaking through to heavenly sovereign. It costs 800,000 contribution points. Mystic marrow silverhorn, the essence of a powerful origin beast, the mystic marrow silver beast. It has an extremely powerful tempering effect for a golden sovereign. There is a 30% chance of a golden sovereign breaking through to heavenly sovereign. It costs 500,000 contribution points. Chapter 1109. Sun Moon shuttle looking at the contents of the 4 small screens in front of him. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. This was too expensive. The cheapest one cost 500,000 contribution points. Moreover, there was only a 30% success rate. Zhuowen was completely speechless. Bei Xian also saw the expression on Zhuowen's face. He smiled and said, Zhuowen, if you think it's too expensive, I can give you a discount. Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked, What kind of discount? I can give you a 10% discount. Think about it. Which one of these 4 herbs do you want? Bei Xian pondered for a moment before he smiled. Oh, you can actually give me a 10% discount? Zhuowen was surprised by Bei Xian's generosity. However, he could guess that Bei Xian was giving him such a discount because of Master Mufeng. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the pure jadeite pill. Among the 4 herbs, only the pure jadeite pill had the highest chance of becoming a heavenly sovereign. It had a 60% chance of success. Naturally, Zhuowen would choose the pure jadeite pill. Have you chosen? Bei Xian asked with a smile. I have chosen. I'll take the pure jadeite pill. Zhuowen pulled out the small screen with the pure jadeite pill and chuckled softly. Oh, pure jadeite pill? Are you sure? Bei Xian raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised by Zhuowen's choice. Although the pure jadeite pill had a 60% chance of becoming a heavenly sovereign, it was extremely expensive. It required 1 million contribution points. Even if he gave Zhuowen a discount, it would still cost 900,000 contribution points. This wasn't something an ordinary student could afford. I am sure. Senior Bei Xian, I will take the pure jadeite pill. Zhuowen smiled. Bei Xian nodded. He flicked his finger and took out a brocade box. He placed it in front of Zhuowen and said, This box contains the pure jadeite pill. Take a look at it yourself. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen grabbed the brocade box and opened it. Immediately, a surge of medicinal power gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Soon after, Zhuowen's gaze was fixed on the pill within the brocade box. The pill was emerald green in color, and its surface was engraved with incorporeal patterns. It looked rather complicated, and the medicinal energy that was being emitted from it made him feel refreshed. Closing the brocade box, Zhuowen nodded and said, "Senior Beixian, there should be no problem with this pill. Thank you for choosing this gift for me." Beixian waved his hand and said that there was no need to stand on ceremony. After the two of them paid the 900,000 contribution points, Zhuowen continued, "Senior Beixian, you should know about the Sky Capital Peak's recruitment of in-name disciples, right?" Beixian nodded and said yes. It is said that the first condition is to obtain a trace of origin energy from the other islands in the Bitter Sea. This trace of origin energy is very beneficial to a cultivator. It is said that it can nurture one's spirit and raise one's aptitude. However, it will only start after half a year. Beixian seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Zhuowen and said, "You look like a newborn calf. You should be asking me for the map of the Bitter Seas Islands, right?" Zhuowen scratched his head. Beixian naturally saw his expression and nodded. He said, "You have found the right person. The map of the Bitter Seas Islands that I have is much more detailed than the other appraisers." As he spoke, Beixian took out a jade strip and passed it to Zhuowen. He continued, "I will give this map to you for free. The Bitter Sea is vast and boundless, and it is filled with danger. There are many islands in it. Some of the islands have harsh environments, and there are no signs of human habitation. Some of the islands are extremely prosperous, and they are not inferior to the excellent God Island. All right, if you want to go to the other islands, you will not be able to cross the Bitter Sea by yourself. You will need to be at least a mid-level martial emperor to cross the Bitter Sea." Beixian suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned. Beixian was right. The Bitter Sea was extremely terrifying. Anyone below the martial emperor realm would be courting death if they entered the Bitter Sea. Even low-level martial emperors would not dare to cross the Bitter Sea casually. Zhuowen would not be able to cross the Bitter Sea by himself and reach the other islands. "It seems like I will have to rely on the boundless sailboat. However, I might not be able to catch the boundless sailboat's flight. It is very inconvenient." Zhuowen thought back to the boundless sailboat that he had ridden in the past. However, the boundless sailboat didn't have a fixed flight schedule. Therefore, Zhuowen wasn't sure when the boundless sailboat would pass by the wonderful Spirit Island. "Zhuowen, actually, other than the boundless sailboat, there is another method that allows you to enter the Bitter Sea freely." Beixian suddenly said, "What is it?" Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked. Beixian smiled mysteriously. He flicked the light screen in front of him with his right hand. Instantly, a small light screen separated and landed in front of Zhuowen. In the light screen, there was a small streamlined shuttle. The shuttle was extremely small and could only fit one person. This is the Sun Moon Shuttle. It was specially designed by Master Mu Feng for students to cross the Sea of Misery. It is filled with complicated arcane runes, and it can withstand the strange, destructive energy of the Sea of Misery. Moreover, it is not restricted by the powerful gravity of the Sea of Misery. Not only can it travel above the Sea of Misery, it can also flash within the Sea of Misery. Beixian introduced with a smile. "Oh, this Sun Moon Shuttle is so magical." Hearing Beixian's introduction, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. This Sun Moon Shuttle was a good item. With this item, one would be able to cross the Bitter Sea freely. However, he also knew that the price of this Sun Moon Shuttle was extremely high. How many contribution points does this Sun Moon Shuttle cost? Zhuowen probed. 5 million contribution points. In the academy, those who own this Sun Moon Shuttle are basically those who are ranked near the top of the Heavenly Sovereign Leaderboard. There are also the higher-ups in the academy who own it. Ordinary students do not have the financial resources to own this Sun Moon Shuttle. Beixian smiled. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded his head. Bei Xian was right. The price of this sun-moon shuttle was so expensive that ordinary students could not afford it. Even Zhuowen could not help but shudder when he heard the price. The price was indeed a little too high. Zhuowen, do you have so many contribution points on you? If you don't, I can lend them to you temporarily. Bei Xian smiled meaningfully. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Of course I have them. Senior Bei Xian, please take out the sun-moon shuttle. Oh, you really do have so many contribution points? Bei Xian was extremely surprised. Zhuowen had just spent 900,000 points to exchange for the jadeite clear pill. Now he actually had one. 5 million contribution points to exchange for the sun-moon shuttle. However, thinking about what happened 3 days ago at the fighting arena, Bei Xian revealed a look of understanding. It seemed like Zhuowen had won quite a number of contribution points at the Emperor's cabinet. I happen to have a sun-moon shuttle with me. I'll give it to you first. Bei Xian flicked his finger, and a ray of light surged out from his spirit ring. It landed in front of Zhuowen and turned into a streamlined shuttle. The sun-moon shuttle was about 3 feet long and 1 foot wide. There were countless complicated runes flashing on its surface. At the top of the shuttle, there was a transparent glass. Through the glass, Zhuowen saw a seat inside. Obviously, the control room of the sun-moon shuttle was inside the glass. Zhuowen, it's actually very simple to control the sun-moon shuttle. You only need to think of the coordinates of the island that you want to go to. Then, use your yuan qi to enter the sun-moon shuttle. When the time comes, the sun-moon shuttle will automatically fly out according to the coordinates in your mind. You don't need to spend any effort to control it. Bei Xian smiled. Looking at the sun-moon shuttle in front of him, Zhuowen revealed a look of satisfaction. The sun-moon shuttle was indeed extraordinary. He was a grade 6 lower-tier arcana master, but he actually couldn't recognize the runes on the surface of the sun-moon shuttle. He even felt that it was unfamiliar. As expected of the work of an arcana master, I actually don't understand it at all. Zhuowen shook his head. He was rather respectful of Mu Feng. To be able to create such a convenient sun-moon shuttle, Mu Feng's knowledge was indeed profound. Senior Bei Xian, many thanks for this. Here are 5 million contribution points. Please accept them. As Zhuowen spoke, he transferred 5 million contribution points to Bei Xian. Looking at the remaining contribution points counter, Zhuowen revealed a wry smile. The contribution points were spent really quickly. 5 million contribution points were spent just like that. After chatting with Bei Xian for a while, Zhuowen stood up and bid farewell. He walked out of the inner room and left the mission site under the envious gazes of many people. He headed towards the cultivation tower. He still had over 100,000 contribution points left. These contribution points were enough for Zhuowen to cultivate on the 10th floor of the cultivation tower for 3 months. Zhuowen planned to use these 3 months to rely on the pure jadeite pill to break through to the heavenly sovereign realm. After that, he planned to head to Azura Island. Master Mu Feng had already said that the 1,000-fold fossil was on Azura Island. Moreover, the honorary disciple assessment required one to obtain a trace of the island source. Therefore, Zhuowen set his target on Azura Island. Whether it was the 1,000-fold fossil or the island source, he could obtain them from Azura Island. After entering the cultivation tower, Zhuowen directly entered the private room on the 10th floor after 3 months. During this time, Zhuowen naturally attracted the attention of many students, and many of them pointed at him and whispered. Zhuowen was already used to the reactions of others. After entering the private room on the 10th floor, he closed the stone door and sat on the praying mat in the middle of the room. At the same time, Zhuowen also released the profound soul ice butterfly. He let it lie in the corner and absorb the ice energy in the cultivation room to cultivate. Kid, you should find some powerful cold energy to let this little guy advance quickly. Xiaohei also appeared on the profound soul ice butterfly and said to Zhuowen with deep meaning, The profound soul ice butterfly also understood human nature. Naturally, it understood Xiao Hei's words. Its drooping antennae immediately rose up. Its colorful eyes contained a trace of hope as it looked at Zhuowen. It even let out a low cry. Chapter 11:10. Heavenly Sovereign, the Bitter Sea was vast, and there were countless islands within it. Azura Island was one of the more famous islands aside from the excellent Spirit Island. Of course, its influence was also extremely powerful. Although it couldn't be compared to the excellent Spirit Island, the difference wasn't too great. Furthermore, Azura Island was located at the extreme north of the Bitter Sea. That location could give birth to powerful and terrifying cold chi. Therefore, Zhuowen thought of going to Azura Island to search for cold chi for the profound soul ice butterfly to cultivate. Although the northern part of the excellent Spirit Island had a cold place like the Long Cold Mountain, the quality of the cold chi contained in the Long Cold Mountain was inferior to the ice energy in the cultivation tower. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't plan to search for cold chi for the profound soul ice butterfly on the excellent Spirit Island. Let's use the pure jadeite pill to push my cultivation to the heavenly sovereign realm first. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He beckoned with his right hand, and a brocade box appeared in his palm. He opened it, and a surge of medicinal strength immediately gushed out, giving one a refreshing feeling. The medicinal efficacy of this pure jadeite pill is really strong. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Let's start refining this pill." Xiao Hei said in a serious tone. Zhuowen nodded slightly. Soon after, he clenched his right hand. Immediately, the pure jadeite pill was crushed by him. It turned into a green-colored fog that enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen opened all the acupuncture points in his body and continuously sucked the green-colored medicinal essence into his body. Xiao Hei and the profound soul ice butterfly silently looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the praying mat in the corner. A month later, there was still an endless stream of people in the living room on the 10th floor. Many figures were sitting cross-legged in the living room, rubbing against the ice and fire energy that flowed out from the cultivation room. Creak! The clear sound of a door opening sounded, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Immediately, numerous gazes were shot over, only to see a young man slowly walking out from a private room at the front of the hall. His smooth black hair fell over his shoulders, while his eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Everyone in the hall descended into silence when they saw this young man. There were even quite a number of people who took the initiative to open up a path in the middle of the hall. Their gazes were filled with respect as they stared at this young man. The young man glanced around the living room, lifted his feet, and walked straight through the living room, leaving the 10th floor. Once this person left, the somewhat stagnant atmosphere in the hall immediately became much more relaxed. The originally silent crowd also slowly erupted into a little noise. It's actually Zhuowen. I feel that Zhuowen's aura is much stronger than before. Could he have broken through? I have the same feeling. The pressure from Zhuowen's body is actually much stronger than it was a month ago in the arena. It seems that he has broken through to the Heavenly Sovereign level. This kid defeated Lu Qing on the Heavenly Sovereign ranking when he was at the peak of the Golden Sovereign level. Now that he has broken through to the Heavenly Sovereign level, won't his strength be even more terrifying? The discussion did not stop or dissipate because of the young man's departure. Instead, it became even more intense. Everyone was guessing whether Zhuowen had broken through to the Heavenly Sovereign level. As he slowly walked on the road, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep breath. A gentle breeze blew past, causing his jet-black hair to flutter, revealing the side of his slightly pale face. He looked extremely clean. At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was completely different from a month ago. He was calm and carefree. The effect of the pure jadeite pill is really good. It actually helped you break through to the heavenly sovereign level in a month. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Zhuan's mind with some surprise. The most important thing is that I am already at the peak of the golden sovereign level. Coupled with the terrifying medicinal power of the pure jadeite pill, I can break through to the heavenly sovereign level in such a short time. Zhuan smiled faintly. Xiao Hei nodded and immediately continued. Since you have broken through to the heavenly sovereign level, when do you plan to go to Azura Island? 2 months later. After all, there's still about 5 months before the island's origin. I want to use this time to go to the Arcane Tower to ask my teacher for some knowledge about origin arrays. At the same time, I want to consolidate my initial heavenly sovereign level. Zhuan pondered for a moment and said, That's fine too. The matter of going to Azura Island is not urgent. Before you go, you should take a look at the map of the Sea of Bitterness that Beixian gave you. When the time comes, you will know what to do. After Xiao Hei finished speaking, he fell silent. Before going to the Arcane Tower, Zhuan used the communication jade amulet to inform Mo Lingtian and the others. After learning that the 4 of them were working hard to prepare for the battle for the island's origin in 5 months, Zhuan did not disturb Mo Lingtian and the others. The path of martial arts was originally a personal matter. The help that one could receive from others was actually very limited. The path of others might not be suitable for one. Therefore, only by stepping on one's own path could one go further on the path of martial arts. After entering the Arcane Tower, Zhuan did not encounter any obstructions. When many people saw Zhuan, their eyes were filled with reverence. The news of Zhuan's promotion to a 6th grade arcanist had naturally spread throughout the Arcane Tower. Moreover, this child was highly regarded by Master Mufeng. It could be said that the current Zhuan was like the sun at noon. Zhuan did not pay attention to the other arcanists in the Arcane Tower who were pointing at him. Instead, he directly walked towards the higher floors of the Arcane Tower. However, when he reached the 4th floor, he was stopped by a voice. Brother Zhua. This voice was somewhat familiar. Zhuan slightly tilted his head and saw that at the center of the 4th floor, 3 figures were walking towards him. The person in the lead had a resolute face, and there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. The 2 people behind this person were a man and a woman. Their age did not exceed 25 years old. From the looks of it, they should be good friends of this person. Huang Ken. The corners of Zhuan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. It turned out that the person in the lead was the Arcanist Huang Ken, whom he had met in the Arcane Tower. Huang Ken was originally a 3rd grade Arcanist. Now that he was on the 4th floor, it was obvious that he had advanced. It had not been long since Huang Ken had advanced to the 4th grade initial success. His talent was indeed not weak. Congratulations! You actually advanced to the 4th grade in such a short time. Now, you can be considered an official disciple of Master, Zhuan said to Huang Ken with a sincere smile. Huang Ken shook his head and said, Actually, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to become Master's disciple. I have never forgotten your kindness. Besides, my cultivation base is nothing compared to yours. Huang Ken also recalled the recent rumors about Zhuan. Even he felt as if a lifetime had passed. This Zhuan had actually made it to the 6th floor and forcefully advanced to the 6th grade initial success. It's just a fluke. It's not worth mentioning. Zhuan waved his hand and laughed. Huang Ken naturally did not believe Zhuan's words. However, he did not ask in detail. Instead, he said solemnly, Brother Zhua, half a month ago, Lang Yao also successfully made it to the 6th floor. Today, he has officially stepped into the ranks of the 6th grade Arcanists. Oh, Lang Yao also made it to the 6th floor? Zhuan was a little surprised. Previously, when he had stripped the complete river diagram from the draconic horse's shadow on the 5th floor, the draconic horse had become extremely weak. Later on, Master Mu Feng had redrawn the incomplete river diagram on the draconic horse to supplement the test on the 5th floor. For Lang Yao to be able to successfully make it to the 6th floor, his talent and strength were considered to be above average. However, Zhuowen did not mind. With the myriad derivation scripture, his mental strength was far stronger than other arcanists of the same level. He really did not take Lang Yao seriously. Brother Huang can. I still have some matters to discuss with Master. Do you want to follow me to the 6th floor? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Huang Can shook his head and said no need. I am only a 4th grade arcanist, and am not qualified to enter the 6th floor. Fortunately, Master will occasionally come to the 4th floor to guide me. I am already satisfied with this. Hearing this, Zhuowen did not say much. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left the 4th floor. I actually met Zhuowen in person. I am so excited. Also, Huang Can, you are indeed so familiar with Zhuowen. Next time, we should get closer to Zhuowen. Once Zhuowen left, the man and woman standing beside Huang Can started to think. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Zhuowen was able to become a 6th grade arcanist at such a young age. His future was limitless. Building a good relationship with him would undoubtedly be beneficial for them. Huang Can shook his head and did not say anything. However, his eyes were filled with determination. His thoughts were naturally different from his 2 companions. He did not want to climb up to Zhuowen. Instead, he wanted to make Zhuowen his goal and become his motivation to move forward. Huang Can believe that although he might never be able to catch up to Zhuowen, he could continue to strengthen himself. Reaching the height that Zhuowen had reached was also a goal. On the 5th floor, Zhuowen stepped on the dragon horse's spine and entered the 6th floor under the envious gazes of the crowd. The scenery on the 6th floor was no different from before. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. White fog lingered. It was like a beautiful scenery. Zhuowen, you are here? A rather amiable voice sounded. Soon after, Zhuowen saw Grandmaster Lan Miao slowly walking over in front of the white mist. The other 3 Grandmasters followed closely behind him. Among them, Grandmaster Tusada was accompanied by Lang Yao. Lang Yao stared at Zhuowen, revealing a somewhat provocative expression. Clearly, after Lang Yao had broken through to 6th grade, he had become much more confident in himself. He had an impulse to challenge Zhuowen, who was also at initial 6th grade. Zhuowen only smiled at Lang Yao's provocative gaze. He did not pay much attention to it. Instead, his gaze was placed on Master Lan Miao. Teacher, I plan to stay on the 6th floor for 2 months. During this period of time, I hope that teacher can fully guide me in the knowledge and refining of 6th grade yuan arrays. Zhuowen said respectfully. Chapter 1111. Ultimate Sword Formation Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The ghastly cold sword lights were like stars in the night sky as they revolved around Zhuowen's body. When the fierce cold light illuminated Zhuowen's angular face, it actually seemed slightly ferocious. Monarch rank sword shaped spirit treasure. When the new ultimate sword formation revolved around Zhuowen, Zhuowen noticed with a single glance that the earth rank sword shaped spirit treasures in the core diagram of the sword formation had all been replaced with monarch rank spirit treasures. There were an entire few tens of monarch rank sword shaped spirit treasures. This was an enormous amount of wealth. Moreover, the hundreds of sword-shaped spirit treasures outside the core diagram had basically been replaced with spirit treasures of a higher rank. It could be said that the aura emitted by the ultimate sword formation at this moment actually caused Zhuowen's heart to tremble. Needless to say, the might of the ultimate sword formation that had been improved by Master Lan Miao was countless times stronger than before. Lan Miao, you're really diligent. You actually improved this grade 5 origin formation to such an extent. I'm afraid you've invested quite a bit of things. Master Tusada suddenly spoke. Lan Miao waved his hand instead and said with a smile, After all, it's a ceremony for acknowledging a master. This can't be sloppy. Moreover, with Zhou natural talent, he'll definitely advance extremely quickly in the future. If the origin formation isn't made better, it'll be very easy for him to be eliminated. Zhou revealed a trace of emotion when he heard this. Looks like Master Lan Miao has spent a great deal of energy and time on improving the ultimate sword formation. Zhou, this sword formation of yours is already a grade 6 origin formation. Give it a name. Master Lan Miao smiled as he spoke to Zhou. Zhou nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, "This sword formation was originally called the ultimate sword formation. Now that its grade has increased, it naturally can't use its original name. Then let's call it the ultimate sword formation." This name isn't bad. Master Lan Miao smiled and continued, "Zhou, there's one more thing that I need to remind you of. The core diagram of your sword formation has been completely changed by me. I've also erased the 5 sword moves contained within it and added in the 3 sword profundities. That sword array was originally a grade 5 origin formation. To the current me, it's actually not that useful. Let me take a look at this new sword move." Zhou smiled as his consciousness entered the array diagram of the ultimate limitless sword formation. Naturally, he could see the sword moves in the array diagram at a glance. Sword Fire Profound, Sword Thunder Profound, Sword Thunder Profound. Zhou murmured the 3 great sword profoundness of the ultimate limitless sword formation. The Sword Fire Profoundness used the sword as a medium to ignite the flames, erupting with flames that could burn the heavens. With a single sword strike, the heavens would be incinerated. The profound meaning of Sword Thunder used the sword as a medium to guide the 9 heavens' profound thunder, turning it into thunderbolts that filled the sky. When the sword struck out, the profound thunder would descend from the sky. As for the Sword Thunder Fire Profoundness, it was the combination of the Sword Fire Profoundness and the Sword Thunder Profoundness. With a single sword strike, thunder and fire would intertwine. The combination of the heaven-incinerating fire and the thunderbolts that filled the sky would form a terrifying thunder fire that possessed overwhelming might. These 3 great sword profoundness are extremely terrifying. You just have to make good use of them. However, using them will consume an extremely large amount of your mental strength. Oh, right, I can sense that your body has the aura of various types of earth fire. Apart from igniting the flames of heaven and earth, the sword fire profoundness power will also increase if you add in the earth fire. Master Lan Miao suddenly said to Zhou with a smile, "Oh, the earth fire can actually increase the power of the sword fire profoundness?" Zhou's eyes lit up as he nodded slightly. With Zhou's current combat strength, the earth fire wasn't of much help to him. Even if he used the fire fusion art to fuse 8 types of earth fire, the help it gave him was extremely limited. Therefore, Zhou rarely used the earth fire in his body during normal battles. But now, the sword fire profoundness in the ultimate limitless sword formation could actually fuse with the earth fire and increase its power. For Zhou, this was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Thank you, Master." Zhou cupped his hands sincerely and said, the power of the ultimate limitless sword formation had far exceeded Zhou's expectations. He knew that it was all thanks to Master Lan Miao, who had spent a lot of energy and time on it. Master Lan Miao smiled and said, "We are both master and disciple. Why are you treating me as an outsider?" Zhou nodded and firmly remembered Master Lan Miao's kindness in his heart. "Stay with me for 2 months first. If you have any questions, you can ask me as much as you want. I will answer them for you one by one." Master Lan Miao flicked his sleeve and planned to bring Zhou to his residence on the 6th floor. "Wait!" A voice rang out. Immediately, Zhou and Master Lan Miao turned their heads in confusion. They saw Lang Yao, who was standing beside Master Tishita, suddenly step forward. He stared at Zhou with bright eyes and said, "Zhou, You and I are both initial grade 6 Arcana Masters. Why don't you have a match with me? Master Tishita and Master Lan, Miao, both frowned when they heard this. Clearly, they did not expect Lang Yao to suddenly step forward and challenge Zhuowen. Master, I only planned to spar with Zhuowen. It was a sudden idea. I hope Master won't blame me. Lang Yao looked hopefully at Master Tishita beside him. Master Tishita nodded as he looked at the disciple he was most proud of. Then he looked at Master Lan Miao and said, Lan Miao, what do you think? You won't refuse a spar between juniors, right? Master Lan Miao looked at Zhuowen and said, It depends on Zhuowen. If he agrees, I won't have any objections. Master Tishita nodded. He looked at Zhuowen and asked, Zhuowen, what do you think? If it's a mental energy spar, it's fine. Zhuowen said in all seriousness. Lang Yao smiled when he saw Zhuowen agree. He said, Brother Zhuowen, you are indeed straightforward. Since that's the case, the two of you can have a friendly spar here. Master Tishita laughed out loud. Soon after, he waved his sleeve. Terrifying mental energy surged out and formed a mental energy platform that was several feet tall in front of him. Lang Yao was excited. He took a step and leaped onto the mental energy platform. He looked at Zhuowen provocatively. Zhuowen shrugged and also leaped onto the other side of the platform. His face was indifferent and his eyes were calm. Brother Zhuo, you have to be careful. As Lang Yao spoke, a terrifying mental energy surged out like a tsunami. It turned into an invisible giant hand and rushed toward Zhuowen. On the other hand, Zhuowen was neither hurried nor slow. A wave of mental energy similarly gushed out, forming another large hand that greeted the other. Immediately, the two large mountain-like hands collided in midair, erupting with a muffled sound. A ripple-like aftershock spread out, tearing through the air and emitting a slightly ear-piercing screech. Below the platform, the four masters stood quietly. Their gazes were focused on the two giant mental energy hands that were constantly clashing on the platform. I wonder who will win. Great Master Tian Yi and Great Master Wukong muttered softly. Although Master Tishita and Master Lan Miao looked calm, it could be seen from their slightly clenched hands that their hearts were not as calm as they looked on the surface. Lang Yao was the disciple that Master Tishita was most proud of. Zhuowen was Master Lan Miao's only disciple. The spar between the two of them carried the dignity of the two masters. Lan Miao, your disciple advanced to grade 6 lower realm, half a month earlier than Lang Yao. Now, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Master Tishita suddenly said to Master Lan Miao in a slightly provocative manner. However, as soon as Master Tishita said that, a dull sound was heard. Then, the giant hand formed by Lang Yao's mental energy on the platform suddenly collapsed. The latter kept retreating with a pale face. On the other hand, Zhuowen stood still on the platform like a mountain. Brother Lang Yao, do we still need to compete? After destroying Lang Yao's mental energy hand, Zhuowen did not show any arrogance. Instead, he stared at Lang Yao and smiled faintly. Zhuowen, who cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, had mental energy that could not be compared to arcanists of the same level. It could be said that Lang Yao had made the wrong choice by challenging him. His defeat was an established fact. Zhuowen did not feel proud of this victory. Instead, he was extremely calm. Master Tishita's voice came to an abrupt halt. His gaze was slightly stiff as he looked at Lang Yao, who was still defeated on the platform, and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Lang Yao's pale face regained some color. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Zhuo, no wonder you were able to succeed on your first attempt at the Dragon Horse Challenge. Looks like it wasn't a fluke. I, Lang Yao, am sincerely convinced. As he spoke, Lang Yao jumped off the platform and returned to Master Tishita's side in silence. After being defeated by Zhuowen twice, Lang Yao could not help but feel a sense of defeat. Teacher, let's go. Zhuowen said softly as he returned to Master Lan Miao's side. Master Lan Miao smiled and nodded. Then he cupped his hands towards Master Tishita and the other two and said, "Senior brothers, Lan Miao will take his leave first." As he spoke, Lan Miao and Zhuowen turned around and left, leaving Master Tishita and the other three staring blankly at their backs. This Zhuowen is not simple. Although his mind power is only at the initial 6th level, the mind power contained in his body is extremely vast, far surpassing that of arcanists of the same level. I really don't know how this little guy cultivates. Master Tian, he was slightly envious. Perhaps this is what a true monster is like. Master Tishita said with a sigh. Then he left with Lang Yao and returned to his own residence. Master Lan Miao's residence was rather elegant. It was an emerald green bamboo house with a courtyard of a few miles. The courtyard was surrounded by mottled bamboos that stood tall and did not fall. The courtyard was surrounded by fake mountains and streams in the mountains. Entering such an environment would always give people a sense of tranquility. Zhuowen, for the next 2 months, you will study the origin formation method in this courtyard. However, I heard that you are also a cultivator. I wonder what level your cultivation has reached. Master Lan Miao suddenly asked Zhuowen when they arrived in the courtyard. Zhuowen was stunned. However, he did not hide it and said, "I was lucky to have broken through to the early heavenly master stage today." "Oh, you have actually reached the early heavenly master stage? Your martial talent is also very terrifying. Your Dantian contains essence energy, and your Naiwan Palace contains mental energy. Have you ever thought that these two completely different types of energy can combine with each other to form an even more powerful energy?" Master Lan Miao suddenly said with a grin. Chapter 11:12. Ziyang's Breakthrough. Can mental energy and origin power really combine and fuse into a new energy? Zhuowen raised his head slightly, stared at Grandmaster Lan Miao, and asked doubtfully. Grandmaster Lan Miao nodded and said, "It is indeed possible to combine them. Mental energy is an intangible energy, while origin power is a material energy. If the two truly combine, the new energy produced will actually be very powerful. However, regarding this point, I've only heard of it. Has no one in the Divine Academy ever succeeded?" Zhuowen continued to ask. Grandmaster Lan Miao smiled bitterly and said, "The people in the Arcane Tower are basically all arcanists. There are very few martial cultivators. Even if there are, their martial cultivation is far inferior to mental energy. The origin power and mental energy in a person's body are not equal. It is very difficult to successfully combine these two types of energy. But you are different. Your martial cultivation and mental energy are almost the same. The two types of energy have reached a certain balance in your body. You can try to combine these two types of energy." Zhuowen was startled. He frowned and said, "Teacher, this kind of fusion process should be relatively dangerous, right? If I don't have some experience, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to succeed." Grandmaster Lan Miao nodded and said, "I'm only giving you a reminder. After all, your martial cultivation and mental energy are both very strong. If you can combine these two paths, your path will certainly be very long." Hearing that, Zhuowen nodded. He was currently completely at a loss about the fusion of origin power and mental energy. However, Grandmaster Lan Miao's reminder gave him a new direction. If he could really encounter something related to the fusion of origin power and mental energy in the future, he would certainly pay more attention to it. Time passed extremely quickly. 2 months had already passed. During these 2 months, Zhuowen had basically been training his mental energy and studying origin arrays at Grandmaster Lan Miao's residence. And the speed of Zhuowen's progress was so fast that even Grandmaster Lan Miao was quite surprised. It could be said that Zhuowen was simply the kind of person who could understand with just a little explanation. He only needed a little explanation to be able to see the big picture. His comprehension ability was extremely powerful. After witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying comprehension and comprehensionability, Grandmaster Lan Miao became more and more satisfied with Zhuowen. He also put more effort into teaching the origin array, hoping to let Zhuowen understand more. In 2 months, Zhuowen's failure rate when refining a grade 5 array had increased to almost a 100% success rate. As for the grade 6 array, Zhuowen had also grasped the crux of it. His success rate had also increased rapidly from the original 10% to the current 30%. A 30% success rate was extremely high for a grade 6 lower tier arcanist. After all, for some arcanists of this level, the success rate of refining a grade 6 origin array was probably only 10% to 20%. Grandmaster Lan Miao was also quite satisfied with Zhuowen's success rate. He knew that as long as he gave Zhuowen a certain number of array diagrams and 3 sets of sufficient materials, the success rate of refining a grade 6 origin array would be very high. Zhuowen, your current success rate is almost close to that of a grade 6 upper tier arcanist. Your talent in refining origin arrays is definitely the strongest I've ever seen. Grandmaster Lan Miao smiled with great relief. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the flames surrounding him immediately withdrew. He slowly got up and looked at Grandmaster Lan Miao with a smile. All of this is thanks to teacher's earnest teachings. Otherwise, this disciple wouldn't have made such great progress. Seeing Zhuowen's neither arrogant nor discouraged attitude, Grandmaster Lan Miao nodded. His eyes were full of gratification. 2 months have passed. I think the important matter you mentioned is about the recruitment of nominal disciples of Sky Capital Peak, right? Grandmaster Lan Miao said with a smile. Yes, so this disciple plans to go to other islands to seize the island's origin and meet the first requirement of being a nominal disciple. Zhuowen nodded. And the competition for the island's origin every time is extremely fierce. You should be careful along the way. But which island are you going to this time? Grandmaster Lan Miao nodded and suddenly asked, Azura Island. Zhuowen didn't conceal anything and answered truthfully. Grandmaster Lan Miao's face suddenly froze. He immediately frowned and said, You're choosing Azura Island? Let me remind you that Azura Island is the most chaotic island among the many islands in the Sea of Bitterness. It pursues the law of the jungle. Everyone survives and calculates amidst slaughter and blood. It's a very dangerous island. Before setting off, Zhuowen had already investigated Azura Island. This Azura Island was indeed, as Grandmaster Lan Miao had said, it was extremely chaotic. There were no rules here at all. As long as you were strong enough, you could kill and rob as you wished. There were no rules to speak of. Moreover, many outlaws of the eastern lands entered Azura Island because they were wanted by many forces. They obtained the protection of Azura Island's island master, Azura Li. This caused the originally chaotic Azura Island to become even more chaotic. It could be said that Azura Island was a synonym for blood and evil. In the entire Sea of Bitterness, it was a synonym for terror. Therefore, when Zhuowen decided to go to Azura Island to seize the island's origin, Grandmaster Lan Miao revealed a dignified expression. Every time the island's origin was seized, Azura Island would always suffer the most casualties. This was because when the people of Azura Island attacked, they would either die or be injured. Even when facing the weak, they wouldn't hold back. Master, this disciple knows. However, Azura Island has the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil, so I have no choice but to go. In addition, the island's origin is about to erupt, so this disciple can only choose Azura Island. Zhuowen lowered his head. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, Grandmaster Lan Miao also understood Zhuowen's decision. He didn't say anything else and said, Since that's the case, Master will not influence your decision. However, you must be careful. In a place like Azura Island, you must be ruthless and merciless. Otherwise, the one to suffer will only be yourself. Master, rest assured. This disciple understands. Zhuowen nodded. Grandmaster Lan Miao nodded. He crossed his hands behind his back and entered the bamboo house with his back facing Zhuowen. As for Zhuowen, he stood quietly in the courtyard for a quarter of an hour. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he left. After leaving the arcane tower, Zhuowen directly walked out of the academy. As he strolled through the main city streets, a thunderous sound resounded from a certain corner of the main city. Then, terrifying dark clouds filled the sky, causing the main city to instantly fall into darkness. That's the Emperor's Star? When this phenomenon appeared, countless people on the streets raised their heads to look at the sky. Soon after, they saw a huge hole being pierced through the dark clouds. 9 purple-colored stars descended from the huge hole. Strangely, the 9 purple-colored stars were burning with purple-colored flames. Someone broke through to the Emperor realm. Let's go and take a look. When the 9 Emperor stars finally descended on the main city, the entire main city was shaken. It had been a while since someone broke through to the Emperor realm on Excellent Spirit Island. Today, someone actually did so. No one would miss this opportunity to see. It's Xiang's aura. I'm afraid the one who broke through to the Emperor realm is Xiang. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Xiang? Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He laughed loudly and stepped into the void. Following the flow of people in the main city, he flew toward the 9 purple stars. After not seeing each other for almost a year, Xiang Tianzuan actually made a breakthrough. Zhuowen also knew that after Xiang broke through to the Emperor realm, he would be of great help to him. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy in his heart. The entire Excellent Spirit Academy was attracted by the scene of the 9 Emperor stars descending. When the students realized that the Emperor stars weren't descending in the direction of the academy, there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. Could it be that the one who broke through to the Emperor realm wasn't a genius from their academy? Was it a cultivator from outside the academy? With this trace of doubt, countless students in the academy turned into afterimages and flew toward the Emperor stars. In the depths of the academy, in a rather elegant courtyard under a lofty pine tree, there was a chessboard with intertwined lines. 2 old men were playing chess. One of the old men was dressed in a white robe and had a benevolent appearance. He was the dean of the outer academy. The other man was dressed in a gray robe. His hair was white, and his eyes were long and narrow. He was the elder in charge of Sky Capital Peak's recruitment of registered disciples. Elder Huaxia, looks like I'm going to win this round. The dean laughed. The gray-robed elder was a little vexed. Baiyan, your chess skills are as exquisite as ever. I've been practicing hard for decades, but I'm still not your match. Behind the gray-robed elder stood 6 young figures. These 6 people were the disciples of Sky Capital Peak who had followed Elder Huaxia here. Boom! Suddenly, the Emperor stars descending from the sky attracted the dean and Elder Huaxia's attention. Someone broke through to the Emperor realm, and judging from the direction, it doesn't seem to be in your academy. Elder Huaxia was startled at first, then asked curiously. The dean was puzzled. He hadn't expected someone from outside the academy to break through to the Emperor realm at this time. But judging from the power of the stars descending from the sky, it should be an ordinary Emperor realm cultivator. If Xie Yu from the outer academy can break through to the Emperor realm, the phenomenon he produces will be much stronger. Elder Huaxia only glanced at him once before withdrawing his gaze, disinterested. There was no lack of Emperor realm cultivators in the inner court, especially ordinary ones like these. If some monstrous genius had broken through to the Emperor realm, Elder Huaxia might have been interested. After all, monstrous geniuses had endless potential. Once they broke through to the Emperor realm, their battle prowess would soar. They would be much stronger than other Emperor realm cultivators of the same level, and even more monstrous geniuses would be able to challenge those of a higher level. The 6 Sky Capital Peak disciples standing behind Elder Huaxia also had disdainful looks on their faces. When the 6 of them broke through to the Emperor realm, Which of them did not experience a phenomenon that was not much stronger than this? Therefore, they merely revealed a trace of astonishment and no longer paid any attention to this matter. Chapter 11:13. Out to the sea the purple figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. 9 huge, purple stars floated above his head. A surge of star power poured out, causing the entire courtyard to sink into a stagnant pressure. Not far from the purple figure, there were 4 other figures standing quietly, silently staring at the purple figure in front of them. I didn't expect Zhang to successfully break through to the Emperor realm. White Brow, Heavenly Master, looked at the purple figure with envy and murmured in a low voice, "We have to thank Master and Master Long for this. They reconstructed our physical bodies and changed our martial aptitude. They even brought us to the main city of Excellent Spirit Island. That's why our cultivation improved so quickly." Yellow Jade, Heavenly Master, also smiled. Although Heavenly Venerate Shiyu and Heavenly Venerate Moon Moon and Heavenly Venerate Moon didn't say anything, it was obvious from their eyes that they were no longer dissatisfied with their decision to become Zhuo Wen's servants. Instead, they felt somewhat fortunate. If it hadn't been for Zhuo Wen and Little Black, they wouldn't have been able to progress further on the martial path and even have the chance to enter the martial emperor realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless figures gathered around the courtyard. These were all cultivators from the main city and the academy. Their gazes were focused on Ziyang in the courtyard, their eyes filled with surprise. On the Excellent Spirit Island, the chances of cultivators outside of the academy breaking through to the Emperor realm was very low. Perhaps it would be rare to see one in a few decades. After all, Grandmaster Mu Feng's Qi gathering array was the core of the academy. The Qi in the academy was the densest in the entire Excellent Spirit Island. In addition, some of the more talented cultivators were generally recruited into the academy. Those who stayed outside of the academy were ordinary. Therefore, the chances of cultivators outside of the academy breaking through to the Emperor realm were very small. Therefore, when Ziyang broke through to the Emperor realm, he attracted the attention of so many people in the main city. White Brow Heavenly Master and the other 3 frowned slightly when they felt the terrifying flow of people around them. However, they didn't do anything to drive them away. Although the 4 of them were strong, facing such a terrifying flow of people was simply courting death. Naturally, they wouldn't do anything that would anger the crowd. Boom! An even more powerful wave of air surged out from Ziyang's body. Then Ziyang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils were covered by a touch of purple. A vast emperor's aura gushed out from his body, causing many people around him to tremble in fear. Thud, thud, thud. When Ziyang opened his eyes, a figure suddenly walked out from the crowd in the courtyard. This person had a fair complexion and shoulder-length black hair. There was a hint of a smile on his lips as he walked step by step toward Zhang. What is this kid doing? He's actually planning to walk straight towards that emperor. The young man's unconventional actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. When they discovered that he was actually heading straight for Ziyang, strange expressions appeared in their eyes. This young man's aura was only at the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm, yet he swaggered towards Zhang. Was he seeking death? Clearly, everyone felt that this young man's actions were undoubtedly a form of provocation, and the consequences of an Empyrean provoking an Emperor realm martial artist were undoubtedly extremely disastrous. Isn't this kid looking for death? He actually dares to swagger towards this great Emperor realm cultivator. Many people revealed a mocking smile, sneering coldly. It's Zhuowen. Many of the people in the crowd were students of the academy. They also recognized the young man who swaggered out from the crowd. First, they exclaimed in a low voice, then revealed gloating expressions. Zhuo Wen's reputation in the academy was too great, and he was too outstanding. It was unknown how many people envied and hated Zhuo Wen. For such an outstanding genius to be defeated in front of them, These students were extremely happy to see it. Thud, thud, thud. When Zhuowen was about 10 steps away from Xiang, he stopped and quietly stared at the purple figure in front of him. Xiang slowly stood up and also looked at Zhuowen. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the surrounding atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Many people in the crowd held their breaths and quietly watched the two people standing opposite each other. Everyone without exception revealed a mocking expression, because in their opinion, this Emperor Realm martial artist would definitely be angry and then tear this arrogant Empyrean martial artist to pieces. Just when the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, Xiang suddenly laughed loudly and knelt on one knee on the ground, saying, "Greetings, Master!" "Greetings, Master!" The moment Xiang knelt down, White-Brow Empyrean Master, who was standing at the side of the courtyard, also knelt down, his voice full of respect. The moment Xiang's words came out, the surrounding people who originally wanted to see Zhuowen make a fool of himself fell into a state of shock. They originally thought that this Emperor Realm expert would show anger and then teach this Empyrean martial artist a lesson. But now, the result in front of them was far beyond their expectations. Not only did this Emperor Realm expert not attack, but he knelt on the ground and called this Empyrean martial artist Master. This world was too crazy. Was there a mistake in the Emperor Realm expert calling Empyrean martial artist Master? Under the stunned expressions of the crowd, Zhuowen nodded and said, "Very good! Xiang, you didn't let me down. You successfully reached the Emperor Realm in a year. Very good." At the same time, Zhuowen looked at White-Brow Empyrean Master and the other three with a look of praise, because the other four had also improved a lot and had reached the peak of Empyrean Master. "We still can't compare to Master." Xiang laughed embarrassedly. He keenly felt that Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the early Empyrean Master. He remembered that a year ago, Zhuowen was only at the Sovereign Realm. Now he had crossed 2 levels and entered the Empyrean Master Realm. It was truly shocking. In addition to Zhuowen's strange and unpredictable combat strength, although Xiang had reached the Emperor Realm, he probably wouldn't have the slightest advantage against this Zhuowen in front of him. "Xiang, how about coming with me to Azura Island?" Zhuowen suddenly said. Xiang was startled and immediately said respectfully, "Master's orders. Xiang will naturally obey." "Master, what about us?" White-Brow Empyrean Master and the other 3 hurriedly came over and stared at Zhuowen with anticipation. Azura Island is filled with danger and is extremely chaotic. It's not a good place. The 4 of you shouldn't go for the time being. Zhuowen indifferently refused. Hearing this, White-Brow Empyrean and the other 3 all revealed disappointed expressions. They had stayed in the main city for long enough. In fact, they also wanted to follow Zhuowen out to see the brilliance of the outside world. However, since Zhuowen didn't allow it, they could only helplessly agree. "Let's go." After saying that, Zhuowen brought Xiang and left the courtyard under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone. At the edge of the island, there was a rather large pier. At this moment, the huge pier was filled with people like a dragon, and there was an endless stream of people. Next to the pier was a tower-shaped building. This tower-shaped building was used to sell tickets for the boundless sailboat. The people from the Sky Capital Peak had already announced that the requirement to recruit nominal disciples was to seize the island's source energy. Therefore, during this period of time, many academy students came here to buy tickets and head to the island they wanted to go to in order to prepare to seize the island's source energy. Zhuowen and Xiang walked to the edge of the pier. Soon after, they waved their sleeves and took out the Sun-Moon shuttle. Then they opened the cabin door and called Xiang to enter the Sun-Moon shuttle together. Although the Sun-Moon shuttle wasn't big, it could barely accommodate 2 people. This was also the reason why Zhuowen didn't bring White-Brow Empyrean Master and the other 3. The Sun-Moon shuttle couldn't fit 5 people. It's the Sun-Moon shuttle. When they saw the Sun-Moon shuttle that was released, the many students in front of the pagoda building who had bought tickets were stunned. Soon after, Their eyes revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. Swoosh! The complicated runes on the surface of the sun-moon shuttle lit up. Then, a dark blue flame shot out from its tail. With a whoosh, it shot out, rushing towards the depths of the Sea of Bitterness. In the dark space, Xiang silently sat cross-legged at the back of the cabin. He was consolidating his current realm. After all, he had just advanced to the Emperor realm. If he didn't consolidate it in time, his realm would become unstable in the future. Zhuo silently looked at the map of the Sea of Bitterness that Bei Xian had given him. It turned out that there were a total of 520 islands in the Sea of Bitterness. Among them, there were 5 islands that were at the front, far surpassing the other hundreds of islands. And these 5 islands were Splendid Spirit Island, Azura Island, Sea Heart Island, Horizon Island, and Night Demon Island. The quality of the island source on these 5 islands was the highest. If a martial artist could obtain the island source of one of these 5 islands, then the effect of increasing their talent would be the best. It was worth mentioning that Excellent God Island's force was the strongest among the 5 islands. However, it wouldn't erupt its source energy. The main reason was that Master Mu Feng of the Academy had used a Supreme Origin Array to seal the source energy of Excellent God Island in the depths of the island. The reason why he did this was to ensure that the source energy of Excellent God Island wouldn't be lost. This was because the eruption of the source energy of the island would inevitably weaken the lifespan of the island. Naturally, it would also affect the quality of the source energy of Excellent God Island. Therefore, every time the source energy of the island erupted, the outer court students would basically go to the other islands to seize the source energy. After all, Excellent God Island wouldn't erupt its source energy. How could they compete for the source energy? Whoosh! In the sky above the vast and dark Sea of Bitterness, a shuttle-like black light burst out. Its tail spewed out blue flames, dragging a long blue line above the Sea of Bitterness. Boom! A monstrous black wave surged up like a giant palm from the Sea of Bitterness. It blasted towards the shuttle of sun and moon. What a terrifying wave. I have to dive to the bottom of the Sea of Bitterness. In the cabin, Zhuo also noticed the black wave that was a few hundred feet high. His face changed slightly. His right hand pressed on the control panel in front of him. A surge of origin energy gushed out. The shuttle of sun and moon buzzed and dived into the Sea of Bitterness. Bang! Chapter 11:14. Blood rushed the sun and moon shuttle flew above the Sea of Misery for an entire month before Zhuo discovered that an extremely vast island had appeared several hundred kilometers ahead of them. This island was much smaller than Excellent Spirit Island, only about 2/3 of the island's surface area. What was strange was that the sky above the island was filled with extremely dense blood clouds. The blood clouds seemed to be made up of countless blood auras. Even Zhuo, who was several hundred miles away in the Sun-Moon shuttle, couldn't help but tremble when he saw the blood clouds. He could feel how powerful and terrifying the blood clouds were. That is, blood rush? Xiang, who was sitting cross-legged behind Zhuo, also noticed the terrifying blood clouds above Azura Island and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What is blood rush? Zhuo frowned and turned to look at Xiang, who was making a fuss behind him, and couldn't help but ask. Xiang's expression became extremely dignified. He respectfully said, "Master, there is something you don't know. This blood rush is actually a natural phenomenon, and the reason for its appearance is that there is an extreme amount of slaughter in a certain area. Corpses are everywhere, and countless blood auras evaporate, forming a blood cloud in the sky. Generally speaking, the places where blood clouds appear are places of great sin and chaos. But the blood clouds above Azura Island are actually so thick that they cover the entire island. It's clear that the chaos of Azura Island far surpasses our imaginations. Who knows how many people must have died to form such a terrifying blood cloud?" Hearing this, Zhuo's expression also became dignified. It seemed that the chaos on Azura Island was indeed beyond his expectations. Then he really had to be careful when entering Azura Island. Master, this Azura Island should be a place where there are no rules at all. When we enter, we can't be soft-hearted and soft-hearted. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. Xiang's expression became extremely serious as he said in a low voice, I know. I have never been soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. Shuo Wen nodded. Soon after, he controlled the Sun-Moon shuttle and increased its speed as it approached the blood-colored island. Whoosh! For hours later, the Sun-Moon shuttle finally neared Azura Island's pier. There wasn't much difference between the Azura Island's pier and the splendid Spirit Island's pier. However, most of the buildings on the Azura Island were blood-red in color. The Azura Island soil was also light red in color. It looked quite strange. At this moment, there were many people at Azura Island's pier. These people were basically lining up to buy tickets. It was clear that they were waiting for the boundless sailboat's flight to leave Azura Island. Whoosh! When the Sun-Moon shuttle with its long blue tail landed on the pier, the numerous people lining up at the pier raised their heads and shot their gazes towards the Sun-Moon shuttle. It's the Sun-Moon shuttle. After recognizing the Sun-Moon shuttle, quite a number of people on the dock were initially startled. Soon after, rich greed quietly rose within them. The reputation of the Sun-Moon shuttle in the Bitter Sea wasn't small. Not only did the wonderful Spirit Island have it, the other islands also had it. However, the Sun-Moon shuttle was made by Master Mufong. The other islands' Sun-Moon shuttles were basically bought from the college for a high price. Therefore, those who were able to possess the Sun-Moon shuttle were either people with great strength or disciples with great backgrounds. These kinds of people were basically people that couldn't be provoked. Although the Sun-Moon shuttle was very valuable, quite a number of people on the pier were still rather rational. They didn't do anything out of line. Instead, their gazes were firmly fixed on the Sun-Moon shuttle that was parked at the pier. They wanted to see what kind of person would come out of the Sun-Moon shuttle. Creak! The cabin door opened, and 2 figures walked out. These 2 figures weren't more than 25 years old. Among them, the younger black-robed youth waved his sleeve and stored the Sun-Moon shuttle into his spirit ring. Then he followed the small path at the edge of the pier and walked towards Azura Island. Early heavenly revered realm. Quite a number of people on the pier saw the aura of the black-robed youth who stored the Sun-Moon shuttle. He was only at the early heavenly revered realm. As for the purple-robed youth behind the black-robed youth, no one could see through him. There were basically 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either the purple-robed youth's cultivation was so profound that no one could see through him, or he had cultivated some kind of secret technique to conceal his aura. Of course, the people on the pier all thought that the purple-robed youth's situation should belong to the second possibility. Although there weren't any Emperor Realm powerhouses in the queue, there were a few peak, heavenly revered realm powerhouses. Xiang's age was really too young, so no one believed that someone could reach the Emperor Realm at such a young age. Therefore, most people thought that the purple-robed youth was hiding his cultivation. 2 little fellows below the Emperor Realm actually possessed a treasure like the Sun-Moon shuttle. Obviously, these 2 fellows were definitely juniors with great backgrounds. Besides the Sun-Moon shuttle, they probably had other powerful treasures on them. Thinking of this, many people on the pier began to become restless. If the person riding the Sun-Moon shuttle was a terrifyingly strong powerhouse, no one would have any devious thoughts. But if it was some juniors with great backgrounds who weren't strong enough, then these martial artists who lived on the edge of a blade all year round wouldn't mind taking some risks. After all, after they seized the spirit rings of these juniors with great backgrounds, they would immediately leave Azura Island and conceal their identities for a period of time. Once the limelight passed, they would be able to roam free and unfettered. At the same time, they would also be able to obtain a generous reward. Why wouldn't they do such a good thing? Dang, dang, dang. Just as Zhuowen and Xiang stepped out of the pier, 3 figures immediately blocked their path. These three people were tall and sturdy with bulging muscles. The exposed parts of their bodies were covered with hideous scars that looked like centipedes. And what caused everyone's eyes to widen was that these three people's auras were extremely powerful. They were all at the late, heavenly, revered realm. Zhuowin's footsteps paused. He looked up and indifferently looked at the three people in front of him. "What is the matter?" "What is the matter? With a single glance, I can tell that you are a rookie that has just arrived at Azura Island. Don't you know that when you enter Azura Island you should pay a toll?" The leader of the group was a robust man with a long scar on his face. His voice was like thunder as he spoke to Zhuowin. "Oh, tolls? How much?" Zhuowin was startled. Then the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful smile. The knife-scarred man laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He and his two companions wantonly laughed and said, "You really are a rookie who has just arrived at Azura Island. You actually ask such an idiotic question. Of course you have to hand over everything. Spirit stones, martial tools, pills, and even your life. Hand over everything you have." As the knife-scarred man spoke, many people on the pier looked at Zhuowin and Ziang with pity in their eyes. "You want everything on my body. You also want my life?" Zhuowin asked as if he were mumbling to himself. He finally understood just how chaotic Azura Island was. As soon as he entered the pier, he encountered three robbers, and every time they opened their mouths, they would rob him of his wealth and life. "That's right. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson," the knife-scarred man coldly whispered. "Okay, since you want me to hand it over, I'll take it out," Zhuowin said with a smile. Then, with a flick of his finger, he took out a long black saber. Then, a terrifying killing intent surged out. Zhuowin took a step forward and instantly rushed in front of the knife-scarred man like an ape. The knife-scarred man obviously didn't expect Zhuowin to suddenly make such a move. He was caught off guard. However, Zhuowin was only at the early Empyrean realm, so he didn't care too much. His right hand pulled out a coal-black iron sword from his waist. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Then the knife-scarred man was stunned to discover that his black iron sword had been directly cut in half. Then the Seven Murders saber flashed with a ghostly light and instantly swept past his neck. Pucci! Blood spurted out. The knife-scarred man clutched his neck and stared at Zhuowin. He retreated again and again, hissing sounds coming from his throat. However, he couldn't make any sound at all because his vocal cords had been completely cut off by the Seven Murder saber. After hissing a few times, the knife-scarred man's eyes widened and he fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body twitched as his aura slowly faded away. Clang! Zhuowin didn't spare him. The Seven Murders saber swept out again and pierced the knife-scarred man's chest. A terrifying killing intent invaded his body and immediately shattered the nascent soul in his dantian. "You dare to kill him?" The knife-scarred man's two companions finally reacted and shouted in unison. Zhuowin's speed just now was too fast. By the time they reacted, the knife-scarred man had already died. "Why wouldn't I dare? I still want to kill the two of you." Zhuowin's eyes were indifferent. He stepped out and stretched out his right hand. The Seven Murders saber that had pierced the knife-scarred man's chest reappeared in his hand. With a stomp of his foot, he was like a whirlwind. The killing intent poured into the Seven Murders saber, causing a touch of demonic blood to faintly gush out of the black saber. "You still want to kill us? What an arrogant guy. You killed the knife-scarred man with a sneak attack. Do you think that you, an early-stage Heavenly Master Warrior, are qualified to fight with us?" The two burly men were furious. They pulled out their weapons and flew toward Zhuowin. They surrounded Zhuowin in a triangular formation and wanted to completely strangle him. "Die!" Zhuowin's indifferent voice rang out. His body, which was in midair, suddenly moved in a strange arc and dodged the attacks of the two men. Then the seven kills blade cut through the air and swept past the necks of the two men. "Pucci!" Pucci! 2 streams of blood spurted out. The 2 men didn't even know what had happened. They only felt a pain in their necks and then completely lost consciousness. The nascent souls in their bodies were also completely destroyed under the effect of the killing intent contained in the 7 murder saber. In just one move, 3 early-stage heavenly masters were killed by Zhuowen. Many warriors on the pier who were ready to make trouble suddenly quieted down. Being able to kill 3 early-stage heavenly masters in an instant, his battle strength was probably comparable to a peak heavenly master warrior. Such a character was not to be trifled with. Is there anyone else who wants to pay the toll? Chapter 11:15. Azura City, the corners of Zhua, Wen's mouth revealed a mocking smile as he looked at the silent crowd around the wharf. Soon after, he swiftly stripped off the spirit rings of the 3 strong men and took them for himself. After which, he left with Ziyang. Is this really the first time that this guy has come to Azura Island? He is really ruthless. After Zhuowen and Ziyang left, the quiet pier once again burst into an uproar. Their voices were filled with fear. The core region of Azura Island was Azura City. There was an extremely famous building in Azura City called Azura Blood Arena. This Azura Blood Arena was built by Azura Island's master, Azura. It was said that it was a building filled with competition and slaughter. The Azura Blood Arena was filled with fanatical lunatics who didn't care about their lives. These fanatical lunatics didn't care about their lives at all. They just wanted to experience the pleasure of killing. When he decided to go to Azura Island, Zhuowen asked Beixian for a detailed map of Azura Island. The route marked on the map was extremely detailed. Therefore, following the route on the map, Zhuowen smoothly arrived at Azura City. This was an extremely grand city. The blood-colored city walls matched with the terrifying blood clouds in the sky. It was as if Azura City was a terrifying giant beast that was sleeping on the earth. Standing on a small hill, Zhuowen looked at Azura City in the distance. He could even see the 4 city gates of the city. He could faintly see the densely packed little hay dots that were like ants rushing into the city. Is this Azura City? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth involuntarily muttered softly as he looked at the enormous, beast-like city standing in the distance. A glint that could not be looked at directly flashed across his eyes. Master, it's said that Azura City holds an extremely large auction every year. I wonder if we'll be able to make it in time for this year's auction? Ziyang, who stood behind Zhuowen, also revealed an astonished expression as he spoke. If there is really an auction this time, we will be lucky. When the auction was mentioned, a terrifying light erupted from Zhuowen's eyes. If one's first impression of Azura Island was that it was chaotic and bloody, then there was another reason why it was famous. That was that Azura Island was popular with auctions. Moreover, every time there was an auction, extraordinary items would appear. The reason why there were so many extraordinary treasures appearing here was mainly because of the mixed flow of people on Azura Island. Every day, there were many fugitives from all over the world that gathered on Azura Island. With such a frequent flow of people, the chances of a rare treasure appearing here were also extremely high. Generally, these so-called extraordinary treasures were stolen goods obtained by fugitives. Basically, stolen goods were things that couldn't be revealed. Therefore, the probability of extraordinary treasures appearing was extremely high. Because Azura Island often circulated these treasures, the auction business naturally became popular. Moreover, the reputation of Azura Island's auction house was also quite large in the other islands of the Bitter Sea. Therefore, every time there was a large-scale auction, there would be Emperor Realm experts from other islands coming to bid. It was very lively. Azura City, Zhuowen called out. He and Ziyang rushed towards the huge scarlet city in the distance. As they approached the city gate, Zhuowen raised his head to look at the dozens of feet-high city walls. A trace of awe rose in his heart. This Azura City was indeed magnificent. It was not inferior to the main city of excellent Spirit Island. The faint smell of blood that leaked out was quite frightening. The flow of people at the city gate was quite terrifying. They were almost lined up like a long dragon. Zhuowen silently stood at the back, waiting for the group to advance. Over a dozen men in tight clothes stood at the entrance of the city. All of them were brimming with auras, and their eyes radiated with a frightening cold light as they stared at the group that was advancing. Moreover, everyone had to pay a considerable fee before they could enter the city. Get lost. A mere supreme being dares to line up in front of me? I think you don't want to live anymore. Suddenly, a thunderous and powerful voice rang out not far from the group in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze shifted slightly and saw a 3-meter-tall burly man carrying a broadsword on his back. The burly man's eyes were filled with impatience as he lifted up a short young man in front of him. Whoosh! The moment the burly man picked up the short youth, a cold light burst out like the bright moonlight in the night sky, shining in everyone's eyes. The target of this cold light was the burly man's neck. A sense of foreboding arose in the burly man's heart. He abruptly retreated and tilted his neck back, wanting to avoid this attack. However, this attack was too tricky. Although the burly man's reaction was fast enough, a wound was still pierced a few inches below his throat, causing blood to spurt out wildly. Ah, you little bastard! With a miserable howl, the burly man let go of the short youth's right hand and began to cover his injured neck. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, so his vital points were not pierced. Whoosh! Another sound of the air being torn apart sounded out. The short youth who was let go of the man stomped his feet and his speed soared to the limit. He was like a cannonball as he instantly arrived at the feet of the man. The dagger in his hand unceremoniously sliced towards the man's thigh artery. His movements were smooth and without any hesitation. Puchi! The sound of a dagger piercing into flesh rang out, followed by a shrill howl from the burly man. The intense pain almost caused the burly man to lose his mind. He pulled out the broadsword on his back with his right hand and fiercely slashed at the short youth. Unfortunately, the short youth was as slippery as a loach. The moment the broadsword slashed over, the young man stomped his feet and actually dodged the broadsword. The dagger in his hand flashed out once again, and its speed was actually slightly faster than before. Puchi! A swift and cold glint flashed past. Then the burly man's eyes bulged as he stared at the short young man below him. At this moment, the latter was holding a dagger, and the dagger had already pierced deeply into his neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The burly man's eyes rolled back, and he directly fell to the ground. The moment the man fell, the nascent soul in his dantian rushed out. However, it was caught by the short youth. I beg you, please spare me. The man's nascent soul knelt down and begged for mercy. The short youth coldly smiled and crushed the man's nascent soul. The surging nascent soul power was immediately absorbed into his body. He was extremely decisive in his actions. This scene happened like a flash of lightning. However, the surrounding people's eyes were calm and didn't reveal any other emotions. It was as if this was just a rare and ordinary thing to them. Zhuowen's heart slightly trembled. This Azura island was really chaotic. Just queuing up was enough to cause such a bloody incident. Moreover, from the surrounding people's expressions, this kind of bloody incident should be relatively rare and ordinary. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that the man with the broadsword on his back was at the initial stage of the Golden Venerable Realm. As for the short youth, he was only at the peak of the Sovereign Realm. The difference in cultivation between the two was quite large. However, the short youth was actually able to defeat the strong man and kill him. It seemed that the cultivators of Azura Island couldn't be judged by their cultivation alone. The queue was still advancing in an orderly manner. The bloody incident just now was just a small interlude. After that, it didn't happen again. Soon it was Zhuowen's turn. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Hurry up and hand it over. If not, scram as soon as possible. A guard at the city gate impatiently shouted at Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't say much. He directly handed over 200 mid-grade spirit stones and brought Ziyang into Azura City. However, in his heart, he was cursing at the exorbitant entrance fee. As they slowly walked along the street, Zhuowen's gaze swept across the shops on both sides of the street. The commerce of Azura Island was indeed developed. Whether it was a medicine shop, a weapon shop, or a cultivation technique shop, anything related to martial arts could be found in the shops on both sides of the street. What made Zhuowen feel helpless was that as he walked along the streets, he saw no less than 10 bloody fights. Moreover, there were a few cases where several lives were lost. What made Zhuowen even more speechless was that many of the warriors in the surroundings were watching and cheering for these bloody fights. As for Azura City, Zhuowen could only use one word to describe it. It was chaotic. There were no rules to speak of here. As long as one had the strength, they could do whatever they wanted. Therefore, after Zhuowen and Ziyang entered the city, they deliberately released their auras. Not to mention Zhuowen's initial heavenly venerable aura. Just Ziyang's suffocating emperor aura alone was enough to make many people with evil intentions give up. I should inquire about this Azura City. Zhuowen furrowed his brows. He had just arrived in Azura City, so naturally he wasn't familiar with the city. He had to find out more information about the thousand-fold fossil. Moreover, he also had to find out more information about the thousand-fold fossil. Otherwise, it wouldn't be wise for him to wander around the city blindly. Sir, you look very familiar. Your face looks unfamiliar. This should be your first time in Azura City, right? Suddenly, a somewhat cautious voice came from behind Zhuowen. Shortly after, Zhuowen saw a somewhat skinny, dark-faced man behind him. His eyes flickered as he smiled flatteringly at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's initial heavenly venerable aura and Ziyang's emperor aura made the skinny man's heart tremble. However, the skinny man's ability to observe people's expressions was very strong. When he saw Zhuowen's confused expression while walking on the street, he concluded that Zhuowen was a newcomer to Azura City. Chapter 11:16. Two of the two people in front of him. One was an initial stage Empyrean, and the other was most likely an emperor. If he could guide them and satisfy them, he might be able to obtain a considerable reward. This was also the reason why the skinny man had mustered his courage and stopped Zhuowen and Ziyang. Zhuowen looked at the skinny man in front of him and narrowed his eyes. This is indeed our first time in Azura Island. May I know why you stopped us? The skinny man's cultivation wasn't high. He was only at the initial stage of the Supreme Being realm. Moreover, his aura was weak. He should have broken through to the initial stage of the Supreme Being realm by relying on some kind of medicine. His strength was much weaker than an ordinary initial stage Supreme Being realm expert. The skinny man's expression froze for a moment. Then he said with a flattering smile, "Sirs, since this is the first time you have come to Azura City, you must be extremely unfamiliar with this place. This lowly one is a native of Azura City, so I know Azura City like the back of my hand. Do the two of you need a guide?" Zhuowen and Ziyang looked at each other. Shortly after, Zhuowen chuckled and said, "So this is your goal? We really don't know much about Azura City. If you can satisfy us as a guide, we won't let you suffer a loss in terms of reward." The eyes of the shriveled man flickered, and he hurriedly said, "Sirs, don't worry. This lowly one will definitely satisfy you. Sirs, since you have just entered Azura City, you must be tired from the long journey. Why don't you go to an inn to rest?" "All right, take us to an inn first," Zhuowen said with a nod. "All right, this little one just happens to know an inn with a decent price and a good environment. I will lead you there." The skinny man nodded and bowed. His attitude was extremely good. Moreover, his words were respectful and cautious, which made Zhuowen and Ziyang quite satisfied. Along the way, through their conversations, Zhuowen learned that the skinny man was called Shawshank. The skinny man also gave Zhuowen a detailed explanation of the distribution of forces in Azura City, allowing Zhuowen to have a general understanding of Azura City. In Azura City, the most famous building was the Azura Blood Arena. This Azura Blood Arena was built by the Azura Island's island master, Azura Lidi. To put it bluntly, the Azura Bloodbath was actually a bloody arena. It was said that after entering the Azura Bloodbath, one had to kill the opponent to end the battle. It could be said that the Azura Bloodbath was an extremely cruel place. You either kill or be killed. This kind of bloody battle was also the easiest way to stimulate a cultivator's nerves. If they reached the point of excitement, many spectators in the stands wouldn't mind spending a lot of money just to vent this refreshing feeling. The main reason why so many martialists were willing to enter the Azura Blood Arena to fight was because the Azura Blood Arena was the easiest place to get rich. Winning a battle would allow one to obtain extremely generous rewards. If one could win 10 battles in a row in the Azura Blood Arena, then the wealth one could obtain was absolutely unimaginable. Of course, in the Azura Blood Arena, there were very few cultivators who could maintain a 10-match winning streak. Basically, they were all monstrous characters. Among them, the most famous was the monstrous genius of Azura Blood Manor, Yama Crown Prince. Azura Blood Manor was a force established by Azura Lidi and was the strongest force in Azura City. Yama Crown Prince was Azura Lidi's son. Among his many sons, he was the most talented one. He was not more than 25 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. It was said that his battle strength was terrifying and could fight against a first-level Emperor Realm expert. Of course, other than Azura Blood Manor, which was the largest force in Azura City, there were two other forces that were just below Azura Blood Manor. These two forces were Fine Universe Auction House and Blood Splashing Gang. Among them, Fine Universe Auction House was second, and Blood Splashing Gang was the last. Shawshank brought Zhuowin and Ziyang to an inn that wasn't big, but had a pretty good environment. The inn was extremely clean and tidy. In this Azura City that was filled with blood and slaughter, it was like a snow lotus that stood alone in this world. This made Zhuowin feel somewhat astonished. This is a high-grade spirit stone. Go and buy a complete map of Azura City for us. The remaining spirit stones will be your reward for this trip. Zhuowin threw the high-grade spirit stone at him and said indifferently. Shawshank caught the spirit stone that was emitting a lustrous white light. His hands trembled, and his eyes revealed an extremely excited expression. He quickly nodded and bowed. Yes, yes, yes. Many thanks, Lord. This little one will definitely help you buy the complete map of Azura City. In fact, Shawshank would have been satisfied with just 10 middle-grade spirit stones. But Zhuowin threw out a high-grade spirit stone. This thing was worth 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Although he still needed to buy the map of Azura Island, the remaining spirit stones were still a considerable amount. How could Shawshank not be excited? Go. You'd better not have any bad thoughts. Our things aren't that easy to take. You have to deliver the map of Azura City, or else you know the consequences. Ziyang, who was standing behind Zhuowin, coldly said. That cold voice made the excited Shawshank feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body trembled, and he quickly smiled. 2 lords, don't worry. I won't mess this up. After saying that, Shawshank left the inn under Zhuowin's instructions. Zhuowin and Ziyang slowly walked into the inn. In fact, Zhuowin didn't care about the high-grade spirit stone. Since he had obtained nearly 200 top-grade spirit stones in the True Vein Forest, and the number of high-grade spirit stones on him had reached nearly 1,000,000. How could he care about a mere high-grade spirit stone? However, this time he had asked Shawshank to buy the map. If Shawshank had any bad thoughts and wanted to run away with the money, Zhuowin wouldn't let him off so easily. The inn was quite quiet. Zhuowin and Ziyang silently chose a seat, ordered a few dishes, and waited for Shawshank to return. After waiting for about half an incense stick to burn, Ziyang frowned and whispered to Zhuowin, Master, it's been so long, but Shawshank still hasn't returned. Could he have run away with the money? Zhuowin's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He said indifferently, "If he really dares to, then he's really unlucky. I've marked that spirit stone on it. Let's go and take a look." After saying that, the two stood up and directly left the inn. Following the mark on the spirit stone, the two passed through many streets and soon arrived in front of a rather luxurious shop. "Treasure Gathering Building." Juin softly muttered the name of this shop. Soon after, his gaze was attracted by an empty space in front of the shop. This was because there was a group of people gathered at the empty space. These people's gazes were all directed towards the center of the empty space with mocking expressions in their eyes. "Shawshank, you've got guts. You have a high-grade spirit stone in your hand, but you didn't come to show your filial piety to us. Instead, you bought such a lousy map. You're really courting death." A rather overbearing and arrogant voice came from the open space. In the center of the open space stood two figures. One of them was kneeling on the ground, prostrating himself on the ground and muttering something. It seemed that he was begging for mercy. "Lord Tuyu, this spirit stone really doesn't belong to this lowly one. It belongs to the two big shots that this lowly one led. They ordered this lowly one to come and buy this map. Moreover, the two big shots are not simple. One of them is very likely to be an Emperor Realm expert. I hope that Lord Tuyu can be magnanimous and let this lowly one off this time." The one kneeling on the ground was actually Shawshank. At this moment, his eyes were filled with humility as he repeatedly begged for mercy. "Emperor Realm expert? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You think I'll be deceived by you? Emperors are lofty existences. How could they possibly allow a lowly venerable like you to lead the way? What a joke!" The man named Tuyu fiercely kicked Shawshank's chest and continued coldly, "Since you can take out a high-grade spirit stone to buy this map, it means that you have more than one spirit stone on you, right? Hand them all over." Shawshank couldn't explain his suffering. He bitterly smiled and said, "Lord Tuyu, I really don't have any more spirit stones on me. Moreover, what I said just now was true. You can't touch this thing. Otherwise, a great disaster will befall you." Bang! Tuyu's foot landed on Shawshank's face, causing the latter's face to be directly buried in the ground. He could only let out a whimper and said, "Don't bullshit me. How could an Emperor Realm expert like you encounter one? Moreover, I'm a member of the Splashing Blood Gang. Even if an Emperor Realm expert were to come personally, I'm afraid that he wouldn't do anything to me. Does he dare to offend the Splashing Blood Gang?" As soon as Tuyu's words came out, the surrounding people showed disdain. This Tuyu was just an outer disciple of the Splashing Blood Gang. His status was insignificant. If Emperor Realm expert were to come personally, the Splashing Blood Gang wouldn't protect Tuyu. They might even send this guy out as an apology. "Oh, you really think that an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't dare to touch you?" Suddenly, a slightly mocking voice rang out, breaking the rather stagnant atmosphere in the open space. Tuyu lifted his chin slightly, while his eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. Soon after, his eyes turned towards the source of the voice, only to see two figures slowly walking out from the crowd. One of them was dressed in a black robe, while the other was dressed in purple. The aura on their bodies was extremely surging, especially the purple-clothed young man. The aura on his body was incomparably vast and mighty like the ocean. Feeling the powerful auras from the two, Tuyu's face froze. Then he frowned and asked, "Who are these two friends?" "Woo-woo, two lords." At this moment, Shawshank, who was under Tuyu's foot, hurriedly struggled. He raised one of his eyelids and saw Juin and Ziang. His eyes immediately revealed a trace of surprise. Hearing Shawshank's words, Tuyu's heart trembled. His body stiffened slightly. He secretly thought that what Shawshank said was true. The upper-grade spirit stone really did belong to someone else. The two people in front of him gave him a great deal of pressure. The black-robed young man's cultivation was probably at the early heavenly venerable realm. Tuyu could still feel it. However, The aura of the purple-robed young man beside the black-robed young man was somewhat strange and unpredictable. It was as deep and boundless as the ocean. Standing in front of this person, Tuyu felt like a lone boat in the ocean that could capsize at any time. Chapter 1117. Azura Blood Arena. Sirs, you are... Tuyu hurriedly lifted his right foot, which was stepping on Shawshank, and bowed to Zhuowen and Xing. Tuyu's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the Golden Exalt stage. Forget about Xiang. Even Zhuowen could crush him with one hand. Tuyu naturally did not dare to be impudent in front of Zhuowen and Xiang, who both exuded terrifying auras. Shawshank hurriedly got up and came to Zhuowen's side in a somewhat sorry state. He said somewhat angrily, "Sirs, the map that I bought for you was torn apart by this Tuyu, and the remaining spirit stones were also snatched away by him." You tore up the map and took the spirit stones?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Tuyu. His slow voice was filled with a terrifying chill, causing Shawshank's eyelids to twitch. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Sirs, this lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I did not know that Shawshank was sent by you. Otherwise, I would not have dared to do this, even if I had 100 guts. Destroy your own cultivation." Zhuowen calmly spat out these words. Tuyu's face instantly turned pale, and he could not help but take a few steps back. "Sirs, I am a member of the Splashing Blood Gang. I can hand over everything I have. Can you let me live?" Tuyu said in a low voice. "Destroy your own cultivation, or bear the consequences," Zhuowen calmly said. In an instant, the atmosphere in the open space became extremely solemn. The surrounding onlookers quickly distanced themselves. Zhuowen and Xiang's auras were very powerful, and they did not want to get involved in this mess. Tuyu's expression finally changed. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly stomped his foot, fleeing in the opposite direction. Tuyu knew better than anyone what kind of place Azura City was. In such a chaotic city, if one had no cultivation, it was undoubtedly a fate worse than death. Therefore, he would not destroy his own cultivation. "Xiang," Zhuowen said in an indifferent voice. Standing behind him, Xiang flicked his right finger. A purple force shot out from his finger like a cannonball and instantly caught up with the fleeing Tuyu. "Ah!" A miserable shriek resounded. Immediately, the purple force that made contact with Tuyu's body suddenly erupted into purple flames, instantly devouring Tuyu's entire body. Many people's eyes turned cold as they stared at the figure that had been incinerated by the purple flames in the distance. They stared at Zhuowen and Xiang with fear. Tuyu was at the initial Golden Exalt stage after all, yet he had been annihilated in a single move. This was truly shocking. Shawshank, who was standing beside Zhuowen, was trembling all over. In a sense, Tuyu was a powerhouse that he had to look up to. However, such a powerhouse that he used to look up to had now been killed with a flick of a finger. He knew very well how terrifying the two people in front of him were. "Hurry up and buy the map. We'll wait for you at the inn." Zhuowen threw down another high-grade spirit stone and instructed indifferently. Then he left with Xiang, leaving behind the crowd that was looking at each other in dismay. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Shawshank stepped back into the luxurious shop. Obviously, the fact that Shawshank, who was merely at the initial Golden Exalt stage, was able to climb up the ranks of Zhuowen and Xiang was like a pie that had fallen from the sky. As for Tuyu, no one gave it much thought. Although Tuyu was a member of the Splashing Blood Gang, he was merely an outer disciple. The Splashing Blood Gang would not mobilize so many people to offend a powerhouse that was suspected to be at the Emperor stage for an outer disciple. Not long after, Shawshank returned to the inn and handed the map to Zhuowen. Zhuowen casually instructed Shawshank and sent him away. At the same time, he booked 2 rooms in the inn and planned to stay there first. "Master," before Shawshank left, he said that there will be a large-scale auction at the Jianing auction house in a month. "Does Master plan to go?" In the corridor, Xiang suddenly asked Zhuowen. "Of course I'm going. Strange treasures frequently appear on Azura Island. Perhaps I can obtain what I need at the auction. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said. After the two returned to the room, Zhuowen set up a soundproof restriction in the room. With a flick of his finger, he took out a sparkling white long sword and handed it to Xing. This is an emperor weapon. Xiang was startled when he received the long sword. Soon after, his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This sword is called the Carefree Sword. I obtained it from the Carefree sect in West Path City. It's a low-grade emperor weapon. Take it and use it first. Zhuowen said indifferently. Xiang's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Soon after, he revealed a trace of hesitation and said, Master, an emperor weapon is so precious, yet you gave it to me. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, Azura Island is extremely chaotic and there are many Emperor Realm Masters. Perhaps we will encounter some trouble later. You have just advanced to the Emperor Realm and your strength isn't too strong. If you have an Emperor weapon, then your strength will surpass that of an ordinary first-layer Emperor Realm Master. It will be of great help to me. Ziyang was startled, but he didn't hesitate to accept the Carefree Sword. What Zhuowen said was right. Azura Island was extremely chaotic, and there might really be endless troubles waiting for them. If they didn't have enough strength, they might suffer a calamity. Zhuowen's actions were only a precautionary measure. Moreover, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the early Heavenly Master realm. He couldn't display the power of the Carefree Sword. In addition, Zhuowen had a high-grade emperor weapon like the Slaughter Abstinence Violation Blade in his spirit ring. Therefore, he didn't care too much about the Carefree Sword. Go back to your room and refine the Carefree Sword. 1 month later, after the Jenning Auction House's auction, we will go in. Zhuowen said lightly. Ziyang nodded and left the room. On the other hand, Zhuowen's gaze flickered as he sat upright on the wooden chair in the room and muttered to himself in deep thought. Back then, Master Mu Feng said that the 1,000-fold fossil is in the Azura Blood Arena. I wonder where it is. You can go take a look at the Azura Blood Arena. In any case, don't you have the map of Azura City? Xiao Hei's lazy voice sounded. You're right. I have to go take a look at the Azura Blood Arena. At the same time, I have to inquire about the whereabouts of the 1,000-fold fossil. But it's already late, so I'll talk about it tomorrow. The night passed in silence. The next day, Zhuowen woke up early. He pushed open the door and headed straight for the Azura Blood Arena. Xiang needed to refine the Carefree Sword, so Zhuowen didn't let him follow him. With the map provided by Shawshank, Zhuowen was like a fish in water in Azura City. Soon, he arrived at the Azura Blood Arena. It was a huge circular arena that covered an area of dozens of miles. Thick blood pillars that were nearly 100 feet tall supported the huge circular arena. The moment he approached the Azura Blood Arena, Zhuowen could faintly hear the tsunami-like clamor coming from the Azura Blood Arena. Around the Azura Blood Arena, there were dozens of blood-colored passageways. Each passageway was guarded by 2 powerful martial warriors. At this moment, every passageway was lined up like a dragon. They should be spectators waiting to enter the Azura Blood Arena. Zhuowen did not enter. Instead, he stood outside and took out a communication jade symbol paper, summoning Shawshank from yesterday. After all, the latter was a native of Azura City, so he naturally had to ask Shawshank about the Azura Blood Arena. Not long later, Shawshank arrived beside Zhuowen and bowed. Sir, I wonder why you've summoned this lowly one. Shawshank, have you heard of the 1,000-fold fossil? Zhuowen suddenly asked. 1,000-fold fossil. Shawshank was startled and then carefully asked, Sir, could it be that you want this 1,000-fold fossil? Seeing Shawshank's expression, Zhuowen frowned and nodded. Yes. Is there a problem with it? Actually, there's no problem. It's just that this 1,000-fold fossil has another name. It's called the blood crystal source. It's the essence of the blood crystal vein, and this blood crystal source only appears every time the Azura Island's source erupts. In other words, if you want to obtain this 1,000-fold fossil, you can only obtain it 2 months later when the island's source erupts. Shawshank said softly, The 1,000-fold fossil is the source of the blood crystal? Zhuowen was startled. He immediately thought of the blood-red crystal during the Divine Academy's test. At that time, Chengdong had told him that it was called the blood crystal and came from Azura Island. In other words, the only way to obtain the blood crystal on Azura Island was through the Azura Blood Arena? No wonder the tester said that he risked his life to obtain the blood crystal. The rules of the Azura Blood Arena were so cruel that it felt like one was risking their life. Sir, if you want to participate in the island's source battle 2 months later, you must register at the Azura Blood Arena. This is because the Azura Blood Arena is located at the center of Azura Island. If the island's source erupts, it will erupt from the Azura Blood Arena. Shawshank said with a flattering smile. Register? Zhuowen asked with some doubt. Shawshank smiled embarrassedly. He knew that Zhuowen didn't understand at all. He could only patiently explain. The so-called registration is actually the qualifications you have in the Azura Blood Arena. In the Azura Blood Arena, if you obtain 3 consecutive victories or more, you will be awarded the Azura Medal. Only cultivators with the Azura Medal are qualified to participate in the island's source battle 2 months later. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. It seemed that the island's source battle wasn't something that could be casually participated in. Thinking of this, Zhuowen walked straight to the entrance. Shawshank followed closely behind. After paying a certain fee, the two entered the Azura Blood Arena. After walking out of the dark corridor, Zhuowen's ears became clearer and clearer. These sounds were like rolling thunder, echoing in Zhuowen's ears. Chapter 1118. Instant kill. Zhuowen and Shawshank's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. The two of them only looked around before finding a spot in the stands and casually sitting down. In the middle of the viewing gallery surrounding the Azura Blood Arena was an extremely large piece of yellow land. Many blood-colored platforms were situated on this piece of land. There were approximately 10 of them. On each platform, there were 2 figures that were continuously fighting each other, erupting with extremely intense Yuan power forces. Sir, the rules for entering the Azura Blood Arena are actually very simple. As long as you are mentally prepared and have the courage, you can directly go up from the stands and fight with others. If you can win 3 matches in a row, you can obtain the Azura Medal. Shawshank whispered to Zhuowen. So that's how it is. Zhuowen nodded. His gaze landed on the 10 figures that were constantly fighting below. Below each blood-colored stand stood a blood-robed person with a stern expression. Clearly, these blood-robed people were the referees. Bang! A muffled groan rang out. On one of the stands, the 2 people who were originally fighting immediately separated upon contact. Soon after, one of them was violently sent flying, landing outside the blood-colored stand. At the same time, a terrifying force swept over and swept into the body of the figure that was sent flying. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as the figure actually exploded into a cloud of blood mist, losing all signs of life. This match is D-Ba's victory. Congratulations to D-Ba for winning 3 matches in a row. This is your Azura Medal. Take it well. Below the blood-colored stand, the blood-robed person said in a clear voice. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and a blood-colored medal flew out, landing on the arrogant and domineering figure on the stage. D-Ba. Looking at the figure on the stage, who had won 3 matches in a row, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that D-Ba, who was known as the Emperor Pavilion, would actually come to Azura Island. Clearly, he was planning to seize Azura Island's island source. Who is this D-Ba? I've never heard of him before. He actually won 3 matches in a row so easily. When the blood-robed man awarded the Imperial Tyrant Azura Medal, the audience burst into an uproar. Many people were puzzled by the unfamiliar face of the Imperial Tyrant. It seems that this Deba is very confident in himself. He actually came to Azura Island to seize the island's source energy. Looking at the domineering Deba on the stage, Zhuan's eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. After obtaining 3 consecutive victories, Deba did not continue to challenge. Instead, he directly left the blood-colored platform and entered the exit in front of the platform. Clearly, he did not plan to stay in the Azura Blood arena. After all, Deba's goal was the same as Zhuan's. He only needed to obtain 3 consecutive victories and obtain the Azura medal. There was no need for him to waste so much time here. After all of the experts who could come to this place were rather difficult to deal with. On the off chance that he encountered an expert, he would have to expose his trump cards. It wouldn't do him any good in the origin struggle 2 months later. Hence, it was best to quit while he was ahead. Shawshank, why aren't there any battles between Emperor Realm cultivators in the Azura blood field? Zhuan suddenly asked. Hearing this, Shawshank looked at Zhuan strangely and said, "My lord, Emperor Realm experts are basically tyrants. How could they possibly come to the Azura blood field to fight? Normally, those who come to fight are below the Emperor Realm." Hearing this, Zhuan also understood. Although there were many Emperor Realm cultivators in the Sea of Bitterness, there were at most less than 5 of them on an island. Even on Azura Island, there were probably very few of them. Zhuan also realized that his question just now was indeed a bit idiotic. No wonder Shawshank had such a strange look in his eyes. As soon as Deba left, a figure immediately rushed onto the blood-colored platform. This person carried a large saber on his back. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were bulging. His bronze skin reflected a dazzling luster, and the aura on his body was also quite powerful. "Who dares to come up and die?" The man roared. With a pull of his right hand, the large saber was immediately pulled out and stopped in front of him. The terrifying force caused the entire blood-colored platform to tremble. A late-stage Empyrean martial artist. Sensing the aura of the burly man with the large saber, many people in the stands fell silent. For a moment, no one went up to fight. In the Azura blood field, the most battles should be at the Golden Sovereign Realm. There were relatively few Empyrean realm cultivators, but that was only relative. However, even if they were at the Empyrean realm, they were basically at the early stage of the Empyrean realm. As for a peak Empyrean monster like Deba, it was likely that only the top geniuses of Azura City could compare to him. That was why Deba was able to obtain 3 consecutive victories so easily. No one dares to accept the challenge. The man crossed his arms over his chest, and the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. He naturally noticed the slightly silent atmosphere around him. "I'll go up and give it a try." Zhuan chuckled. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped up from his seat and flew towards the blood-colored platform, like a rock spreading its wings. "My lord!" Shawshank was shocked. Just as he was about to stop him, Zhuan had already arrived above the blood-colored platform. Immediately after, he slammed into the center of the blood-colored platform with a heavy weight and stared indifferently at the man with the large saber in front of him. You plan to fight with me?" The man raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This was because he realized that the young man in front of him was only at the early stage of the Empyrean realm. With such a cultivation, he actually dared to challenge him, a late-stage Empyrean realm cultivator. Wasn't this a little too arrogant? Everyone in the stands also noticed the aura on Zhuan's body, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. Many people didn't understand. The man with the large saber was clearly 2 small realms higher than the young man, but the young man still dared to challenge him. Was he planning to die? "Yes. Can't I?" Zhuan nodded slightly and said indifferently. The man with the large saber's face froze, and then he sneered, "Of course you can. However, the saber has no eyes and accidentally kills you. Don't regret it." Isn't the battle in the Azura Blood Arena supposed to end only when one is dead? How can I win if I don't kill you? Zhuowen said indifferently. Arrogant brat. The man with the large saber snorted coldly. He stomped his foot and pulled out the saber hilt in his right hand. His entire body turned into an afterimage and instantly swept towards Zhuowen. The large saber in his hand emitted an extremely sharp, cold light, as if it could destroy everything. The scarlet-robed man below the stage watched all this indifferently, but there was a trace of mockery in his eyes when he looked at Zhuowen. In his opinion, Zhuowen, who was only at the early stage of the Empyrean realm, was simply courting death by challenging the man with the large saber, who was at the late stage of the Empyrean realm. Tear him apart. Tear this arrogant brat to shreds in one fell swoop. Does this brat think he is the crown prince of hell? He wants to challenge someone at a higher realm than him. He is simply courting death. The moment the man with the large saber swept out, countless people in the stands booed. Of course, the target of the boos was naturally Zhuowen. As for the man with the large saber, the audience cheered for him to tear apart Zhuowen. My lord is too impulsive. Why did he challenge such a strong opponent right from the start? If my lord dies, how am I going to explain it to Lord Purple? Shawshank frowned and began to frown. He knew that Zhuowen had an Emperor Realm expert behind him. If Zhuowen died here, he would not be able to escape responsibility. Thinking of his own possible fate, Shawshank's heart became extremely chaotic. Whoosh! At this moment, the man with the large saber on the blood-red stage arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. He raised the large saber above his head and immediately brought it down, wanting to completely kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen calmly stood where he was, looking at the approaching saber. The Buddhist energy in his body began to spread, and the surface of his skin began to turn pale gold. Brat, are you regretting it now? But there is no use regretting it. You will die even if you regret it. Seeing that Zhuowen was not moving at all, the man with the large saber's smile became more and more ferocious. The saber in his hand suddenly fell, aiming for Zhuowen's forehead. Boom! The moment the saber neared Zhuowen, an extremely dazzling golden light erupted. At this moment, it was as if a small sun had risen from the blood-red stage. Then, Zhuowen's body grew taller, transforming into 4 heads and 8 arms. 2 of his arms came together and caught the saber that was coming down at him. At the same time, the remaining 6 arms violently struck out. Boom! The man with the large blade did not expect such an unforeseen event. His chest and abdomen were full of openings. The 6 golden arms heavily struck the man's chest and abdomen. Immediately, an extremely ear-piercing, muffled sound erupted. The man with the large saber's eyes bulged, and his waist bent like a cooked shrimp. Blood flowed from his mouth. Die. Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. Then the golden light from the 6 arms reached its peak, and a tremendous force spread out. The man with the large saber only snorted softly before he was crushed into a mist of blood by this tremendous force. The moment the man with the large blade was directly crushed to death, the entire viewing gallery around the Azura Blood Arena descended into a short period of silence. Even the face of the blood-robed man below the stage stiffened slightly, revealing a dull expression. The man with the large saber, who was in the advanced Heavenly Master stage, was actually killed by an initial Heavenly Master in one move. Wasn't this too abnormal? Shawshank, who was still letting his imagination run wild, was also affected by the quiet atmosphere around him. He looked at the blood-colored platform and saw a scene that even he couldn't believe. Licking his slightly dry lips, Shawshank finally spat out these words. This lord's strength is so terrifying. Zhuowen tilted his head slightly, looked at the still sluggish scarlet-robed man, and said with a shrug, This round should be considered my win, right? The scarlet-robed man came back to his senses and nodded subconsciously. You've won this round. Do you still want to continue the challenge? Of course, I'll continue the challenge. Zhuowen nodded and stood quietly in the middle of the blood-red stage, waiting for the others to come up to challenge him. However, due to Zhuowen's shocking move of killing a late-stage heavenly master in one move, Zhuowen's stage seemed quite deserted. After waiting for nearly half an incense, stick's time, no one came up. Chapter 1119. Auction. House. The blood-robed man was startled. He shook his head and said, "I think you're here to obtain the Azura medal and participate in the island origin competition in 2 months, right?" Zhuowen nodded. He didn't need to hide this matter, so he admitted it openly. "With your strength, you're qualified to obtain the Azura medal. You don't need to challenge on this stage anymore." Zhuowen waved his sleeve, and a wisp of blood shadow flew out. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the blood shadow was sucked into his palm. When he turned his hand over, he saw that it was a triangular, blood-red medal. "Many thanks." Zhuowen cupped his hands and left the blood-colored stage. Under everyone's gaze, he returned to Shawshank's seat. "Lord, you've hidden your strength well." When Zhuowen sat down, Shawshank gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Zhuowen waved his hand instead, and then he asked, "According to what you said last time, the Yama Crown Prince of the Azura Blood Manor is the son of Azura Li Di. Do you know the strength of the Yama Crown Prince?" Shawshank was startled. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Lord, this Yama Crown Prince is extraordinary. It is said that his cultivation has reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, and he has the battle strength of a first-layer Great Emperor. Ordinary first-layer Great Emperors can't do anything to him. A peak heavenly venerable with the battle strength of a first-layer Great Emperor?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this Yama Crown Prince wasn't weak. Among all the geniuses Zhuowen had seen, he was second only to Evil Moon. Evil Moon could kill a first-layer Great Emperor. There was still a gap between him and the Yama Crown Prince. After the Yama Crown Prince obtained 10 consecutive victories in the Azura Blood Arena, he didn't come here anymore. In his opinion, the people in the Azura Blood Arena were too weak and couldn't enter his eyes. Shawshank continued. "Besides the Yama Crown Prince, there should be other monstrous geniuses in Azura City, right?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. "Yes. Shui Luozi of the Blood Splashing Gang and Luin Jia of the Drowning Auction House are both at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm at such a young age. Although their battle prowess isn't as terrifying as the Yama Crown Princes, they are still far stronger than ordinary peak Celestial Masters," Shawshank said softly. Zhuowen nodded his head when he heard Azura's words. He secretly remembered these people in his heart. He knew that he would definitely meet them in 2 months' time. After all, he had to fight for the island's source and the 1,000-fold fossil. These geniuses of Azura City would definitely become his opponents. Zhuowen observed the Azura Blood Arena for a while. When he found that there were no warriors worthy of his attention, he left with Shawshank. After sending Shawshank away, Zhuowen returned to the inn alone. He sat down cross-legged and silently waited for the auction to begin a month later. After a month had passed, Zhuowen and Ziyang walked out of the room at the same time. Zhuowen looked at Ziyang and found that the latter's temperament had become much more free and easy. It was as if he was free and unfettered. He knew that it was probably because Ziyang had successfully refined the carefree sword and was affected by its aura. "Did you refine it successfully?" Zhuowen asked with a smile. "I've succeeded. With the unfettered sword, I can feel that my strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary first-layer emperor. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this sword upon me." Ziyang clasped his hands and looked at Zhuowen gratefully. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, "You don't need to thank me. The stronger you are, the more useful you will be to me. The Jianing Auction House's auction should be starting soon. Let's go and take a look." After saying that, Zhuowen and Ziyang left the inn. Walking on the street, Zhuowen found that the flow of people in Azura City was much more lively than usual. The sea of people, as well as the noise and curses that soared into the sky, caused Zhuowen to be quite stunned. Moreover, he keenly discovered that the direction of the human flow was the Jianing auction house. It seemed that the Jianing auction house's auction was indeed a grand event in Azura City. It could actually attract such a terrifying number of people. When they arrived at the entrance of the Jianing auction house, Zhuowen frowned and found that the flow of people here was even more terrifying than on the street. It was a terrifying scene of people squeezing together. From time to time, there would be bloodshed due to the crowding. Curses and noises echoed deafeningly throughout the entire space. There are so many people. Muttering in a low voice, Zhuowen did not randomly squeeze in like the other people. Instead, his gaze was fixed on a small passage to the side. In front of the passage, there was a rather neat red carpet. At the entrance of the passage, there were more than 10 black-clothed guards with weapons in their hands and cold gazes standing there. Although the entrance of the auction house was crowded to the point of bursting, no one dared to enter the passage. This was because everyone knew that this passage led to the VIP box in the auction house. Only the disciples of large powers or Emperor realm experts were qualified to enter. As for those martial warriors who didn't have strength or background, they could only follow the crowd and squeeze through the entrance. As Zhuowen's gaze swept across the passageway, a group of people happened to walk along the red carpet and enter the passageway. The leader of this group of people was a young man of about 24 or 25 years of age. His face was excessively pale, but his face was well defined and there were signs of him being handsome. Moreover, the aura of this young man could faintly make the air fluctuate slightly. His strength had probably reached the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. This person's cultivation should be at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm, and he's not very old. I'm afraid that in the entire Azura City, he can be considered a monstrous genius. Ziyang's gaze also fell on the young man, and he murmured in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded. According to Shawshank, there should only be 3 monstrous geniuses in Azura City. They were Yama Crown Prince, Shueluazi, and Luanjia. Luanjia was a genius of the Jianing auction house, so she was definitely not this young man. In other words, this young man was either Shueluazi or Yama Crown Prince. Seemingly sensing a somewhat different gaze, the pale-faced young man's footsteps paused slightly. Tilting his head slightly, his cold and indifferent gaze glanced at Zhuowen and Ziyang, who were quietly standing a short distance away, his eyebrows slightly knitted together. Young master, I'm afraid those two aren't simple. If this old man's guess is correct, the young man in purple should be an Emperor Realm Master. Beside the young man stood an old man wrapped in a black robe. His turbid eyes followed the young man's line of sight and fell on Zhuowen and Ziyang. His gaze lingered on Ziyang for a long time, an extremely dignified look in his eyes. Emperor Realm Master? There are only a few Emperor Realm Masters in Azura City. I've never seen this purple-robed young man before. The pale-faced young man narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I'm afraid he's a genius sent by the forces of other islands. The Emperor Realm Master should be guarding the black-robed young man. His goal should be the island source of Azura Island in 2 months. The black-robed old man said in a deep voice. The pale-faced young man nodded, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He said indifferently, a mere early celestial master dares to try and snatch the source of Azura Island? In 2 months, I'll make sure this brat never returns. Haha, Yama Crown Prince, you're quite fast. There's still some time before the auction starts, and you're already here. It seems like you're very interested in this auction. A slightly mocking voice sounded, causing the pale-faced young man to frown. He tilted his head and saw a group of people coming from behind the red carpet. The person in the lead was wearing a blood-red robe and had a blood-red vertical mark between his eyebrows. He looked quite strange. Shueluazi. Yama Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, looking at your appearance, you're going to compete with me for that thing? Haha. I say, Your Majesty, that thing should be an ownerless object, right? Whoever offers the highest price will get it. Don't tell me you think that thing is already in your bag, Your Highness. Shwe Luozi sneered. Yamacrown Prince grinned and said, I hope you can compete with me, but I don't think the possibility is high. After saying that, Yamacrown Prince lifted his foot and walked towards the passage, ignoring Shwe Luozi's gloomy face. Let's go too. Not long after Yamacrown Prince entered the passage, Shwe Luozi snorted and followed him into the passage. More than a dozen black-clothed guards at the entrance of the passage lowered their heads, not daring to stop Yamacrown Prince and Shwe Luozi. Yamacrown Prince and Shwe Luozi? While the Yamacrown Prince and Shwe Luozi were talking, Zhuowen also figured out their identities. However, he was even more puzzled. What was the thing they were talking about? It seems that there may be some good things in this auction. Ziyang, let's go over there. As Zhuowen spoke, he led Ziyang and walked towards the passageway. Zhuowen's actions naturally attracted the attention of the extremely crowded crowd. Are these two people sick in the head? That's the passage to the VIP seats. Who do they think they are? How dare they enter this passage? Quite a few people revealed looks of disdain when they saw the scene. There were even quite a few people who laughed in schadenfreude. This is the passage to the VIP seats. You two are not qualified to enter. Sure enough, when Zhuowen and Ziyang arrived at the entrance of the passage, they were stopped by the black-clothed guards. Even Emperor Realm experts are not qualified to enter? Ziyang took a step forward as a terrifying Emperor pressure descended. Immediately, the dozen or so black-clothed guards standing at the entrance of the passage all fell to their knees with a plop. Their eyes were filled with fear. So it's Lord D. Realm. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We hope Lord D. Realm will be magnanimous and spare us this time. The moment Ziyang released his emperor's might, the black-clothed guards trembled and hurriedly begged for mercy. Ziyang flicked his sleeve and withdrew his Emperor Realm aura. Immediately after, he said coldly, Are we qualified to enter now? Yes. Sirs, please come in. Chapter 1120. The heart of the ice along the passage led to a dimly lit corridor. Zhuowen walked to the end of the corridor and turned a corner. What appeared in front of him was the magnificent auction venue. The seats were so densely packed that they dazzled the eyes. The auction platform was built with sparkling crystals and gems. All of this was a spectacular sight in Zhuowen's eyes. Esteemed guests, I'm here to bring you to the vacant VIP seats. At the end of the corridor, a charming maid with a voluptuous figure walked over with a smile. However, her gaze was fixed on Ziyang. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ziyang's aura was far more terrifying than Zhuowen's. Clearly, Ziyang's identity as an emperor was self-evident. In the maid's view, Ziyang should be the master, and the black-robed youth should be the servant. Therefore, her gaze was fixed on Ziyang. However, Ziyang's next reaction caused the maid's expression to stiffen. Ziyang lowered his head and asked Zhuowen, Master, what do you mean? Master? The servant's body stiffened. It was only then that her beautiful eyes landed on Zhuowen. She hadn't expected that the young man in black, who was only an early-stage heavenly venerate, would be the master of this Emperor Realm expert. Lead the way. Zhuowen nonchalantly said these words. She did not feel any dissatisfaction because of the maid's attitude just now. All right, esteemed guests, please follow me. After realizing that she had made a mistake, the maid's face turned red. She hurriedly led the two of them into the inner room. After choosing an empty seat, the maid hurriedly left. The area of the seat was not large. It was only about 10 square meters. In the middle of the seat was a seat covered with fluff. In front of the seat was a rather large window. Through the window, Zhuowen could see a terrifying tide of people gathering in the open space below the crystal platform. The VIP seats were basically located on the second floor. Those who sat in the VIP seats could overlook the ordinary warriors who had gathered below. There were more than a dozen such VIP seats on the second floor, surrounding the entire auction house in a ring shape. On the VIP seat opposite Zhuowin was Xue Luozi, who had a red vertical stripe between his eyebrows, who was at the entrance of the passage just now, was sitting there. Xue Luozi merely glanced indifferently at Zhuowin before returning his gaze to the auction stage below. In the room next to Xue Luozi's was Yama Crown Prince and his entourage. Yama Crown Prince also noticed Zhuowin because he knew that Ziyang was an Emperor realm expert. Therefore, he showed a hint of interest in Zhuowin. The other VIP seats were more or less occupied by other people. Obviously, they were people from other major forces in Azura City. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to sit in the VIP seats. The wait did not continue for long. A loud and clear bell sound resounded over the empty auction ground. A handsome young man with a smile on his face slowly walked out from the red curtain behind the crystal tall platform. Huh, it's Luin Jia. Is this guy going to host the auction? The Yama Crown Prince and Xue Luozi's gazes converged on the young man on the high platform. They couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise as they muttered in a low voice. Yama Crown Prince and Xue Luozi didn't deliberately lower their voices, so Zhuowin naturally heard them clearly. He couldn't help but take another look at the smiling young man on the crystal platform. This person was the genius of Jianing Auction House, Luin Jia. She was also a monstrous talent on par with Xue Luozi and Yama Crown Prince. She was also a peak heavenly master with terrifying battle strength. Of course, although Luin Jia acting as the auctioneer for this auction surprised many people, everyone's attention was more focused on the auction that was about to begin. After all, in every auction, there would be a rare treasure that would make people covet it, and this time should be no exception. Hello, everyone. Many of you should have recognized my identity, so I don't intend to introduce myself too much. Everyone is here for the auction, so I don't intend to beat around the bush. Now, let's get to the main topic. The auction begins. What caused everyone to be slightly surprised was that Luin Jia's words and actions were not the slightest bit sloppy. This caused a trace of satisfaction to rise in the hearts of those martial artists who were looking forward to the auction. Luin Jia's words had just sounded when the red curtain behind her was slowly pulled open. Soon after, a powerful light shone over. Two men dressed like guards walked out from behind the curtain. Both of them were holding a faint blue long sword with both of their hands. There was a trace of aqua blue light continuously flowing over the body of the sword. The aura that unintentionally surged was extremely surging. This sword is called Cold Light. It's a low-grade royal-level spirit treasure. It can cut through iron as if it were mud. It's extremely sharp. It contains an extremely rich ice attribute. If a warrior who cultivates an ice attribute cultivation technique possesses this cold light, he will certainly be able to enhance his strength to a whole new level. The starting price is 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Luin Jia slowly took cold light and gently waved the sword in her right hand. Suddenly, a burst of cold air gushed out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. When Zhuowin saw the cold light in Luin Jia's hand, he leisurely sat down on his chair. His hand stroked the armrest, but there was not the slightest bit of interest in his eyes. Given Zhuowin's current wealth, a mere low-grade Emperor Soul treasure was not enough to tempt him. The people in the other VIP seats did not make a sound. Obviously, they had the same thoughts as Zhuowin. A spiritual treasure like cold light was not attractive to them. Although the people in the VIP seats were not interested in it, the ordinary cultivators below were scrambling for it. A monarch rank spirit treasure could be considered as an extremely rare spirit treasure to ordinary cultivators like them. For a time, the sound of endless bidding resounded. This time, the bidding did not last for long. It was won by a rather unremarkable skinny man below with a price of 180,000 middle-grade spirit stones. After this man won the bid, he cleverly left the auction house quietly. This was Azura City, where the law of the jungle had evolved to the extreme. If this person did not stop in time, he would become a snipe in the eyes of others. After the cold light was auctioned off, under Luinjia's hosting, a dazzling variety of treasures appeared. There were armors, cultivation methods, spiritual medicines, and so on. It could be said that there was a rich variety of treasures. However, most of them could not catch the eyes of the people in the VIP seats. Therefore, after the auction had been going on for about an hour, there was no one bidding on the VIP seats on the second floor. It was a somewhat strange silence. Dong! The somewhat muffled sound of the bell once again sounded. The curtain behind Luinjia was once again pulled open. Immediately, a female servant with a graceful figure slowly walked over while holding a silver plate in her hand. There was even a silver cover on the silver plate. Luinjia received the silver plate and slowly opened it. Immediately, a frightening cold aura spread throughout the empty surroundings of the auction house. In fact, it even formed an icy blue illusory storm in the sky above. Many of the people present were caught off guard and were infected by this cold air, shivering all over. Swoosh! 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 Everyone's gazes converged on the silver plate. Soon after, everyone was stunned to find that the silver plate was holding an icy blue heart that was constantly beating. While the heart was beating, an extremely terrifying cold whirlwind gushed out. The bone-chilling cold air made some cultivators who were not very strong feel quite fearful. In the VIP seats, Zhuowin's gaze suddenly narrowed. At this moment, the ice Saint rune in his left hand was stirring. He keenly felt that when the icy blue heart appeared, the profound soul ice butterfly hidden in the Saint rune began to move. He could clearly feel the profound soul ice butterfly's desire. It was very obvious that the profound soul ice butterfly greatly desired this icy blue heart. This thing is probably very beneficial to the profound soul ice butterfly. Kid, bid for it. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowin to nod his head. As for the other people in the VIP seats, they started to become restless. Their gazes were focused on the ice blue heart on the silver plate. Their eyes were filled with passion. With a single glance, they could tell that this heart was an extraordinary item. Naturally, their interest was piqued. This is the heart of the ice lawn bird. As for the ice lawn bird, I don't need to introduce it. This bird is a soul beast that lives in the extreme north of Azura Island, above the Bitter Sea. An adult ice lawn bird basically has the cultivation of an empyrean, and the heart in my hand is obtained from an adult ice lawn bird. This ice lawn bird's heart is very beneficial to cultivators who cultivate cold attribute cultivation methods. It can even speed up their cultivation. Its value is self-evident. The starting price is 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Luinjia's clear voice rang out. However, the starting price of 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones caused the entire place to fall silent. For ordinary cultivators, 300,000 was already a large sum. 320,000, 350,000. However, the silence only appeared for a few minutes, and the cultivators in the open space began to bid. Although the starting price of the ice lawn bird's heart was indeed terrifying for cultivators who cultivated cold attribute cultivation methods, this was simply a priceless treasure. When the price soared to 500,000, the bidding voices became very few or even none. "Is there anyone else bidding?" said Luinjia. Her gaze landed on the VIP seats. She knew that the heart of the ice lawn should be enough to move these fellows. If these fellows were to bid, the final price would often exceed one's expectations. 550,000. I think with the face of Chouette Loisy. You should give me one, right? Chouette Loisy chuckled, and a slightly feminine voice rang out. On his handsome face, there was a trace of an evil smile. "Haha, this thing is useless to me, so what's the harm in giving it to you?" The Yama Crown Prince in the next room said lightly, obviously not intending to compete. The other VIP seats also fell into silence. Obviously, Shui Luozi's face was still very big, and they did not want to offend such a character. Luan Jia's eyes flickered, and she chuckled. Is there anyone else bidding? If not, this Aisalon bird's heart will belong to Shui Luozi. Haha. Luan Jia. With the face of Shui Luozi, no one will bid. Just hit the hammer. Shui Luozi's eyes were full of pride. Even the Yama-crown prince did not compete with him. Who would dare to offend the blood-splashing gang and bid with him? 560,000. Chapter 11:21. Immortal stone. The moment this clear voice rang out, the atmosphere in the auction house became slightly gloomy. Immediately after, everyone's gazes converged on the source of the voice. On the VIP seat opposite Shui Luozi, a black-robed young man was lazily sitting on a chair, while a purple-robed young man stood silently behind him. Who is this person? He actually dares to bid against Shui Luozi. Doesn't he know about the influence of the Splashing Blood Gang in Azura City? Private conversations sounded from the empty ground below. Everyone's gazes were strange as they looked at Shui when in the VIP seats. Even Luan Jia couldn't help but raise her head and look at Zhuowen. In fact, after Shui Luozi made his bid, he didn't have much hope for others to bid against him. The Splashing Blood Gang wasn't an ordinary faction, and the heart of the Ice Salon wasn't a must-have item. Therefore, even the Yama-crown prince didn't plan to compete with Shui Luozi. However, the strange young man in the VIP seat didn't hesitate to bid, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. This guy is somewhat interesting. Luan Jia chuckled and muttered in a low voice. Shui Luozi's eyes became extremely gloomy. He coldly looked at Zhuowen and said, You want to bid against me for the heart of the Ice Luan? Do you know who I am? Zhuowen indifferently glanced at Shui Luozi and grinned. What does my bid have to do with who you are? Shui Luozi's face froze slightly. He took a deep breath and coldly said, Good, very good. 600,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Seeing Shui Luozi bid again, Luan Jia's smile became even more brilliant. As an auctioneer of an auction house, the higher the price of the item, the better. 610,000. Zhuowen unhurriedly raised the price. 700,000. Shui Luozi's face became slightly unsightly. 710,000. Zhuowen continued. Kacha! Shui Luozi suddenly crushed the armrest on his right hand. His eyes turned slightly red as he stared at Zhuowen and shouted, 800,000! If you can increase the price, I'll give it to you. The value of the Ice Luan bird's heart was at most 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Buying it for 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones was already a big loss. Therefore, if Zhuowen increased the price, Master Shui Luozi didn't want to be a fool. 810,000. Zhuowen gently rubbed his right hand as he spoke. Shui Luozi snorted and said, I'll remember you. Good. This esteemed guest has bid 810,000. I wonder if anyone else is willing to bid? Luan Jia's slightly high-pitched voice sounded again, reverberating throughout the auction hall. Of course, the only reply he received was numerous gazes that seemed as if they were looking at an idiot. 800,000 had already far exceeded the value of this Ice Luan's heart. So how could there possibly be anyone bidding for it? Dong! Seeing that no one was bidding, Luan Jia finalized the deal, and she revealed a trace of a brilliant smile to Zhuowen as she said, Esteemed guest, the cold wand's heart belongs to you. In a moment, we'll send someone to deliver the item to your VIP area. In his seat, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't care much about spirit stones. After all, he had obtained a huge amount of spirit stones in the True Vein Forest, so Zhuowen was still somewhat wealthy. However, the heart of the Ice Luan was something that could only be found by chance. Even if he had to spend a lot of spirit stones, Zhuowen did not mind obtaining it completely. This was because this item was quite beneficial to the profound soul ice butterfly's growth. After the result of the ice wand's heart was finalized, Luan Jia continued to act as a qualified auctioneer and continued the auction. Of course, during this period, there was no lack of introductions, which aroused the desire of many people below to bid for it. It had to be said that Luan Jia was indeed a very qualified auctioneer. It was worth noting that since Zhuowen had won the ice wand's heart from Shueluozi, Shueluozi had been casting gloomy glances at him from time to time, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. "Young master, this guy dares to bid against you. He is simply courting death. After the auction is over, should we—" A subordinate next to Shueluozi said with a vicious look in his eyes, "Hee. Of course, it's not that easy to take my things, but this matter can wait until the auction is over. This time our goal is to get the lowest price of the auction," Shueluozi said lightly. In the box next to Shueluozi, Yama Crown Prince looked at Zhuowen with great interest and said, "He dares to bid against Shueluozi. This guy has some guts." But Shueluozi must be flustered and exasperated now. Yes, to be able to have an Emperor Realm expert as a guard. This guy's background is not weak. Generally, the disciples of such a big force are not afraid of anything, so it's not strange for him to bid against Shueluozi, the black-robed elder next to Yama Crown Prince whispered. Creak! The door to the VIP area was opened, and a female attendant with a hot figure in revealing clothes walked over slowly while holding a silver tray that contained the heart of the cold wand. She squatted down and revealed the snow-white skin before her chest as she said in a gentle voice, "Respected guest, this is your heart of the cold wand. Please pay the price first." Zhuowen nodded. He took out 810,000 middle-tier spirit stones from his spirit ring and handed them to the female servant. The latter bowed and slowly withdrew from the private room. Holding the heart of the frost wand in his hand, Zhuowen felt a chilly sensation. The icy blue-cold air silently spread to his right hand, but when Zhuowen activated his essence force, this cold air was instantly dispersed by him. Woo woo woo! A soft whimpering sound came from the Ice Saint rune, causing Zhuowen to smile. He whispered, "Looks like the little guy can't wait." As he spoke, Zhuowen kept the ice wand's heart in the Ice Saint rune space, and the whimpering sound gradually disappeared. Apparently, the mythical soul ice butterfly had begun to refine the chill on the ice wand's heart. This ice wand's heart is extremely suitable for the mythical soul ice butterfly. I'm afraid that after refining it, there will be a big improvement, Xiaohei's voice sounded. Zhuowen nodded and turned his attention back to the auction. At this moment, Luan Jia had auctioned off 3 more treasures, and the treasures behind the ice wand's heart were all good. So many people in the VIP box bid for them. One was won by Yama Crown Prince, another was won by Shueluozi, and the third was won by someone in another box. Haha, the next item is amazing. The curtain was pulled open again, and Luan Jia's calm laughter slowly rang out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. What appeared in Luan Jia's palm was a palm-sized black stone. The black stone looked ordinary, and it didn't even have the slightest luster. If it weren't for Luan Jia's reminder, everyone would have thought that it was just an ordinary stone by the roadside. Do you know that mental energy and yuan power are different paths that lead to the same destination? It is said that when mental energy and yuan power combine, it will produce a higher level of energy called immortal energy. This energy is called immortal energy, and it is of a higher level than mental energy and yuan power. At the same time, it is also more powerful. Luan Jia's voice slowly rang out, and Zhuowen, who was originally sitting lazily on the chair, suddenly sat up, staring at the ordinary black stone in Luan Jia's palm. Luan Jia's words had completely aroused everyone's interest. Shueluozi and Yama Crown Prince also stared at Luan Jia. They knew that Luan Jia had said so much because the so-called immortal energy had nothing to do with the black stone in her hand. Haha, I have said so much, and everyone should have guessed that the so-called immortal energy has something to do with the black stone in my hand. This stone is called the immortal stone. The reason why it's called this is naturally because this stone contains a strange formation. This formation can perfectly combine mental energy and origin energy to produce extremely powerful immortal energy. As soon as Luanjia's words came out, there was an uproar. Naturally, everyone knew very little about the immortal energy. However, since this energy was of a higher level than Yuan power and mental energy, it was obvious that the so-called immortal energy was extremely terrifying. How could they not be excited? Sensing the restlessness of the crowd, Luanjia smiled and continued. However, I want to remind everyone that the array in the immortal stone is incomplete, so the immortal energy produced is limited. Also, this immortal stone can only be used once a day. After it is used up, it will be as useless as an ordinary stone. If you want to use it again, you will have to wait until the next day. When these words were spoken, the originally excited crowd quietened down. They did not expect that the formation within the celestial stone was actually incomplete and had so many restrictions when using it. It can only be used once a day. The array in the immortal stone is incomplete. Yen Luo Crown Prince and Xue Luo Zi, who were originally interested, frowned. In fact, they were interested because of the so-called uniqueness of the immortal energy. However, the two of them were only martial artists and did not have any talent in mental strength. Therefore, the immortal stone was not very useful to them. In addition, the immortal stone was not complete. The two of them immediately lost a lot of their interest. If they were warriors who cultivated mental energy and Yuan power, they might have bid, but they weren't particularly interested. In addition, the immortal stone was incomplete, so they were even less interested. The crowd in the open space also shook their heads. Obviously, they weren't very interested in the immortal stone. Did they have to spend a lot of time cultivating mental energy for this immortal stone? This was obviously not possible. Luanjia was a little embarrassed. Although she was mentally prepared when she announced the flaws of the immortal stone, she didn't expect that everyone would lose interest in it. Luanjia coughed dryly and said loudly, "Let's start the bidding. The starting price of this immortal stone is 500,000 medium spirit stones." 500,000? Isn't that too expensive? Chapter 11:22. 7 orifices exquisite, Pilshueluazi and Yamakrown Prince shook their heads and completely lost interest in the immortal stones. If the starting price of the immortal stones was lower, and if Shang Luanjia wasn't as certain as she had said, then the two of them would be willing to auction it. But now, they didn't want to be suckers. The entire auction house was silent for about 15 minutes. The smile on Luanjia's face was a little stiff. Just as Luanjia was about to embarrassingly put away the celestial stone, a voice that was neither fast nor slow resounded. 510,000. The moment this voice rang out, it completely attracted the attention of many people. Even Yamakrown Prince and Xue Luozi frowned and looked over. When they saw that the bidder was the young man who had just bid against Xue Luozi, many people in the auction house revealed strange expressions. This guy was really a maverick. Not only did he compete for the Ice Luan heart from Xue Luozi, but he also bid for the immortal stone that no one was interested in. What an interesting guy. Yamakrown Prince whispered with a smile. Xue Luozi's eyes flickered with a deep chill, but he didn't say anything. The corners of Luanjia's mouth curved into a smile. She glanced at him and continued to shout, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Although this immortal stone has some shortcomings, it also has many advantages. I don't think anyone should miss out on it." As soon as these words came out, there was still no sound from the crowd. Obviously, they were unmoved by Luanjia's words. In the VIP seats, Zhuowen looked calm on the surface, but he was quite nervous on the inside. Although the array formation within the immortal stone was incomplete, it was undoubtedly extremely useful to Zhuowen since it was able to fuse mental energy and Yuanli together. 50,000. As soon as Luanjia's voice faded, a voice rang out from a rather remote box in the VIP seats. Zhuo frowned slightly. He tilted his head slightly and saw a middle-aged man wearing a long black robe sitting in a seat in a remote private room. Zhuo, when sharp senses discovered that there was a badge with 4 vertical stripes carved on the middle-aged man's chest. A Grade 4 Arcana Master. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. It's Master Wu Yan of Azura City. It said that not only is he a 4th rank arcanist, his cultivation isn't weak either. He's reached the peak of the ultimate Emperor realm. These immortal stones are quite useful to him. When everyone saw the black-robed man in the remote private room, their eyes all revealed a look of understanding. Immortal stones were useless to martial artists, but for people who cultivated both yuan power and mental energy, they were extremely suitable treasures. Even if this immortal stone has all sorts of flaws, it is still of great help to martial artists who are in dual cultivation. This is why Grandmaster Wu Yan was so decisive in bidding for it. 600,000. Zhuowen continued to follow. Grandmaster Wu Yan frowned and hesitated for a bit, but he still clenched his teeth and said, 700,000! 800,000! As soon as Grandmaster Wu Yan finished speaking, Zhuowen followed him without the slightest hesitation, causing many people to be rather surprised. This young man seems to be determined to obtain this immortal stone. Finally, Grandmaster Wu Yan fell silent. The price of 800,000 had already exceeded his bottom line, so he didn't plan to continue. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Luan Jia, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He could be considered to be extremely satisfied that the immortal stones that no one cared about could be sold at such a high price. These words were merely spoken casually. 900,000. As soon as Luan Jia's voice fell, a rather mocking voice rang out, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. He tilted his head and coldly stared at Xue Luozi, who had a mocking expression on his face. As soon as Xue Luozi's voice rang out, many people shook their heads. They knew that Xue Luozi was taking revenge on this young man. 1 million. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. 1,100,000. The price continued to rise. Xue Luozi was obviously going against Zhuowen. He actually continued to bicker with Zhuowen and raised the price to 1,500,000. 1,555,000. If you can increase the price, you can have the immortal stone. Zhuowen's voice turned even colder. Xue Luozi's expression froze. He was just about to blurt out a price when he abruptly stopped. This immortal stone might be special, but it was of no use to him. He was just trying to trick Zhuowen. Since Zhuowen had already spoken, Xue Luozi naturally knew when to stop. He wasn't going to spend 1,555,000 mid-grade spirit stones on a useless immortal stone. Luan Jia's heart was pounding with excitement. Even she didn't expect the immortal stone to be sold at such a high price. It seemed like she really had to thank Xue Luozi for deliberately raising the price. 1,555,000. I don't think anyone else wants to increase the price, right? If no one else wants to increase the price, then this immortal stone belongs to this VIP. Luan Jia smiled as she finalized the price. After finalizing the price, Luan Jia handed the immortal stone to the maid behind the curtain and asked her to bring it to Zhuowen. She then continued to preside over the auction. In the box, after paying 1,555,000 mid-grade spirit stones and receiving the immortal stone, Zhuowen's face turned slightly gloomy. Originally, he could have gotten the immortal stone with 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but because of Xue Luozi, the price had been raised by 2 times. However, after receiving the immortal stone, Zhuowen's extremely bad mood eased a little. He stared at the immortal stone and, at the same time, poured his mental strength into the immortal stone. After a long while, Zhuowen once again opened his eyes, but his brows were tightly knit together. It was just as Luan Jia had said. There was indeed a formation within the celestial stone. Moreover, this formation was extremely complicated and detailed. Zhuo Wen had looked at it for a long time just now, but he was actually unable to see through it. He only knew that this formation should be incomplete. Xiao He, can you take a look at the formation inside the immortal stone and see if it can be repaired? Zhuo Wen knew that Xiao He was very knowledgeable, so he could only ask it for help when he couldn't understand the formation. This Dragon Lord has also checked it out. However, I don't really understand it. The array formation inside is too complicated. It's not something that ordinary arcanists can design. I'm afraid that the arcanist who designed this immortal stone is even stronger than Mu Feng. Furthermore, he should also be a powerful martial Dao master. Blackie replied in a somewhat awkward manner. Hearing those words, Zhuo Wen was a bit speechless. However, even Xiao He was unable to understand it. It was clear that the formation within the immortal stone was very mysterious. Likely it had a great origin. Unfortunately, it was incomplete right now. This caused Zhuo Wen to feel a bit depressed. I can only use it once a day. Aren't there too many restrictions? Zhuo Wen muttered with a little complaint. It's already not bad. The might of immortal energy is extremely powerful. When the time comes and you can fuse immortal energy, you'll know how powerful this thing is. Xiao He said in an indifferent tone. The auction continued in an orderly manner. The following items basically didn't attract the slightest bit of Zhuo Wen's interest. Therefore, Zhuo Wen didn't open his mouth to bid. Instead, he quietly paid attention to the other people who were shouting at the top of their lungs. As time passed, the auction was finally coming to an end. Luan Jia's voice also became louder and louder. The next item will be the second last item of this auction. As soon as Luan Jia said this, everyone in the auction house quieted down. Everyone knew that the last two items of an auction were usually the best items of the auction. Therefore, everyone gathered their attention to see what the second last item was. An intense light shone. Then, a circular hole appeared under the crystal platform. A small frame slowly rose up. At the top of the frame was a square glass counter. Through the counter, a pill the size of a longan could be seen lying inside. This pill was blood red in color, and its surface was engraved with rather complex and mysterious pill patterns. If one were to look closely, they would discover that there were 7 groove-like small holes on the surface of the pill. Wisps of blood-red gas were inhaling and exhaling from the 7 small holes, forming a circular airflow. This is the 7 orifices exquisite pill. It has 7 orifices, just like the human body. Furthermore, it is born with an exquisite heart. It is said that after consuming the 7 orifices exquisite pill, all 7 orifices will become exquisite and clear. What's even rarer is that cultivators who consume the 7 orifices exquisite pill can instantly advance by 2 small realms. Furthermore, it can increase the success rate of advancing to the Emperor realm by 50%. Luan Jia unhurriedly introduced the 7 orifice blood-colored pill on the counter. As she continued to introduce it, the entire auction house fell into silence. However, in this silence, there were continuous bursts of heavy breathing. The effects of the 7 orifices exquisite pill were too heaven-defying. Not only could it instantly raise a cultivator's cultivation by 2 small realms, but it could also increase the success rate of breaking through to the Emperor realm by 50%. This effect was absolutely unexpected. This 7 orifices exquisite pill is heaven-defying. Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with shock. After the shock, they were filled with passion. If he could obtain this 7 orifices exquisite pill, he could advance to the advanced heavenly venerate realm. Furthermore, his success rate of advancing to the Emperor realm would increase by 50%. However, Zhuo Wen, Yama Crown Prince, Shui Luozi, and the other VIPs in the VIP seats were breathing heavily. They stared at the 7 orifices exquisite pill on the counter with bloodshot eyes. They couldn't wait to grab it in their hands. However, reason gradually calmed them down. The Jianing auction house's influence was not to be underestimated. If anyone dared to snatch the pill from them, they would have to pay a heavy price. Luan Jia also sensed the excitement of the people around her. The corner of her mouth curled up as she said, "I won't waste any more time. The starting price of this 7 orifices exquisite pill is 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. Let's begin. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. Chapter 11:23. Blood, butcher. The price of the 7 orifices exquisite elixir rose rapidly. In just 15 minutes, the price had reached a whopping 3,000,000 middle-rank spirit stones. To an ordinary warrior, this was a huge sum of money. They might not be able to earn so many middle-rank spirit stones in their lifetime. In fact, the ordinary warriors had already stopped bidding when the starting price of the 7 orifices exquisite elixir was 1,000,000 medium spirit stones. Now, the bidders were basically those from the major forces in the VIP seats on the second floor. Zhuowen sat quietly in his private room and did not participate in the bidding. He knew that the price of the 7 orifices exquisite elixir would definitely be raised to an extremely high level. Moreover, Yama Crown Prince and Xue Luozi had not made a move yet. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. 5,000,000. Xue Luozi gently rubbed his fingertips and calmly announced his price. As soon as his words came out, the surrounding area fell into a strange silence. Many people were amazed by Xue Luozi's wealth. He had directly raised the price from 3,000,000 to 5,000,000. He had directly raised the price by 2,000,000. Due to Xue Luozi's sudden increase in price, the bidding voices from the other VIP seats became slightly quieter. Apparently, they were also shocked by Xue Luozi's move. 5,500,000. The owner of the other private room was a little hesitant. He shouted out such a price with a pained expression. This could be considered the limit of what he could afford. He couldn't afford any more. Hee. What's the point of adding so little? 7,000,000. Xue Luozi laughed and raised the price by 2,000,000. This time, the owner of the private room was completely defeated. The audience below the stage was also stunned. Xue Luozi was indeed the son of the blood-splashing gang's leader. He was really rich and overbearing. Xue Luozi's lips curled into a proud smile when he felt the astonished gazes from around him. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Xue Luozi, it seems like you brought a lot of private goods this time. The Yama Crown Prince chuckled. Soon after, he indifferently opened his mouth and said, 10,000,000 mid-tier spirit stones. Xue Luozi's face stiffened. He coldly stared at Yama Crown Prince and said, 20,000,000. Hiss. Many people gasped when they saw Xue Luozi doubling the price. 50,000,000. Yama Crown Prince was not to be trifled with and continued to raise the price. Xue Luozi's face darkened as he coldly said, Yama Crown Prince, I know that you brought more spirit stones than me, Yama Crown Prince. Yama Crown Prince, I know that you brought more spirit stones than me, but I think you are here for the treasure. Yama Crown Prince, Yama Crown Prince, Yama Crown Prince. I know, Yama Crown Prince. Yama Crown Prince. Yama Crown Prince, Yama Crown Prince Yama was Crown Prince to Yama Crown Prince. Dragon Yama Prince was Yama of Yama Crown Yama, was Crown Prince Yama Prince Yama. His Yama Prince to Yama was Yama. Prince to Yama, to Yama, to Yama Ido Yama. Why King Crown Prince? Yama had brought nearly 1/10 of Shura Bloodhall's assets for the last treasure. This was a terrifying amount of wealth. Therefore, he was determined to get the treasure at the bottom of the box, and he did not want to let go of the 7 orifices exquisite pill. Xue Luozi narrowed his eyes. He knew that if he did not raise the price, Yama Crown Prince would compete with him to the end. Chouette Loisy raised his eyes slightly and looked at the window of the box on the left. The window of the box was covered with gauze, and only a vague figure could be seen. The figure nodded slightly. Chouette Loisy understood and said loudly, "Yama-Crown Prince, the total value of the spirit stones I brought this time is only 1,000,000 upper spirit stones. I will bid 1,000,000 upper spirit stones now. If you want it, you can call a higher price. I don't want the 7 orifices, exquisite pill." Yama-Crown Prince frowned slightly. He also noticed Chouette Loisy's small movement just now. He also looked at the inconspicuous box on the side. Could it be that the leader of the blood-splashing gang is also here? Yama-Crown Prince looked at the gauze box with great fear and murmured in a low voice, "It should be. Even the island lord is interested in the treasure at the bottom of the box. If the island lord is not in a critical period of seclusion, I'm afraid that he will personally come here. Moreover, the other old men of Azura City should also be here. It's just that their goal is the treasure, so they didn't bid before." The black-robed old man beside Yama-Crown Prince said with a dignified expression, "Crown Prince, our main goal this time is to lower the price of the treasure. If we waste 1,000,000 upper-grade spiritual stones on this 7 orifices, exquisite pill, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to compete with those old fellows. Furthermore, if we mess up this matter, the island master will blame us, and that will be bad." Hearing the black-robed old man's anxious words, Yama-Crown Prince's eyes revealed a trace of hesitation. He then nodded and said, "You are right. Our goal is the treasure at the bottom of the box. There's no need to waste spirit stones on the 7 orifices, exquisite pill." Hearing this, the black-robed old man was relieved. Chouette Loisy also noticed that Yama-Crown Prince had suddenly become silent. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also very nervous that Yama-Crown Prince would fight to the death with him. After all, the importance of the 7 orifices exquisite pill to a peak celestial master warrior like him was self-evident. It could increase his chances of becoming an emperor. Although Yama-Crown Prince's cultivation was similar to his, Azura Blood Mansion had an extremely famous secret technique that could increase his chances of becoming an emperor. Therefore, the 7 orifices exquisite pill was not a must-have item for Yama-Crown Prince. "Luanjia, I don't think anyone here can afford 1,000,000 upper spirit stones, so you can announce the result." Chouette Loisy looked at Luanjia below and said proudly. Luanjia nodded. It was indeed a huge sum of money, far exceeding the value of the 7 orifices exquisite pill. However, she also knew that this item was absolutely priceless in the hands of a peak celestial master warrior like Chouette Loisy. Any price was worth it. Although Luanjia was envious, she didn't feel too much. There, Jianing Auction House dealt with treasures all day long. Naturally, they also had treasures similar to the 7 orifices exquisite pill. Once Luanjia advanced to the Emperor realm, she would be able to obtain a similar pill. 1,000,000 upper spirit stones. Just as Luanjia was about to finalize the bid, a faint voice rang out. Immediately, the entire auction house fell into silence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's eyes gathered on Zhuowen. Soon, they were filled with astonishment. This time, the bidder was the young man who had bid for the cold Luan bird's heart with Chouette Loisy. The Yama-Crown Prince also looked at Zhuowen. The interest in his eyes grew even more intense. Chouette Loisy's face suddenly froze. He turned his head and stared at the young man opposite him. He said in a low voice, "You again? Do you have so many upper spirit stones on you?" "If I didn't have so many, how would I dare to bid?" Zhuowen said indifferently. Then he looked at Luanjia and continued. Chouette Loisy said that he only has 1,000,000 upper spirit stones. "I don't think we need to wait any longer. Let's announce the result." "You're courting death," Chouette Loisy roared. He stomped his foot and was about to rush towards Zhuowen. No one expected Chouette Loisy to lose his mind in rage. Bang! However, when Xue Luozi was about to reach Xue Wen's box, an invisible barrier appeared and blocked him. Xue Luozi was forced to take a few steps back as he looked at Luan Jia below. There were many barriers in the auction house. Luan Jia was the one who had activated the defensive barrier in front of Zhuowen's box. Xue Luozi, I'm sure you know the rules of the Jianing auction house. You're not allowed to cause trouble or fight here. All your grievances can wait until you're out of the auction house. Now this man is an honored guest of our auction house, Luan Jia said coldly. Xue Luozi's eyes were cold, but he did not dare to cause trouble in the Jianing auction house. He could only return to his seat and stare at Zhuowen with murderous intent. I hope you can keep the 7 orifices, exquisite pill. You don't have to worry about that, Zhuowen replied indifferently. Swoosh! Suddenly, the gauze in front of the box on the side was lifted, revealing the figure behind it. At the same time, an extremely terrifying emperor pressure spread out, causing the entire auction house to fall into a terrifying pressure. It was a middle-aged man with gloomy eyes. He was wearing a blood-red robe similar to Xue Luozi's. His aura was as vast as the sea, and the pressure that surged out of his body could only be released by an Emperor Realm expert. At this moment, the middle-aged man stared indifferently at Zhuowen's box and said indifferently, Young friend, can you give the 7 orifices exquisite pill to our splattering blood gang? The splattering blood gang will definitely remember your kindness. It's the leader of the splattering blood gang, Xue Tufu. I didn't expect him to come in person. Is he here for the auction house's treasures? The expressions of quite a number of people below the stage changed slightly when they saw the middle-aged man wearing a blood-colored long robe. The surprised whispers revealed the identity of this middle-aged man. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the man in blood-red robes. He said coldly, Why should I give the splattering blood gang face? Why should I? As soon as these words came out, the entire auction house went into an uproar. This young man was too unique. He actually dared to speak to Xue Tufu like this. How dare you speak to me like this? Xue Tufu's eyes were extremely cold. Suddenly, his emperor pressure became as terrifying as a whirlwind, pressing towards Zhuowen. The seal around him shattered with a crack. Then the emperor pressure poured in like a torrent, enveloping Zhuowen. Chapter 1124. Jade, fate, bow. The collision of the 2 emperor auras was like the collision of 2 huge icebergs. The aftermath of the collision caused the entire auction house to tremble violently. Ziyang furrowed his brows and took half a step back. The bloody butcher, on the other hand, remained motionless in his seat. He looked at Ziyang, who was standing behind Zhuowen in astonishment. 2nd level Emperor Realm. Looking at Ziyang, who had taken half a step back, Zhuowen knew that Ziyang was at a disadvantage. Clearly, the Bloody Butcher's cultivation was higher than Ziyang's. He should be a 2nd level Emperor Realm expert. There's actually an Emperor Realm expert. It seems that this young man is not simple. The collision of Emperor auras lasted only a moment. Then the Bloody Butcher and Ziyang withdrew their terrifying Emperor auras and looked at each other with fear in their eyes. The audience below the stage also looked at Zhuowen in surprise. Looking at Ziyang's appearance, it was obvious that he was a follower of this young man's servant. To be able to have a follower with such a cultivation, this young man's background was definitely not ordinary. At the same time, the audience was relieved that he dared to challenge Xue Luozi. Senior Bloody Butcher, I think you should know the rules of our auction house. If you provoke our president, it won't be easy to deal with you. Luan Jia's eyes were gloomy as she stared at the Bloody Butcher and said indifferently. The Bloody Butcher grinned and said, Don't worry. I know my limits. Since the 7 orifices exquisite elixir has been won by this little friend, I won't say anything. However, Azura City is very chaotic. I'm afraid that this little friend will accidentally die in the city. That would be a pity for the 7 orifices exquisite elixir. Hearing the Bloody Butcher's words, Zhuowen's pupil shrank and he replied indifferently, Senior Bloody Butcher. You don't have to worry about this. This little one's life is very tough. I won't die so easily. I hope so. The Bloody Butcher chuckled and stopped talking. He leaned back in his chair and waited for the last treasure to appear. After the 7 orifices exquisite elixir was settled, it was sent to Zhuowen's private room. After paying 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, Zhuowen looked at the 7 orifices exquisite elixir in his hand with a burning gaze. Brat, you took the 7 orifices exquisite pill from Shueluozi. I'm afraid the splattering blood gang won't let this matter go. Be careful when you leave the auction house. Xiao Hei's solemn voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Of course I know, but I'm not that easy to mess with. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. At this moment, Luan Jia, who was on the crystal platform, cleared her throat. Her eyes revealed a rare trace of excitement. She said loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is the last treasure of this auction. At the same time, it is also the item that everyone is looking forward to the most. As she spoke, Luan Jia clapped her hands. Another support frame rose from the crystal platform under her feet. A strong light shone on the support frame. On the support frame was a 5-foot-long jade-colored bow. Its surface was filled with a faint emerald green light. Accompanying this green light was a terrifying pressure. This pressure was the Emperor's aura. In other words, this huge jade-colored bow was an Emperor weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to exude such a terrifying Emperor's aura. Moreover, Zhuowen was keenly aware that this Emperor's aura was even more terrifying than the carefree sword. This jade-colored bow is called the Jade Fate Bow. It is a mid-grade Emperor weapon. Several hundred years ago, in the Bitter Sea near Azura Island, 2 mid-grade Emperor realm powerhouses fought. The sky darkened and the earth darkened. In the end, one of them died and the other was injured. The Emperor weapon in the hands of the dead Emperor realm powerhouse was this Jade Fate Bow. This Jade Fate Bow was accidentally fished out from the shore of the Bitter Sea by the president of the Jianing auction house. I believe that I don't need to introduce the power of this Emperor weapon. Everyone should know about it. After Luan Jia finished speaking, her gaze faintly looked at the 4 seats in the remote corners of the 2nd floor. These 4 seats naturally included the Bloody Butcher, who had already pulled open the curtains. The other 3 people were hidden behind the curtains. One could only vaguely see their figures. Obviously, the owners of the other 3 seats were also powerful Emperor realm powerhouses. It was just that they didn't want to expose themselves. The starting price of the Jade Fate Bow is 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The bidding starts now. Hiss! Luan Jia's words immediately caused many people to gasp. Previously, the starting price of the 7 orifices exquisite pill was 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was already exaggerated enough. Now, the starting price of the Jade Fate Bow had increased by 1,000 times. It required 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was indeed a little terrifying. Many warriors below shook their heads. They all knew that the price of the Jade Fate Bow was so terrifying that it wasn't something that they could participate in. Only the Emperor realm powerhouses on the 2nd floor were qualified to compete for this Emperor weapon. The Jianing auction house is really shady. They actually set the starting price so high. Zhuowen was also shocked by the starting price of the Jade Fate Bow. Even though he was rich, he probably didn't have enough spirit stones to compete in such a bidding war. Kid, you don't need this item, and there's no need for you to participate in the bidding war. With the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade, this Jade Fate Bow is of little value to you. Now that you've obtained the 7 orifices exquisite pill, I'm afraid that many people have their eyes on you. I think you should take advantage of this opportunity and leave quickly. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out. Zhuowen nodded and quietly stood up. Under the cover of the clamor, he left the box. However, Zhuowen did notice that Xue Luozi was staring at his back as he left the box. Xue Luozi sneered and said in a low voice, "You can't escape. So what if you bought the 7 orifices exquisite pill? That thing will be mine sooner or later. Father, please send the left and right protectors to assist me." Xue Luozi raised his head and looked at the bloody butcher. The bloody butcher nodded and replied, "Do it cleanly. Don't leave anyone alive. I have already instructed the left and right protectors to head to your box. You should be able to meet them once you leave." Upon hearing this, Xue Luozi's lips curled into a cold smile. He nodded and left his box to meet up with the left and right protectors. "Crown Prince, Xue Luozi has gone out. I'm afraid he wants to find that young man and snatch the 7 orifices exquisite pill." The black-robed old man in the box next to Yamacrown, Prince, sent something and whispered to him. "Yes, it seems that Xue Luozi won't give up easily. Today, even the bloody butcher, the leader of the splattering blood gang, is here. I'm afraid that the left and right protectors of the splattering blood gang are also here. 2 Emperor Realm experts and Xue Luozi, a peak heavenly master. I'm afraid that young man is doomed." The corners of Yamacrown Prince's mouth curled up slightly. Although his words were objective, the gloating expression on his face clearly revealed his inner thoughts. Zhuowen walked along the dark corridor until he reached the end and exited the Jianing auction house. At this moment, the entrance of the auction house was much quieter than before. "Master, I'm afraid we're being followed," Ziyang suddenly said in a low voice. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and tilted his head slightly. He immediately saw 3 figures coming out of the passage behind him. The one in the lead was dressed in a blood-red robe and had a red, vertical line between his eyebrows. It was Xue Luozi. The 2 people behind Xue Luozi were about 30 years old. They were dressed in blood-red robes. One of them held a saber in his left hand, while the other held a sword in his right hand. They looked quite strange, but the aura emitted from their bodies made Zhuowen somewhat fearful. 2 Emperor Realm experts. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and his voice became cold. Xue Luozi was indeed a lingering spirit. Zhuowen had come out stealthily, but Xue Luozi still managed to track him. Hee. I've already said that in this chaotic Azura city, it's easy to encounter some unknown danger and then pay the price with your life. Xue Luozi made an exaggerated gesture with his hands, and the complacency in his eyes became more and more intense. Obviously, in his opinion, Zhuowen was like a turtle in a jar. Even if Zhuowen had an Emperor Realm expert, so what? Xue Luozi had 2 Emperor Realm experts, his left and right protectors, while he was a peak celestial master. No matter how one looked at it, their strength was extremely inferior. Therefore, Xue Luozi didn't put Zhuowen and Ziyang in his eyes. "Master, what should we do?" Ziyang looked at Zhuowen and inquired. "Let's go. This place is not suitable for a battle. Let's get out of Azura City first." Zhuowen spoke in a low voice. Immediately, the 2 of them took a step forward in an extremely tacit manner. They directly rushed in opposite directions at an extremely fast speed. Go after them." Xue Luozi was startled at first, but then he shouted with a gloomy face. He rushed out with his left and right protectors, closely following Zhuowen and Ziyang. Whoosh! Whoosh! That's Xue Luozi, the young master of the Splashing Blood Gang, and the 2 people behind him seemed to be the left and right protectors of the Splashing Blood Gang. They are genuine Emperor Realm experts. Who are those 2 people? It seems that Xue Luozi is chasing them. In the city, many people recognized Xue Luozi and the left and right protectors behind Zhuowen. At the same time, they were quite puzzled by Zhuowen and Ziyang. However, since Xue Luozi had sent the left and right protectors to chase after them, everyone knew that these 2 people were definitely not ordinary. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 people were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed out of Azura City. After about an hour of chasing, Zhuowen and Ziyang finally stopped on a blood-red hill. Chapter 11:25. Blood I Escape? Why are you running away? Zhuowen slowly turned around with Ziyang and stared at Shui Luozi with a cold smile. You actually dare to face us? Where does your courage come from? Or do you have a death wish? Shui Luozi was stunned by Zhuowen's fearless attitude. Zhuowen ignored Shui Luozi and said to Ziyang, Ziyang, you have the freedom sword. You should be able to deal with 2 level 1 emperors, right? Master, don't worry. 2 first-level emperors are nothing in my eyes. Ziyang lowered his head slightly and said proudly, although the left and right protectors of the blood-splashing gang had the same cultivation level as Ziyang, they didn't have any emperor weapons. Their weapons were only royal-level spiritual treasures. However, Ziyang had the freedom sword, an emperor weapon. The strength of a great emperor realm cultivator with a great emperor weapon far exceeded that of a great emperor of the same level. This was why Ziyang had the confidence to face off against 2 great emperors of the same level. What an arrogant fellow. You're just a first-level martial emperor. How dare you say that you don't care about us? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. The left protector said to Ziyang with a sinister look in his eyes. The protector of the right didn't look any better. Being looked down upon by a great emperor of the same level was an insult to their dignity. The master is so arrogant and ignorant. Even his servant is so arrogant. Like master, like servant. Shui Luozi sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. Young gang leader, this person is so arrogant and conceited. Let's teach him a good lesson. The left and right protectors glared at Shui Luozi, their eyes filled with anger. Ziyang's words had completely infuriated them. Just kill him. Is there a need to teach him a lesson? Shui Luozi chuckled. When the left and right protectors heard this, they looked at each other and smiled coldly. We understand what young sect leader means. Don't worry, this person will definitely not be alive. Go. As for this early stage, heavenly venerable ant, just leave him to me. Shui Luozi waved his hand, his eyes focused on Zhuowen. His cold eyes were like a viper hiding in the dark, staring at Zhuowen. Whoosh! The 2 protectors nodded. Wielding their swords and sabers, they charged towards Ziyang Tianzuan in a triangular formation. The corners of their mouths curled into a sinister smile. Good timing, Ziyang shouted. With a flick of his finger, the snow-white carefree sword appeared in his hand. A surge of emperor power gushed out, causing the aura in Ziyang Tianzuan's body to rise to its peak. Bang! In an instant, the 2 protectors and Ziyang collided. Soon after, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted between the 2, following which the 2 protectors' faces slightly changed as they discovered that the carefree sword in Ziyang's hand actually emitted a power that caused them to feel fear in their hearts. Dang! 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 The 3 of them separated as soon as they collided. Ziyang took 3 steps back, while the 2 protectors took 7 or 8 steps back. An emperor weapon! The 2 protectors could not help but exclaim as they stared fixedly at the carefree sword in Ziyang's hand. They had never expected Ziyang to possess an emperor weapon. No wonder he had said that he did not place the 2 of them in his eyes. Shui Luozi also looked at the carefree sword in Ziyang's hand in surprise and frowned slightly. The 2 protectors retreated to Shui Luozi's side and whispered to him, Young sect leader, what should we do? This person has an emperor weapon. Even if the 2 of us join forces, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to defeat him. Shui Luozi's eyes darkened when he heard this. He said coldly, I must get the 7 orifices exquisite elixir. Although this guy has an emperor weapon, the 2 protectors should be able to delay the purple-clothed young man for a while. Once I've dealt with this ant, we'll retreat. The 2 protectors looked embarrassed when they heard this. However, since Shui Luozi had spoken, they could not refuse. Young sect leader, I hope you can deal with him as soon as possible. The strength of an Emperor realm warrior with an Emperor weapon is terrifying. Even if the two of us join forces, we won't be able to hold on for long. The two protectors clenched their teeth and agreed. Shortly after, they shot out together. Once again, they shot towards the purple sun in a triangular formation. At the same time, the star energy within their bodies gushed out. 18 stars descended. Clearly, the two of them were going all out. Master, that Shueluazi. Ziyang naturally heard the conversation between Shueluazi and the two protectors. He could not help but look hesitant. Apparently, he was worried that Zhuowen was no match for Shueluazi. Don't worry, I'll deal with Shueluazi. Zhuowen waved his hand. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, Ziyang nodded, holding the carefree sword in his hand. He once again shot out explosively, directly clashing with the two protectors. Bang! 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 The tremors of the sky and the earth resounded over the hill. It was as if the whole sky was about to be torn apart by the 3 Emperor Realm experts. It's your turn now. You'll end up miserable after taking my 7 orifices exquisite elixir. It's useless to repent now. Shueluazi grinned. He stomped his foot and rushed out like a bolt of crimson lightning. At the same time, he threw out his right palm that was ready to strike at Zhuowen's chest. Nirvana of the great sun! Zhuowen let out a low roar. Golden light burst out like a blazing sun, transforming into 4 heads and 8 arms. One of the arms turned into a palm and blasted out, while the other 7 arms enveloped Shueluazi from different angles. The whistling wind tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle that was extremely frightening. Boom! When the 2 palms collided, a terrifying gust of wind erupted. Shueluazi naturally sensed the 7 arms coming at him from 7 different angles. His eyes flashed coldly, and he stomped his feet in the air, spinning rapidly. A stream of blood-red energy gushed out as he spun, forming a spiral-shaped blood scab on his surface. Bang! The 7 arms reached the surface of the blood scab. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the blood scab that had suddenly appeared was as tough as armor. The strength of the 7 arms was actually unable to break through the defense of the blood scab. Is this all you've got? You're really weak. A cold voice sounded. Then the blood scab spun at a high speed. The hissing sound produced by the friction between the blood scab and the air was extremely ear-piercing. Thump, 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 thump. A terrifying penetrating force came from the front end of the blood scab, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. He could not help but step back. Divine Sun Cauldron! After taking dozens of steps back, Zhuowen roared. The Divine Sun Cauldron rose from the spirit ring. A terrifying sun fire burst out and wrapped Zhuowen, forming a fire defense. Bang! The blood scab slammed into the fire defense. The spinning body suddenly slowed down a lot, almost coming to a stop. Swoosh! Shueluazi suddenly stepped out of the blood scab, flicked his right hand, and took out a blood-red spear. He thrust the spear forward, and it shot towards the fire barrier like a rainbow. Break! Shueluazi shouted coldly. The crimson spear pressed against the fire defense and began to spin like an electric drill. A terrifying force swept out, and the fire defense was easily penetrated by the crimson spear. Zhuowen's heart was alarmed as she immediately withdrew from her 4-headed, 8-armed state. With a twist of her waist, she dodged the blood-colored long spear that was aimed at her vitals. Slaughter momentum! Zhuowen took out the 7th slaughter blade, and a terrifying slaughter force burst out from his body. Suddenly, 8 huge blood seas appeared in the void. The 8 blood seas surrounded Zhuowen like 8 blood dragons, making Zhuowen look like a god descending to the mortal world. Kill! Zhuowen slashed down with his blade. The slaughter momentum was like a huge mountain, crushing down on Shueluazi's body. However, This feeling only lasted for a moment before it was broken by Shwe Clang! Shwe raised his crimson spear and blocked the 7 slaughter blade. The blade brushed past the spear, creating dazzling sparks. However, Zhuowen's eyes were still cold and ruthless. He waved his left hand, and a crimson spear appeared in his empty left hand. The surface of the crimson spear was swirling with a crimson vortex, which looked quite strange. Whoosh! The moment the 7 slaughter blade was blocked, the crimson spear turned into a crimson light and rushed toward Shwe forehead, trying to pierce through it. Is this guy really at the early stage of Heavenly Master? Shwe cursed in a low voice as he felt the crimson spear coming closer and closer. Zhuowen's battle strength was somewhat beyond his expectation. Crimson Eye open! With no time to think, Shwe let out a low roar, and the red vertical mark between his eyebrows split to the left and right, revealing a bloody eye. A ray of bloody light shot out from the bloody eye and collided with the tip of the bloody spear. Dong! The moment the crimson light hit the tip of the spear, Zhuowen was shocked to find that an extremely terrifying force came from the end of the spear. His right hand was then shaken by this force, and the crimson spear flew out of his hand. Dang! Zhuowen stamped his feet and immediately retreated dozens of steps. He looked at the crimson eye between Shwe eyebrows with a hint of fear. This crimson eye should be Shwe armor soul. It can release a terrifying crimson light with a strong penetrating power. Boy, be careful! Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What a strange armor soul! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he muttered in a low voice. Chapter 11:26. Sword Fire Ultimacy. You forced me to use my blood eye? Shwe looked at Zhuowen with a solemn expression. Although Zhuowen was only at the early stage of Heavenly Master, Zhuowen was able to push him to this extent. Zhuowen stood there quietly, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Shwe was a genius of the blood-splashing gang. Although he might not be as good as Diba, Evil Moon, and Yama Crown Prince, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary warrior at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. Zhuowen had just advanced to the Heavenly Master Realm, so he wanted to see how strong a peak Heavenly Master like Shwe was. Again, Zhuowen roared furiously. His foot suddenly stepped forward, and a frightening force spread from under his feet. Immediately, the former shot out like a cannonball. Humph! You forced me to use my blood eye. Do you think you're still qualified to fight me? Shwe sneered. The blood eye between his eyebrows split open again, and a ray of blood-red light shot out like a small snake, aiming at Zhuowen's vital parts with great precision. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. He changed the 7-kill saber's momentum and slashed sideways at the ray of light. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Zhuowen's expression changed drastically when he found that the power of the ray of light was even more terrifying than before. Dang! Stomping on the air, Zhuowen's waist spun. The line of blood swept past Zhuowen's hair and left behind a bloody scar on the side of Zhuowen's face. Traces of blood flowed down his face and dripped down from his chin, causing Zhuowen to appear somewhat malevolent at this moment. Feeling the burning pain on the side of his face, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. The power of Shwe blood eye was beyond his expectation. Where are you looking? Just as Zhuowen narrowly dodged the attack of the bloodline, a sinister laugh suddenly sounded out. Soon after, an intense whistling sound of wind sounded in Zhuowen's ears. His messy black hair was pulled into a mess by the sound of the wind. Zhuowen jerked his head back and saw that Shwe was right in front of him. Shwe raised his spear above his head and smashed it down. Bang! Zhuowen raised the 7-kills blade to block before him. However, due to the haste with which he blocked the spear, the instant the great spear descended, Zhuowen felt his palm go numb. He was forced to take tens of steps back as a terrifying power spread out from his feet. Every step he took back caused cracks to appear on the ground. What qualifications do you have to compete with me now? Xue Luozi stood with his spear and stared indifferently at Zhuowen. Are you saying that I'm not qualified? After stabilizing his body, Zhuowen slowly stood up at a steady pace. A demonic aura surged out from within his body. Immediately, his black hair was dyed red. A terrifying bloody aura erupted, causing the strength in Zhuowen's body to be stretched to the limit. First level bedevilment. With a low shout, Zhuowen rushed out again. At this moment, his aura was much stronger than before. This was the power increase brought about by the first level bedevilment. Kill! Zhuowen rushed towards Xue Luozi. He raised the 7 kills blade in his right hand, and a sharp blade aura gushed out, causing Xue Luozi to feel a little frightened. Blood Eye! Xue Luozi opened his blood eye again, and a bloodline instantly shot out towards Zhuowen's forehead. He wanted to completely crush Zhuowen. Second level bedevilment. Demon Eye open. Feeling the powerful bloodline rushing out again, Zhuowen did not hesitate to open the second level bedevilment. His blood hair grew to his waist, and a pitch-black demon eye opened between his eyebrows. Whoosh! The bloodline turned into a blood-red light in midair, and the demon eye emitted a terrifying demonic aura. This demonic aura was like a whirlpool devouring the bloodline. What? The power of the blood eye has been devoured? What is this? Looking at the bloodline being devoured by the demon eye, Xue Luozi was stunned at first, and then revealed a look of disbelief. Slash! Zhuowen answered Xue Luozi by slashing out with the 7 kills blade again. At this moment, the 7 kills blade was infused with the slaughter momentum and slaughter demonic aura. The combination of the two made the 7 kills blade emit a terrifying blood light. Block! Xue Luozi could faintly feel the terrifying power contained in the 7 kills blade at this moment. He growled and raised his blood spear, intending to block the 7 kills blade. Clang! The sound of gold and iron colliding suddenly rang out. Xue Luozi was shocked to find that the tremendous force coming from his blood spear was like crushing a towering mountain. With a muffled groan, Xue Luozi bent his knees slightly and was almost crushed to the ground by this tremendous force. What a terrifying power! Xue Luozi's expression changed drastically. However, Zhuowen raised the 7 slaughter blade once again and slashed down. Xue Luozi was scared out of his wits when he saw this. He rolled away in a sorry state and dodged the blade. Boom! The blade slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. Dust rose into the air and a muffled, thunder-like sound echoed in the surroundings. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Morning Seal. After missing his attack, Zhuowen's cold eyes converged on Xue Luozi, who was not far away. He changed the seal in his hand, and a sorrowful curse power gushed out and spread all over Xue Luozi's body, causing him to stagnate. Damn it! What kind of secret technique is this? How can it weaken my power? Xue Luozi's face changed dramatically when he felt the weakening power in his body. Kill! Zhuowen was not going to let Xue Luozi off. He rushed forward again and slashed out with a 7-kill saber. The endless killing aura crushed down on Xue Luozi, causing Xue Luozi to feel a trace of terror. Bang! 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 After slashing out 3 times in a row, Xue Luozi was forced to retreat. The spear in his hand became unstable and was almost sent flying by Zhuowen's attack. The last slash! Zhuowen suddenly jumped up and lowered his right knee. A terrifying weight of 1,000 pounds fell down. He held the 7-kill saber in his right hand and swung it down. Boom! Suddenly, Xue Luozi spat out a mouthful of blood. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and blood flowed out. The blood spear was blasted into the sky by the saber force and finally stabbed into the ground. Dang! 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 Shue Luozi kept retreating until he was dozens of steps away. He was gasping for breath, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Zhuowen in horror. He did not expect that Zhuowen could display such a terrifying battle strength. Bang! Bang! The moment Shue Luozi retreated, two muffled groans came from the void. Then the left and right protectors who were holding sabers and swords fell to the ground awkwardly. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood and looked somewhat dispirited. The left and right protectors, who were barely able to support themselves, came to Shue Luozi's side. The left protector said in a hoarse voice, "Young master, we can't hold on any longer. Let's go." Shue Luozi's face was as pale as snow. Even the left and right protectors had been defeated, and he was no match for Zhuowen. At this moment, he began to regret robbing Zhuowen. It was like pushing himself into a fire pit. "Let's go." Shue Luozi's eyes flickered. He said to the left and right protectors and immediately retreated. "Xiang, stop them. Don't let any of them go." Zhuowen said in a clear voice. He stomped his foot and shot out explosively. His target was none other than Shue Luozi, who had fled at the first possible moment. "Yes, master." A respectful voice came from the void. Then 9 purple stars fell from the sky and landed dozens of meters in front of Shue Luozi. Shue Luozi involuntarily stopped in his tracks. "If you want to catch up with our young master, you'll have to go through us first." The left and right protectors knew that Shue Luozi had been defeated by Zhuowen. Therefore, when they saw Zhuowen chasing after them, they attacked him without hesitation. They wanted to kill him to prevent future troubles. "How dare you attack my master?" However, at the moment when the left and right protectors attacked, a thunderous voice sounded from the void. Then, Xiang took a step forward and waved his carefree sword. A milky white energy burst forth and blasted toward the left and right protectors. The left and right protectors who had attacked Zhuowen also felt the terror of the milky white energy. They had no choice but to change their attack and block it. Whoosh! Zhuowen brushed past the left and right protectors and rushed toward Shue Luozi without stopping. "Bastard!" Shue Luozi slowly turned around and gloomily stared at Zhuowen in front of him. He said in a low voice, "I'm the young master of the splattering blood gang. I don't think you'll kill me over such a trivial matter and form an irreconcilable enmity with the splattering blood gang. You want to kill me and take my treasure? Is this a trivial matter? How ridiculous! You're going to die today. Don't take any chances." Zhuowen sneered and rushed out without hesitation. Shue Luozi's face changed slightly, and he said coldly, "You forced me to do this. Don't blame me for being rude." With that, a scarlet ball the size of half a palm appeared in Shue Luozi's hand. As soon as the ball appeared, Shue Luozi threw it toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned. He could faintly sense that this small blood-colored ball was not ordinary. Hence, he pushed off the ground and dashed to the side in an attempt to dodge this small ball that was flying towards him. Boom! Just as Zhuowen was about to go around the small blood-red ball, it suddenly self-destructed. Following that, streams of blood, qi, transformed into rather viscous bloodlines. Furthermore, there were thousands of these bloodlines, densely packed together. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Whoosh! 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 The bloodlines rushed toward Zhuowen from all directions. They wanted to completely entangle Zhuowen and trap him. These bloodlines were very fast. Zhuowen was caught off guard and was entangled by them. "Haha, you're the one who forced me to use this thing that my father gave me, so you can die without regrets." The moment Zhuowen was entangled by the bloodlines, Shue Luozi laughed and thrust his great spear toward Zhuowen's heart. He wanted to kill him completely. However, Zhuowen was extremely calm. A surge of mental energy gushed out from his Naiwan palace. Then he released a sword light from his spirit ring. It was the ultimate sword array. Let's try the power of the sword fire profound. Chapter 11:27. Shui Luozi escaped. Once the sword fire profound was unleashed, the ultimate limitless sword formation was practically covered in flames. With Zhuo Wen as the center, the area of dozens of miles was actually covered in a terrifying sea of flames. Numerous flaming swords floated around Zhuo Wen, illuminating Zhuo Wen's cold and indifferent face, making him appear even more demonic. Ah! Shui Luozi, who was engulfed by the endless sword fire, let out a miserable shriek. His figure was constantly twitching in the flames, but he simply couldn't break free from the power of the sword fire. Slash! 10 core flaming swords shot out and pierced Shui Luozi's back. Shui Luozi's screams came to an abrupt end as he was pierced by the 10 core flaming swords and died. Zhuo Wen waved his sleeve, and the countless sword fires disappeared. Numerous long swords surrounded Zhuo Wen's body. Then Zhuo Wen walked towards Shui Luozi step by step, his eyes as calm as water. 6th grade origin array? You're a 6th grade arcana master? No wonder you didn't hesitate to sell immortal stones at such a high price. At this moment, Shui Luozi was almost burnt to a crisp by the sword fire. However, as a peak celestial master, his vitality was naturally extremely strong. Although he looked miserable, he would not die immediately. Now that you know, I think you should know what to do, right? I'll give you the dignity of a warrior. Kill yourself. Zhuo Wen said indifferently as he slowly stood in front of Shui Luozi. Shui Luozi's eyes flashed viciously as he said coldly, "Don't think that your plan is flawless. If I die, my father, the blood butcher, will not let you go." With that, Shui Luozi folded his hands and slammed them in front of his forehead. With a muffled sound, Shui Luozi's eyes bulged and his vitality slowly faded away. However, his eyes were still fixed on Zhuo Wen. The resentment in his eyes made Zhuo Wen frown slightly. Shui Luozi had been severely injured by the sword fire ultimacy. He knew that even if he did not kill himself, he would be killed by Zhuo Wen. Since he was going to die anyway, he would rather commit suicide with dignity. I wonder if this guy's nascent soul was destroyed on its own. He frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He reached out with his right hand and pressed it against Shui Luozi's abdomen, sending his yuan qi into his dantian. After confirming that the nascent soul had indeed dissipated, he was relieved. No, how could the nascent soul power in Shui Luozi's dantian disappear so quickly? Even if he killed himself and destroyed his nascent soul, the power of his nascent soul shouldn't have dissipated so thoroughly in such a short period of time, right? Whoosh! A whistling sound rang in Zhuo Wen's ears. Immediately after, Zhuo Wen's pupil shrank as he discovered that the blood eye on Shui Luozi's forehead had turned into a bloody light and fled in the direction of Azura City. This guy didn't die? Where do you think you're going? Zhuo Wen was initially startled when he saw the blood glow break through the air. Soon after, he let out a furious roar. His feet pushed off the ground and he chased after the blood glow. At the same time, 3 pairs of lightning wings were formed and spread out with his hands. His speed was as fast as lightning. Bastard! Remember, I, Shui Luozi, will not let you go. Sensing that Zhuo Wen was chasing after him, the blood eye that had turned into a bloody light let out a hateful roar. Its speed soared again, and it disappeared in front of Zhuo Wen's eyes almost instantaneously. Whoosh! Dozens of miles away, a thunderbolt flashed and turned into a figure. It was Zhuo Wen. The blood eye was too fast. After chasing for dozens of miles, Zhuo Wen lost track of it. What a cunning guy! He hid his nascent soul in the blood eye of his armor soul and directly left his body when I wasn't paying attention. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered, and there was a trace of annoyance in his voice. The moment Xue Luozi's voice sounded, he had already determined that Xue Luozi's nascent soul was not in his dantian at all, but had been transferred to the blood eye of his armor soul. Xue Luozi's armor soul is quite strange. It can actually hide his nascent soul. If you don't pay attention, it's really difficult to notice that he's not dead. Xiao Hei's voice was filled with surprise. Let's go. Let's go to Xiang and see the result. Since Xue Luozi has escaped, I can't let the left and right protectors escape. Since the Splashing Blood Gang wants to kill me, I have to make them pay a certain price. Zhuowen said coldly. He turned around and rushed toward the area where Xiang and the left and right protectors were fighting. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the battle between Ziyang and the left and right protectors had reached its climax. However, Ziyang, who possessed the unfettered sword, was clearly suppressing the left and right protectors. As for the left and right protectors, they were barely holding on. Break! Ziyang's long hair fluttered in the wind as he slashed the void with the freedom sword. The milky white halo on the surface of the sword became more and more blazing, and a terrifying power fell from the sky. Puff! Finally, the left and right protectors were like small boats that could capsize at any time in the ocean. They vomited blood and were blown away, unable to put up any resistance. Their presences had withered to the extreme. After defeating the left and right guardians, Ziyang did not show any mercy. In an instant, he arrived before the two of them. His right hand quickly tapped the acupoints on their chests, sealing their origin power within their bodies. They were unable to unleash any power at all. Master! After doing this, Xiang noticed Zhuowen slowly approaching. He quickly cupped his hands respectfully and continued, Master! Where's Xue Luozi? Humph! That guy hid his nascent soul in the blood eye and flew away. I was careless. Zhuowen snorted and said helplessly. However, when the left and right protectors heard this, they were quite shocked. A guy at the early stage of the Celestial Master Realm had forced Xue Luozi to hide his nascent soul in the blood eye. This was Xue Luozi's ultimate escape method, which he would only use in a life-and-death situation. However, Xue Luozi had used this method in the face of a young man at the early stage of the Celestial Master Realm. Needless to say, the young man had forced Xue Luozi into a life-and-death situation. Where did these two people come from? Feeling the terror of their master and servant, the left and right protectors looked at each other and licked their dry lips. Their hearts began to tremble. Originally, they had thought that they would be able to kill Xiang, but now it had turned out this way. This was something that they had never expected. Master, what should we do with these two people? Xiang suddenly pointed at the left and right protectors and asked respectfully. Just kill them. Now we have to leave this place quickly. Xue Luozi fled to Azura City. Obviously, he was going to inform the Bloody Butcher. Zhuowen said with a gloomy look. Ziyang nodded when he heard this. Immediately, he waved the unfettered sword in his right hand. Two milky white cold glows shot out and directly penetrated the heavenly spirit acupoints on the heads of the left and right protectors, completely destroying their life force. Let's go. Let's find a more secluded place and hide for a month. It just so happens that I need to use this month to refine the 7 orifices exquisite elixir. After a month, the limelight should be over. At that time, we can directly enter the Azura Blood Arena to seize the island's origin. After Xiang finished killing the left and right protectors, Zhuowen said something to him. Then, the two quietly left the place. In the Jia Ning auction house, the auction was unprecedentedly popular. This time, there were a total of 4 martial emperors bidding. At the same time, the Yama Crown Prince also participated in the bidding on behalf of Azura Lidi. For a time, the price of the Jade Fate Bao had almost reached a terrifying level. It had reached 50 million upper-grade spirit stones. 50 million upper-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who is willing to increase the price? The corner of Luanjia's mouth curved into an extremely wide smile. In fact, the auction house had already profited greatly from the Jade Fate bow this time. However, she still underestimated the Jade Fate bow's attractiveness to martial emperors. After all, this was a mid-level emperor weapon. Even mid-level martial emperors would have a fiery attitude towards this kind of treasure. In the entire Azura Island, the strongest person was Azura Lidi. However, Azura Lidi was only a 4th-level martial emperor. He had just stepped into the mid-level martial emperor realm. Naturally, he would have a great desire for a mid-level emperor weapon. The 4 martial emperors bidding this time were only low-level martial emperors. Their desire for the Jade Fate bow was even greater than that of mid-level martial emperors. This time, the one who raised the price to 50 million upper-grade spirit stones was the Yama Crown Prince. This time, the Yama Crown Prince was ordered by Azura Lidi to bring 1/10 of Azura Blood Manor's wealth. The Bloody Butcher frowned. Even he was a little shocked by the Yama Crown Prince's bid. This was because he had only brought 55 million upper-grade spirit stones with him this time. As for the other 3 martial emperors, they were all silent and no longer bid. Clearly, they couldn't afford a price higher than 50 million upper-grade spirit stones. 55 million! The Bloody Butcher clenched his teeth and placed all of his wealth on the bid. The Yama Crown Prince frowned. His eyes flickered as he said, 56 million! Hearing this, the Bloody Butcher's expression turned slightly ugly. He knew that he couldn't afford the price anymore. His gaze became gloomy for a long time. Luan Jia's ability to read people's expressions was not bad. She immediately saw the strange expression on the Bloody Butcher's face. She shouted, "Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price?" Unfortunately, Luan Jia was met with silence. Even the Bloody Butcher didn't speak. Haha, I think Brother Luan Jia should be able to finalize the price this time. A price of 56 million should be pretty good. The Yama Crown Prince suddenly laughed. Although his laughter was rather casual, his heart was faintly aching. So many upper-grade spirit stones. It was almost equivalent to the Azura Blood Manor's annual income. However, it was all worth it to obtain the Jade Fate bow. After all, a mid-grade emperor artifact like this was something that could only be found by chance. Spending 56 million upper-grade spirit stones was actually worth it. Since there is no one else who wants to increase the price, then the Jade Fate bow belongs to the Yama Crown Prince of the Azura Blood Manor. Congratulations. Luan Jia's words immediately caused a commotion. The Yama Crown Prince's smile grew even wider. The Bloody Butcher and the others' expressions became even more gloomy. However, they didn't dare to do anything to the Yama Crown Prince. After all, he had the entire Azura Blood Manor behind him. Whoosh! Chapter 1128. Late-stage Heavenly Master Realm. Father! Save me! A sharp voice resounded in the auction house, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Then, they saw a blood-red light suddenly appear in front of the Bloody Butcher. It was a strange blood-red eye. At this moment, the blood-red eye blinked in a very human-like manner, its eyes filled with panic. "My son, who did this to you?" The Bloody Butcher was stunned at first, then his eyes turned red. How could he not recognize that the blood-red eye was the armor soul of his son, Xue Luozi? Is it Xue Luozi? How did he end up in such a sorry state? Even his physical body is gone, leaving only a blood-red eye? The conversation between the Bloody Butcher and Xue Luozi was not loud, but everyone in the auction house heard it clearly. Many people were shocked by Xue Luozi's current state. It's that guy. The Emperor Realm expert beside him has an Emperor weapon. That kid is even more strange. He's only an early-stage Heavenly Master, but his battle strength is extremely terrifying. Xue Luozi recalled the scene just now, and fear and resentment rose in his heart. Oh, he has an Emperor weapon and an early-stage Heavenly Master brat. How did he manage to make you so miserable? The Bloody Butcher's eyes were extremely gloomy, and a murderous aura surged out of his body. Father, You must avenge me. My physical body has been destroyed by that brat. If it weren't for the blood-red eye, I wouldn't be able to see you now." Shwe Luazi's voice became more and more resentful. "Humph!" The bloody butcher snorted coldly, and a terrifying Emperor Realm aura surged out. He said in a gloomy voice, my son led the way, "How dare he touch the people of the Splashing Blood Gang? I'll make him regret being born in this world. Father, come with me. I must avenge him. Otherwise, I won't be able to take this lying down." Shwe Luazi was overjoyed. He flew out of the auction house in the form of the blood-red eye, and the bloody butcher followed closely behind. The father and son soon disappeared from everyone's sight. "Let's go. Let's follow them and have a look." Many people in the auction house were puzzled as they exited the auction house and followed behind the blood butcher and his son. In fact, everyone had a vague idea that the one who had put Shwe Luazi in such a difficult situation was the young man who had competed with Shwe Luazi twice in the auction house. Based on the conversation between the father and son, many people guessed that Shwe Luazi was unwilling to let the 7 orifices exquisite pill fall into the hands of others. Therefore, he and the 2 guardians of the bloody splashing gang tailed the 2 young men in order to kill them and seize the pill. Now that Shwe Luazi's body had been destroyed, what would happen to the left and right guardians of the blood splashing gang? These were 2 great emperors. Everyone was curious about the left and right protectors. "Crown Prince, should we follow them and take a look?" The black-robed elder beside the Yama-crowned prince whispered. The Yama-crowned prince nodded and chuckled. "Let's go. Let's go and take a look. The young man who was killed by Shwe Luazi is probably not simple. He is only an early-stage heavenly master, yet he was able to force Shwe Luazi into such a state. His battle strength is terrifying. His strength is indeed not bad, but he is still a far cry from you. If you were here, you could have killed Shwe Luazi in one move," the black-robed elder said with a faint smile. "Of course." The Yama-crowned prince lifted his chin and said proudly. After taking the Jade Fate bow, he followed the crowd in the direction where the blood butcher and Shwe Luazi had left. Under Shwe Luazi's lead, the bloody butcher quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. Behind them were a large group of people. When the bloody butcher arrived, all he saw was a mess. It was obvious that an unprecedented battle had taken place here. The blood butcher's face was gloomy. He glanced around the small hill and soon found 2 corpses in a remote corner. When the blood butcher came in front of the 2 corpses, the veins on his forehead bulged. He let out an oppressive roar, like a muffled thunder, echoing for dozens of miles. "Don't let me find you. Once I find you, I will make you pay a price worse than death." Once the bloody butcher's roar rang out, it naturally attracted the attention of the gathered warriors. Their gazes were also cast towards the 2 corpses in front of the bloody butcher. Soon after, sounds of gasps rang out. The left and right protectors of the blood splashing gang were first-level emperors. Now they had died in front of them. They were great emperors. This is crazy. The blood splashing gang only has 3 great emperors. Now that 2 of them have died, the blood splashing gang will suffer a great loss. Many people looked at the blood butcher with pity in their eyes. The blood splashing gang was ranked last among the 3 great powers of Azura City. Now that 2 of their great emperors had died, they probably didn't have the qualifications to compete with the other 2 great powers. Oh, the left and right protectors of the blood splashing gang are also dead? The Yama-crowned prince and the black-robed old man who had just arrived happened to see this scene. Their eyes revealed a trace of caution. And this time the main characters, Zhuo Wenjiang and Ziyang, were constantly flashing through a dense forest not far away from a small hill. They were looking for a hidden place where they planned to go into seclusion for a month. "Master, there is a cave ahead, but it seems like there is a powerful meta beast living inside." Ziyang's eyes lit up as he suddenly told Zhuowen, "Let's go." Zhuowen nodded. Following Xiang's direction, the two of them increased their speed to the extreme. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, they arrived at the cave Xiang had mentioned. The cave was at the side of a cliff. The entrance was covered by flowers and grass. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to see that there was a cave inside. "Let's go." The two of them directly entered the cave. The cave wasn't very deep. The two of them quickly reached the end of the cave. As Xiang had said, there was a meta beast hidden in the depths of the cave. However, the meta beast wasn't very strong. In a few moves, Xiang dealt with it. "I will arrange an illusion formation at the entrance of the cave. With the illusion formation, even if someone comes to the entrance, it will be difficult to discover the existence of the cave." After saying that, Zhuowen took out the materials needed for the illusion formation from his spirit ring. After about 2 hours, he arranged a simple illusion formation and placed it at the entrance of the cave. "Xiang, I need to go into seclusion for a month. Help me protect me." After arranging the illusion formation, Zhuowen returned to the cave and said to Xiang, "Master, don't worry. Xiang will definitely do his best to protect you." Xiang nodded and said respectfully. Zhuowen nodded and took out a praying mat from his spirit ring. Sitting on it, he flicked his right hand and took out the 7 orifices exquisite pill. "I hope that this thing won't disappoint me," Zhuowen muttered to himself. With a toss of his right hand, the 7 orifices exquisite pill was swallowed into his stomach. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out from Zhuowen's body. Soon after, Zhuowen felt a terrifying medicinal power spread out and spread through Zhuowen's meridians at a frightening speed. The instant the medicinal power spread through his body, Zhuowen could clearly feel his yuan power growing at a crazy speed. "Kid, control the medicinal power well. Don't waste it." The instant the medicinal power of the 7 orifices exquisite pill erupted, Xiao Hei's solemn voice rang out. Zhuowen nodded and calmed himself down. He began to control the medicinal power of the 7 orifices exquisite pill and gathered it in his dantian. When a certain amount was accumulated, Zhuowen knew that he would be able to break through to a higher level. On the 10th day, a thunderous sound rang out from Zhuowen's body. Xiang, who was sitting cross-legged not far from Zhuowen, was startled awake by this sound. He looked at Zhuowen, who was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in astonishment. Has he broken through to the intermediate heavenly sovereign level? It seems like the effects of the 7 orifices exquisite pill are pretty good. Master has broken through in just 10 days. I wonder if he will be able to break through to the late heavenly venerate realm in the remaining 20 days. Xiang muttered to himself. He was very clear about the medicinal effects of the 7 orifices exquisite pill. Not only could it raise a cultivator's cultivation by 2 small realms, but it also had a 50% chance of raising a cultivator's cultivation to the heavenly venerate realm. It could be said that it was an extremely powerful pill. Cultivation knew no time. Another 19 days passed. Seeing that the battle for the source of Azura Island was tomorrow, Xiang anxiously looked at Zhuowen, who was still sitting cross-legged. I wonder if Master will be able to break through today. If he can't, I will have to wake him up in advance. Xiang muttered helplessly. Back then, Zhuowen had already reminded him that he had to wake him up before the battle for the source of the island. Therefore, Xiang began to hesitate. Should he wake Zhuowen up now? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 low thunderous sounds rang out. Zhuowen abruptly opened his eyes, and an aura several times more powerful than before flowed out. It actually swept up a slight gale in the entire cave. Master, you broke through? Xiang's eyes lit up as he asked. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. He nodded and smiled. I was lucky enough to break through to the late heavenly venerate realm. Xiang, how long have I been in seclusion? 29 days. Tomorrow is the battle for the source of the island, Xiang said in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded. It seems that there is still one more day before Zhuowen could finish speaking. The ice saint rune in his left hand moved strangely. A wave of frightening cold qi surged out and formed a rather frightening snowstorm in the somewhat narrow cave. It's the little guy? Feeling the change in the Saint Ice rune, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of the profound soul ice butterfly. A month ago, he had placed the heart of the ice luan into the Saint Ice rune for the profound soul ice butterfly to refine. A month later, the Saint Ice rune sent out such a change. Clearly, the profound soul ice butterfly had successfully refined the heart of the ice luan. The profound soul ice butterfly is about to break through. Boil it out. Chapter 11:29. Standing Azuraboom. Terrifying cold qi erupted, and soon after, the entire cave was filled with a snowstorm. In the center of the snowstorm, the profound soul ice butterfly let out a shrill cry, and a pair of thin wings suddenly spread out. A terrifying aura flowed out, and the aura of the profound soul ice butterfly also rose, almost reaching its limit. Bang! With a low, muffled sound, the aura of the profound soul ice butterfly had reached an extremely terrifying level. It broke through. The profound soul ice butterfly's aura has soared from the sovereign level to the golden sovereign level. Zhuowen looked at the profound soul ice butterfly, whose aura had become stronger, in astonishment. It seemed that the effect of the heart of the ice luan was not bad. The aura is still strengthening. Does this profound soul ice butterfly plan to break through again? Looking at the profound soul ice butterfly, whose aura was still strengthening, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he whispered in astonishment. An adult ice luan has the cultivation of an empyrean. The energy contained within is not something you can imagine. Perhaps this little fellow has obtained quite a bit of benefits from the heart of the ice luan. Xiao Hei's voice slowly rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded, his eyes revealing excitement as he stared at the profound soul ice butterfly in the sky. If the latter could really break through to the empyrean level, it would naturally be of great help to Zhuowen. Zhuowen and Xiang retreated to the entrance of the cave and silently watched the profound soul ice butterfly break through. Xiang's eyes revealed shock. He had clearly recognized the identity of the profound soul ice butterfly. This was a meta-beast that had the potential to become a demon emperor, and the bloodline in its body was extremely high. He never thought that Zhuowen would actually possess such a meta-beast. After about half an incense stick of time, the profound soul ice butterfly actually broke through to the early empyrean level, and the terrifying cold qi finally came to an abrupt stop. Yeah, the black soul ice butterfly let out a long cry. Soon after, it landed beside Zhuowen and obediently rubbed itself against Zhuowen's chest. Its 5 colored eyes were filled with affection. Zhuowen patted the profound soul ice butterfly's head, but his eyes revealed a trace of emotion. This profound soul ice butterfly's talent was truly blessed by the heavens. As long as it had enough cold qi, the barrier of cultivation realm was not a problem in front of this little fellow. Kid, don't overlook this little guy's potential. You didn't look for cold qi in the past, so this little guy's cultivation has stagnated. It's not like you humans, who rely on cultivation step by step. Instead, it relies on cold qi to increase its cultivation. If there is enough cold qi, this little guy can reach the peak of the Celestial Master Realm in a short time. If there is some opportunity, he can directly advance to the Emperor Realm and become a demon emperor, Blackie said very seriously. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao Hei was right. He had indeed neglected the growth of the profound soul ice butterfly, which led to the little fellow's cultivation not increasing much after following him for so long. It seems that I really need to properly cultivate this little fellow. Zhuowen nodded and sighed. The mystic soul ice butterfly's breakthrough was over, and the terrifying snowstorm in the cave had completely stopped. Master, We killed the left and right protectors of the Splashing Blood Gang and destroyed Shwe, Luazi's body. The Splashing Blood Gang won't let us off easily. It will be difficult for us to enter Azura City tomorrow, Aang said with a frown. Zhuowen nodded and said indifferently, I know what to do. Tomorrow I will enter Azura City alone. When the battle for the island's origin begins, the Splashing Blood Gang won't send too many people to search for us. At that time, you just need to wait for an opportunity to enter Azura City and wait for my orders. Hearing this, Xiang nodded and didn't refuse. He knew that Zhuowen had the 100 transformation divine art, a mystical secret technique that could change one's appearance and aura. Therefore, he didn't feel that it was inappropriate for Zhuowen to sneak into Azura City. The night passed silently. On the second day, at the first glimmer of dawn, Zhuowen woke up from his cultivation state. He walked out of the cave and headed straight for Azura City. At the same time, his appearance slowly changed. His originally fair face became as dark as charcoal. Even the aura on his body became completely different from before. Even if Xiang was by Zhuowen's side, it would be difficult for him to recognize Zhuowen's true appearance. When he arrived at the gate of Azura City, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and discovered that in addition to the city guards, there was another team. This team was dressed in blood-red clothes and had the insignia of the Splashing Blood Gang on them. At this moment, this group of people wearing blood-red clothes were staring at the people queuing at the city gate with dark and stern gazes. They were also holding a portrait in their hands. On the portrait, there were two people's heads. Zhuowen saw them from afar. Weren't these two heads him and Ziyang? That Splashing Blood Gang really won't let this go. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. However, his expression was extremely calm. After using the 100 transformation technique, he wasn't afraid of being recognized by the Splashing Blood Gang. The team slowly moved forward. Soon it was Zhuowen's turn. The leader of the Splashing Blood Gang stopped him and compared him to the portrait before letting him pass. After smoothly entering Azura City, Zhuowen discovered that Azura City was much more lively than a month ago. The battle for the island's source is about to begin. It is said that the island master, Azura Lidi, has already entered the Azura Blood Arena and is personally presiding over this stage of the battle. This year's battle for the source seems to be much more intense than before. It is said that the geniuses of the other tribes on Azura Island have all gathered in Azura City. Even some geniuses from other islands have come. I wonder how many lucky people will be able to obtain the island's source. My guess is that there are close to 1,000 young geniuses participating in this competition, but only 3 will be able to obtain the island's source. This is truly the case of the strong weeding out the weak. As soon as Zhuowen entered Azura City, the discussions in the surroundings were all about the battle for the island's source. The degree of fervor almost made Zhuowen smack his tongue. Everywhere he went, he could hear people discussing this topic. Let's go to the Azura Blood Arena. After Zhuowen casually listened to the discussions around him, he took a step forward and headed straight for the Azura Blood Arena. The flow of people in the Azura Blood Arena was much more terrifying than in other places of Azura City. At a glance, there was a sea of people. It was almost impossible to see the end of the sea of people. However, these people were basically spectators. The real contestants had another passage that led directly to the inside of the Azura Blood Arena. After asking a few questions in the Azura Blood Arena, he came to the passage exclusive to the contestants. At the entrance of the passage, he showed the Azura medal and entered the Azura Blood Arena unimpeded. After passing through a long corridor, Zhuowen appeared in the vast yellow land inside the Azura Blood Arena. At this moment, the 10 blood-red platforms on the yellow land had disappeared. At a glance, they were all yellow. In other places of the yellow land, there was also a large number of young warriors gathered. These warriors should be the contestants participating in the battle for the island's source. What surprised Zhuowen was that these young contestants were all celestial masters. The weakest among them was at the initial stage of the celestial master realm. Among them, there were more than a dozen at the peak of the celestial master realm. Among the nearly 1,000 martial artists, the dozen or so peak Empyrean martial artists were the most eye-catching. Everyone knew that there were only 3 spots for the island source, so they would definitely be selected from the dozen or so martial artists with the strongest cultivations. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the Yama Crown Prince of the Azura Blood Mansion, Luan Jia of the Jianing Auction House, the domineering Diba, and the gloomy Xue Luozi of the Splashing Blood Gang. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at Xue Luozi. He was a little surprised. Xue Luozi's body had been destroyed by him a month ago, but he had rebuilt his body so quickly. It seemed that the Bloody Butcher had spent a lot of effort on him. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that Xue Luozi's aura seemed to be stronger than a month ago. He wondered what method the Bloody Butcher had used to restore Xue Luozi, whose body had been destroyed, to such a perfect state. However, at this moment, Zhuowen really did not put Xue Luozi in his eyes. When he was at the initial stage of the Celestial Master Realm, he had already destroyed Xue Luozi's body. Now that his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Celestial Master Realm, he would definitely crush Xue Luozi. The opponents that Zhuowen was most afraid of this time should be Diba and Yama Crown Prince, especially Yama Crown Prince. This person's strength should be above Diba's. After all, he had not entered the Emperor Realm, but he had the strength of the Emperor Realm. This was enough to show that this person was extraordinary. Around the yellow earth, there were extremely thick and tall walls. These tall walls surrounded the entire yellow earth arena in a ring shape. On the high walls, there were densely packed seats. At this moment, these seats were basically filled with people. Many people stood up one after another and cheered loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sonic booms suddenly burst out from the sky above the Azura Blood arena. The sharp sound of tearing air resounded in the sky above the Azura Blood arena, causing many people in the seats to cover their ears with their hands as fear appeared in their eyes. Very quickly, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the Azura Blood arena. The person in the lead was wearing a long robe that alternated between black and red. Many human figures that were bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws were drawn on the robe. It looked rather strange. It's the master of Azura Blood Manor, Lady Azura. As soon as the 3 figures appeared in the sky above the arena, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Most of the people's eyes fell on the person in the lead. Zhuowen raised his head slightly. His gaze also landed on this Azura, standing on the ground. This person was not very old, appearing to be in his 30s. The strange thing was that this person's pupils were red, while the whites of his eyes were black. It was extremely compatible with the color of the long robe he wore. In particular, the terrifying aura of this person was as vast as the sea. When it leaked out, Zhuowen faintly felt a sense of trepidation, as if a bayonet had landed on his heart. Chapter 1130. Physical strength of the 2 people standing behind Azura Li Di. One wore a blood-red robe and his eyes were bloodthirsty. Zhuowen was no stranger to this person. He was the leader of the blood-splashing gang, Bloody Butcher. The other person was an old man with a head full of white hair and an amiable smile on his face. Zhuowen didn't need to guess to know that this old man was the president of the Jianing Auction House, Luan He. The arrival of the 3 giants of Azura City immediately attracted the attention of countless people in the Azura Blood arena. The originally noisy crowd on the high platform also stopped clamoring. For a moment, the entire Azura Blood arena fell into a strange silence. Everyone should know that today is the day of the Azura Island's source eruption. Every time the Azura Island erupts, there are only 3 source eruptions. In other words, only 3 cultivators can obtain the Azura Island's source eruption. This time is no exception. Azura Li Di slowly opened his mouth. His low and hoarse voice was like the sound of a demon. It lingered in the air and resounded in everyone's ears. Hearing this, many of the participating cultivators in the yellow earth trembled. Although they were mentally prepared, when they heard that there were only 3 spots, they still felt a little embarrassed. There were nearly 1,000 cultivators, but only 3 could successfully obtain the source eruption. It had to be said that the elimination rate was too high. I won't beat around the bush. The island's source eruption is tens of thousands of feet below the yellow earth. There's a strange space there. Every time the island's source eruption, 3 source eruptions will appear in that space. At the same time, countless blood crystals will erupt from that space. If you are lucky, you may be able to obtain the source of the blood crystals. As Azura Li spoke, he shook his sleeve. Immediately, a dark light swept out from his sleeve. Then it turned into a spiral-shaped building that looked like a sharp drill bit in the air above the Azura blood arena. Press down! Azura Li stretched out his right hand, and the huge spiral-shaped building was caught in his hand. Then he ruthlessly slammed it into the center of the yellow earth. Bang! The spiral-shaped building fell from the sky and heavily slammed into the center of the yellow earth. Under this terrifying force, the building plunged into the center of the yellow earth. Then, with a dazzling speed, it plunged into the depths of the earth. Moreover, Zhuowen's keen senses discovered that the moment the spiral-shaped building drilled into the ground, it emitted a black and red light. Then, under the eyes of the crowd, the building began to grow, until it was tens of thousands of feet long. Azura Li. Azura Li. The Azura Li. Azura Li. Alidi Azura Li. Azura Li. This is the real Azura blood arena. It goes from the surface to tens of thousands of feet deep. In the Azura blood arena, there are Azura gates. Every time you blast open an Azura gate, you will enter another narrow space. In this narrow space, you will definitely meet at least one opponent. After defeating your opponent, you will continue to blast open the next Azura gate. Azura Li said, slowly. He explained the rules of the real Azura blood arena. Everyone revealed a look of understanding. The Azura blood arena went down layer by layer. The space would become narrower and narrower. The remaining warriors would also become more and more terrifying. The competition would also become more and more intense. In the end, the strongest 3 would be selected. Zhuowen also revealed a look of understanding. When he first entered the Azura blood arena, his first impression was that it was too ordinary. It was not much different from an ordinary arena. With Azura Li's strength and status, it should not be possible. He also did not need to spend so much effort to create such an ordinary arena. Now he realized that the real Azura blood arena had always been with Azura Li. Swoosh! Swoosh! Azura Li waved his sleeve. Nearly 1,000 blood rays flew out and attached themselves to everyone's forehead. He said indifferently, "This is an Azura talisman. If you are defeated during the battle, you can use the Azura talisman to teleport yourself out of the Azura blood arena. Of course, the result of this is naturally elimination." Zhuowen only felt a heat between his eyebrows. Soon after, a blood-red pattern appeared between his eyebrows. This should be the so-called Azura talisman. Moreover, Zhuowen could also feel that this Azura talisman contained a trace of spatial power. This Azura Li should be right. By relying on this Azura talisman, they could indeed teleport themselves out of the Azura blood arena. Let's start now. At this moment, the strange space tens of thousands of feet underground should have already nurtured 3 island sources. Whoever is stronger will be qualified to obtain the island sources. Go! Azura Li waved his sleeve and said indifferently, "Swoosh! Swoosh!" As soon as Azura Li's words came out, nearly 1,000 warriors in the yellow earth turned into afterimages. They rushed towards the countless Azura gates exposed on the surface of the Azura blood arena. Each of them chose an Azura gate and used brute force to shatter it. They directly rushed into the Azura gate. Zhuowen arrived in front of an inconspicuous Azura gate. His right hand condensed a trace of Buddhist power. He punched out and shattered the Azura gate. With a stomp of his foot, He entered the depths of the Azura blood arena. As soon as he entered, Zhuowen felt that the gravity inside was stronger than outside. His body could not help but become sluggish and his shoulders stiffened. However, after circulating yuan power around his body, Zhuowen slowly adapted to the environment of the Azura blood arena. Looking around, Zhuowen realized that the space of the Azura blood arena was completely blood-red. The place he was in was similar to a secret chamber. On the other side of this space, there was another Azura gate. Boom! Before Zhuowen could size up the Azura gate in front of him, traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the Azura gate. Shortly after, it burst open. An extremely muscular figure walked out from the back of the Azura gate, cursing and swearing. This person was extremely tall. He was almost twice as tall as Zhuowen. When Zhuowen stood in front of this person, he only reached the person's chest. Moreover, this person's muscles were extremely well developed. They bulged and bulged, looking extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. This person walked over step by step. Every step he took caused the space to tremble violently. It was as if a small earthquake had occurred. Bang! When he arrived 10 meters in front of Zhuowen, this person stretched out his right hand and slammed the 2-meter-long heavy sword on his back onto the ground. Immediately, the ground shook even more violently. However, Zhuowen stood quietly in the same place. He was as immovable as a boulder. This tall and muscular man's cultivation was not bad. He was also in the late heavenly venerable realm, which was similar to Zhuowen's. Coupled with his terrifying appearance, even cultivators of the same level would be somewhat traumatized by this person. This would affect their performance. The muscular man held the heavy sword in his right hand. He stared at Zhuowen with a mocking gaze and said, "I say, kid, our cultivation is about the same. However, looking at your thin arms and legs, your combat strength should not be much. If you don't want to die, I advise you to activate the Azura talisman and get out of here. You don't have the qualifications to tell me to get out. The one I want to get out of here is you, not me," Zhuowen said indifferently. The muscular man scratched his head and sneered. "It looks like you really aren't afraid of death. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. If I accidentally kill you later, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." As he spoke, the muscular man strode forward. Although he was walking, each step he took was equivalent to 4 or 5 steps of an ordinary person, so his speed was fast to the point of being dazzled. Moreover, Zhuowen was keenly aware of the strong killing intent in this man's eyes. Obviously, this muscular man intended to take his life as soon as he stepped forward. "Die!" The burly man let out a shrill cry. The heavy sword brought with it a frightening whistling sound as it descended from the sky, slashing straight at Zhuowen. The heavy sword was simply too large and heavy. As it slashed down, it actually caused countless fierce winds to howl in the surroundings. 7 kills! Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the 7 kills saber landed in his palm. At the same time, 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out from his back. He stomped his feet and turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly circling to the muscular man's side. Boom! Terrifying power poured down, and the heavy sword smashed into the ground, causing the ground to begin to crack. Terrifying cracks appeared, and the entire space began to tremble once again. "Kill!" Zhuowen, who had circled to the muscular man's side, shouted loudly. The 7-kill saber was infused with the killing force. He suddenly swept to the muscular man's back and slashed down with the saber. Clang! To Zhuowen's horror, the muscular man's skin was like steel. When the 7-kill saber slashed on the surface of his skin, it actually produced a metallic sound. It was actually unable to break through the man's physical defense. Haha, my physical body is comparable to a royal spiritual treasure. Even a royal spiritual treasure won't be able to break through my physical body. You can't do anything to me, but I can slowly torture you to death. The muscular man grinned hideously and swung his right hand. The heavy sword that had smashed onto the ground drew an arc and whizzed toward Zhuowen behind him, wanting to completely tear him apart. Retreat! Zhuowen suddenly retreated dozens of steps, barely dodging the terrifying heavy sword. His eyes gradually narrowed. You can't break through my physical body. What do you have to compete with me? You'd better get lost while it's still early. The muscular man swung the heavy sword and placed it on his shoulder. He stared at Zhuowen mockingly. It seems that the island's origin battle is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although your cultivation is only at the advanced stage of the Celestial Master Realm, your strength is already comparable to a warrior at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. Zhuowen slowly said. Of course. The brawny man smiled contentedly. Wen's words made him feel very happy in his heart. However, compared to me, there's still a huge gap. Since you're so proud of your physical body, then I'll fight with you head-on. Let's see whose physical body is stronger. However, Zhuowen's next words caused the muscular man's smile to disappear. He looked at Zhuowen as if he was looking at an idiot. Was this kid crazy? His physical body was comparable to a royal spiritual treasure, but this guy actually wanted to fight with him head-on. He was simply courting death. However, what happened next made him abandon this idea. Great Sun, Nirvana Fate. Chapter 1131. Azura gate looking at the three Zhangtal Zhuowen who had transformed into a four-headed, eight-armed man. The burly man's eyes were a little dazed. He actually felt a tinge of fear and trepidation in his heart. At this moment, the pressure that Zhuowen gave him was extremely strong. That three Zhangtal body and the blazing golden light gave him a feeling that he could not resist. Kill! Zhuowen, who had transformed into a four-headed, eight-armed man, roared and took a step forward. His entire body turned into a streak of golden lightning as he rapidly stepped towards the burly man. The burly man frowned slightly, but he did not show any signs of fear. His right hand held the hilt of his sword as he suddenly pulled it out. With a wild howl of the wind, he kicked the ground and shot out like a cannonball. Boom! The burly man's movements were rather nimble. He took advantage of Zhuowen's bosom and swung his heavy sword horizontally from the side, blasting towards Zhuowen's abdomen with a sharp whistling sound as if the air was being torn apart. Zhuowen grunted coldly as he stretched out his right arm that glowed with golden light, and then he suddenly swung it horizontally like a shield to block the heavy sword that slashed towards him, causing the sound of metal colliding to erupt. Feeling the huge force coming from the heavy sword, the burly man frowned slightly. His empty left hand was like a poisonous snake as it craftily swept towards Zhuowen's chest and abdomen. A surge of yuan qi swept out from the fingertips of his left hand, forming a sharp claw made out of qi. Boom! Unfortunately, Zhuowen's other arm quickly grabbed the burly man's left hand and then suddenly twisted it. A rather miserable cry rang out. Then the burly man was shocked to find that his left hand had been directly broken by Zhuowen's huge force and was hanging down powerlessly. Don't forget, I have 8 arms. Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out. The moment he broke the burly man's left hand, an extremely dazzling golden light erupted from his remaining 6 arms and blasted towards the burly man. The terrifying huge force caused an extremely frightening hissing sound to ring out in the surroundings. No, I admit defeat. Let me go. Feeling the strong whistling sound of the wind blowing in his face, the burly man's eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't help but loudly beg for mercy and admit defeat. Unfortunately, Zhuowen was unmoved, and his 6 arms continued to press forward. When the burly man made his move earlier, he had intended to kill Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was obvious that he intended to kill Zhuowen in this Azura bloody arena. Since the other party intended to kill him, Zhuowen would not be polite. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Boom! The muffled sound of fist force entering flesh resounded. Immediately, 6 terrifying forces exploded within the burly man's body. The burly man suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face became pale and bloodless. His entire body became soft and limp on the ground as though it had no bones. His breathing became extremely heavy. The 6 fist forces were extremely terrifying. Moreover, Zhuowen's 6 punches had struck the 6 vital points of the burly man, directly cutting off his life force. Slowly withdrawing his hand, Zhuowen looked indifferently at the burly man lying limp on the ground. He knew that the burly man, whose life force had been cut off by the fist forces, would not live for long. Therefore, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he strode towards the Azura gate that had just appeared. In the Azura Bloody Arena, every time an opponent was defeated, a new Azura gate would appear in the barrier ahead. Entering the new Azura gate, one would naturally encounter the elites who had survived the first battle. Only by winning again and again could one finally reach the strange space tens of thousands of feet below the Azura Bloody Arena and obtain the island source. At this moment, on the surface of the Azura Bloody Arena, there were streaks of blood-red light constantly flashing, revealing figures. These figures were the warriors who had been defeated and eliminated in the Azura Bloody Arena. Most of them had a dejected look on their faces as they walked towards the corners of the yellow earth, silently observing the warriors who had yet to be eliminated. This was because in the sky above the Azura Bloody Arena, there was a blood-red light screen. This light screen was divided into countless small sections, and each section displayed a battle. Clearly, it was the scene of the warriors who had passed the first battle and advanced to the second battle. Among them, the most eye-catching were 4 people. These 4 people were Yama Crown Prince, Diba, Luinjia, and Xue Luozi. In every battle, the 4 of them finished off their opponents in an extremely clean manner. They were the first to arrive at the next Azura Gate, silently waiting for their opponents to arrive. As for Zhuowen, his performance was not too eye-catching. Even in battle, he did not finish off his opponents in one move like Yama Crown Prince and the other 3. Instead, he fought casually and, at the same time, he honed his slaughter oath-breaking saber technique. After all, he was not very proficient in the slaughter saber technique. If he could use his opponents to hone his skills, his improvement would naturally be faster. It seems like the 3 spots this time will be among the 4 of them. Azura Standing Ground's gaze was basically focused on Yama Crown Prince and the other 3. As for the others, he was too lazy to look at them. This Diba is not simple. It is said that he came from the outer court of splendid Spirit Island. Moreover, he is a monstrous genius who ranks second on the outer court Heavenly Master list. I'm afraid that he will be a strong competitor for Yama Crown Prince, Xue Luozi, and Luinjia. Luan He smiled faintly. Diba is still not a match for Yama Crown Prince. However, Xue Luozi and Luinjia should be careful, especially Xue Luozi. I heard that a mysterious youth destroyed his physical body a month ago. His strength should have been greatly reduced, right? Azura Standing Ground said meaningfully, "There is such a thing. Xue Luozi's strength is enough to rank in the top 3 among the younger generation in Azura City. How could he be so battered by a nameless youth?" Luan He was slightly surprised. Bloody Butcher's gaze was gloomy. He coldly snorted and said, "That guy used some despicable means to injure my son. Let's not talk about this matter anymore." Seeing Bloody Butcher's perfunctory attitude, Luan He's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. He then smiled mischievously and said, "Even if it was a sneak attack, he shouldn't be weak to be able to force Xue Luozi into such a state. He should also be participating in the competition for the island's origin, right? That little bastard won't dare to come. I have arranged many people outside the city. If he enters the city, I will know immediately. At that time it will be his doomsday," Bloody Butcher said coldly. "That's a pity. If that guy had participated in the competition, it would have been quite interesting." Luan He smiled meaningfully. Bloody Butcher coldly stared at Luan He and said, "Luan He, what do you mean?" "Nothing." Let's continue to watch the competition. After 4 rounds, the competition will become extremely fierce. At that time, the competition will reach its climax. At that time, we will know who will be eliminated. Luan He shook his head and said with a smile. Bloody Butcher frowned slightly, but his heart sank to the extreme. Chouette Loisy's body had not been rebuilt for a long time. Although the aura of this body was stronger than before, Chouette Loisy had not had time to adapt to the new body. Therefore, the strength that he could display was weaker than before. Therefore, Bloody Butcher began to worry that Chouette Loisy would be eliminated by Yama Crown Prince, Diba, and Luanjia. After another 2 rounds of battles, Zhuo stepped into the 4th Azure Gate. He knew that after 3 rounds of elimination, there would only be about 100 warriors left. Zhuo also knew that the remaining 100 warriors were the true elites of the Azure Gate. Their battle prowess was much stronger than the average warrior. Boom! The Shura gate on the side was instantly broken, and a slender figure appeared. This figure was actually a woman with a graceful figure. She was wearing a red cheongsam. The tight clothes outlined her extremely seductive figure. Her lips were cherry red, and a seductive aura exuded from her body. Dang, dang, dang. The woman also saw Zhuowen in front of her. Her round eyes gently blinked at Zhuowen, and a ripple of lust sprouted in the entire space. Brother, you are so fast. You actually reached here faster than me. You must be very powerful. A sweet voice that could make one's heart soften slowly came out of the woman's mouth. Zhuowen could not help but feel a trace of numbness in his heart. Dang, 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 dang. Dang, dang, dang. Very quickly, the lady in the cheongsam arrived in front of Zhuowen. Her pure white and soft hands were placed on Zhuowen's shoulders. A refreshing fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow as he revealed a comfortable expression. At the same time, the flames of lust in his heart were ignited by this fragrance, causing Zhuowen's cheeks to turn slightly red as a faint crimson color rose in his eyes. Brother, what's the point of fighting and killing? Wouldn't it be better if we did something more enjoyable? The woman in the cheongsam stuck out her tongue like an orchid. Her sweet voice and warm and soft hands caressed the desire in Zhuowen's heart. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, the woman in the cheongsam revealed a trace of a feminine smile. Soon after, a cold light swept out from her palm and swept toward Zhuowen's neck. Clang! However, when this cold light reached Zhuowen's neck, it actually stopped abruptly. Moreover, it even emitted the sound of metal clashing. The woman in the cheongsam was shocked to discover that Zhuowen's neck revealed a trace of a blazing golden light. Her sure kill attack was actually unable to pierce through this golden light. Have you always used this method to win before? The instant the woman in the cheongsam revealed a stunned expression, Zhuowen's calm voice slowly sounded out, causing the woman's heart to be in chaos. She secretly felt that something was wrong. Her jade-like feet tapped on the ground as she planned to fly away. You plan to run after a sneak attack? Do you think there is such a thing as a cheap shot? Zhuowen's dense voice sounded out. His right hand grabbed the woman's jade-like arm, following which a powerful force exploded. One could only hear a "Kacha" sound resounding out. The woman's seemingly boneless right arm was directly crushed by Zhuowen's violent force. Puchi! The woman let out a sharp, blood-curdling scream. She decisively waved the dagger in her right hand and cut off her left arm that was being pinched. Accompanied by a violent spurt of blood, she continuously retreated dozens of steps. Her face was pale as she looked at Zhuowen. You weren't charmed by me from the beginning? That was all an illusion that you displayed? The woman in the cheongsam stared at Zhuowen in front of her with a deathly pale face and said in a low voice. Zhuowen was a little surprised by the decisiveness of the woman in the cheongsam. He nodded and said, "This trick of yours can only be said to be a little low-level. It won't work on me at all. You win." Chapter 1132. Long, when after the Chong Sam woman left, Zhuowen resolutely blasted away the Shura gate in front of him. The next 2 Shura gates he encountered were not too difficult for Zhuowen to deal with. After entangling with them for a while, Zhuowen easily defeated them and successfully reached the bottom of the Azura Blood arena. At the bottom of the Azura Blood field, there was a blood-colored rock space. In the center of this space, there was a blood-colored sphere that was about 100 feet in size. Thick, blood-colored tubes extended from the sphere. There were a total of 12 tubes, and at the end of each tube, there were 12 Azura gates. After arriving at this space, Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the huge blood-red sphere in the center of the space with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The island's origin is in this blood-red sphere. Moreover, there are only 3 origin powers. There are a total of 12 people who have reached this place. If you want to obtain the 3 origin powers, then fight to your heart's content and eliminate your opponents. A strong voice resounded in this space. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He was naturally familiar with this voice. It belonged to Azura Lady. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen noticed that there were 11 other people in this space. All of them were at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. Only Zhuowen, who was at the Advanced Celestial Master Realm, stood out among the 12 people. You're lucky to reach the bottom of the Azura Blood Arena at the Advanced Celestial Master Realm. Shui Luozi, who happened to be standing not far from Zhuowen, stared at Zhuowen with his scarlet eyes. At this moment, Zhuowen's appearance was that of a young man with a charcoal black face. Therefore, Shui Luozi did not recognize Zhuowen even though he was standing in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen glanced at Shui Luozi indifferently and said, "I'll be lucky if I meet you." Hearing this, Shui Luozi narrowed his eyes and sneered, "It seems that you are very confident in yourself. If you really meet me, I will let you know the taste of death." Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Shui Luozi. He wasn't afraid of Shui Luozi even before his breakthrough. Now that his cultivation had jumped 2 levels, Shui Luozi was even less of a match for him. Shui Luozi naturally felt Zhuowen's disregard and his eyes darkened. He was already in a bad mood when his body was destroyed by Zhuowen a month ago. Now that a late-stage heavenly master dared to ignore him, his killing intent began to soar. "You'd better pray that you don't meet me next time. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Shui Luozi said coldly, his eyes fixed on the blood-red ball in front of him. The others didn't pay attention to Shui Luozi and Zhuowen. Most of their attention was on the blood-red ball, which contained their ultimate goal of participating in the Azura Blood Arena. The island's origin was something that could improve one's martial aptitude and cultivation. It was of great benefit to warriors. "Go in!" A deep voice rang out. Yama Crown Prince took a step forward and turned into a shadow, rushing towards one of the Shura gates. Boom! With a punch, the Shura gate was smashed into pieces. Yama Crown Prince entered the Shura gate without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 The moment Yama Crown Prince entered the Shura gate, Diba, Luinjia, and the others also chose a Shura gate and broke through it. "I hope I'm lucky enough to meet you." Hee hee. Shui Luozi glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and sneered. He also rushed into one of the Shura gates. "Maybe you'll regret it when the time comes." Zhuowen chuckled and didn't stay any longer. He headed straight for the last Azura gate. After entering the Shura gate, Zhuowen saw a huge blood-red platform in front of him. The platform was several miles wide. Outside the blood-red platform was a pitch-black void. The blood-red platform was suspended in the void. Only when he looked around did Zhuowen discover that there were a total of 6 blood-red platforms like this in the surroundings. Moreover, there were 3 platforms on each level, while the 3rd level was a relatively narrow platform. There were 3 balls of blood-red light on the platform. Origin energy surged out from the balls of light, causing Zhuowen to feel warm all over. The 3 blood-red balls of light on the 3rd level should be the origin energy of Azura Island. Looking at the blood-red balls of light on the third level, Zhuowen's eyes burned with passion. The blood-red ball uses a 2-on-1 elimination system. The winner will go to the next level. In the end, only 3 people will be able to reach the third level. A majestic voice rang out in the blood-red ball. It was Azura Li Di who had spoken. Whoosh! A blood-red light pillar appeared in front of Zhuowen. Then a blue-clothed youth was teleported in front of Zhuowen. However, the moment he appeared on the platform, his attention quickly fell on Zhuowen. The confusion in his eyes was instantly replaced by a trace of vigilance. Zhuo, when sized up the blue-clothed youth in front of him, he saw that this person was around 23 years old. His hair was tied up into a crown, and he had a tall figure. He had a dignified appearance and was handsome and confident. When his eyes opened and closed, an extremely frightening radiance erupted from them. The blue-clothed youth's aura was quite strong, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly master realm. However, his aura was slightly weaker than Shueluozi's. In terms of battle strength, he should be weaker than Shueluozi. Advanced heavenly master. The blue-clothed youth quickly sensed that Zhuowen's aura was only at the advanced heavenly master realm. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and his vigilance gradually faded. It seems that I'm quite lucky. The blue-clothed youth slowly walked towards Zhuowen and chuckled. Do we still need to fight? Your cultivation is lower than mine, so your battle strength is definitely inferior to mine. You'd better give up. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Isn't it better to say this after you defeat me? I don't think it's necessary to say this now. Haha, it seems that you're going to fight with me? Well, I'll let you experience the difference between a peak heavenly master and an advanced heavenly master. The blue-clothed youth placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist and clenched his fingers. Then he stomped his foot on the ground, and a terrifying force gushed out. The blue-clothed youth rushed towards Zhuowen like a bolt of lightning. In an instant he was in front of Zhuowen. Swoosh! The blue-clothed young man let out a low cry. His right hand suddenly pulled back, and a dazzling cold glow surged out. The long sword at his waist was pulled out by him. Immediately, the blue-clothed young man slashed out horizontally. A blue sword glow rushed out, and like a poisonous snake, it pierced toward Zhuowen's vital points. 7 kills! Zhuowen shouted and took out the 7-kill saber. Then he twisted his waist and dodged the terrifying sword light by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the 7-kill saber descended and slashed towards the blue-clothed youth's waist. Feeling the 7-kill saber at his waist, the blue-clothed youth's pupils shrank to the size of needles. His right hand suddenly moved horizontally, and the long sword that was stabbing towards Zhuowen's vital points was held horizontally at his waist. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing whistling sound was emitted when the blade and sword came into contact. Soon after, a frightening energy erupted. The two of them were actually in a deadlock in the air. The frightening energy ripples spread out like ripples in water, causing the surrounding space to faintly tremble. Your strength is not bad. The blue-clothed youth frowned slightly. The strength that Zhuowen had unleashed made him shudder with fear. Is it only not bad? Zhuowen said indifferently. Soon after, a terrifying slaughter force erupted from his body. 8 seas of blood surged out of the void and instantly enveloped the blue-clothed young man. The blue-clothed young man immediately felt a rather powerful pressure from the surroundings, causing his body to involuntarily fall downwards. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The slaughter momentum had merged the Shura blood spear momentum and slaughter aura. Its power was much stronger than the Shura blood spear momentum. Even if Zhuowen did not evolve into 4 heads and 8 arms, he could still exert 8 times the power of the slaughter momentum with the 8 blood spears. Slash! With the help of the blood seas, Zhuowen raised his right hand again, and the 7-kill saber slashed down. heavily hitting the long sword at the blue-clothed youth's waist. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The long sword in the blue-clothed youth's hand was knocked away, and the 7 kills saber continued to sweep towards the blue-clothed youth, intending to cut him in half. No. The blue-clothed young man's pupils constricted to the size of needles. He shouted loudly and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, his speed was still slower than Zhuo Wen's blade. Although his waist and abdomen had avoided the 7 kills blade slash, his right hand that was holding the sword had been directly slashed by the 7 kills blade. Puff! Blood splashed out. The blue-clothed youth screamed and hurriedly retreated, holding his cut-off right hand. His whole body trembled, and he stared at Zhuo Wen in fear. In just one confrontation, he was defeated, and his arm was cut off by this black-faced youth. Was this guy really a warrior at the late stage of the Heavenly Master Realm? Do you still want to fight? Zhuo Wen walked over slowly, pointing the 7 kills saber at the blue-clothed youth and said lightly, "What's your name?" The blue-clothed youth suddenly asked. Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "My name is Long Wen." Long Wen, your strength is far beyond that of a warrior at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. Why have I never heard of you before? The blue-clothed youth asked unwillingly. There are countless warriors in the world, and there are many hidden experts that you don't know. Is it strange that you haven't heard of my name? Zhuo Wen sneered. The blue-clothed youth took a deep look at Zhuo Wen and said, "Maybe. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Goodbye." With that, the blue-clothed youth activated the Azura talisman and disappeared from the scarlet platform. Chapter 1133. Killing Xue Luozi. The scarlet platform on the second level was twice as large as the first level. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged opposite Zhuo Wen. Perhaps because he had noticed Zhuo Wen's appearance, the figure slowly got up and turned around, staring at Zhuo Wen with a pair of scarlet eyes. "Your luck is not bad. You actually met me." This person's voice was rather cold. His eyes stared at Zhuo Wen as he spoke sinisterly. "I am indeed lucky to have met you, Xue Luozi, the young master of the Splattering Blood Gang," Zhuo Wen replied faintly. Outside the Azura Blood Arena, Azura Lady, Luan He, and the Bloody Butcher were quietly floating in the air. The 3 of them were silently staring at the remaining 3 light screens in the sky. The 3 light screens were showing the last 3 battles at the bottom of the Azura Blood Arena. When the 3 battles ended, the ownership of the 3 island origins would be determined. All the spectators on the countless viewing platforms quietened down. They held their breaths as their eyes continuously focused on the 3 light screens. This was the final battle, and it was also the battle that everyone had their eyes on. No one wanted to miss it. Luan Jia and Di Ba are going up against each other. It seems that Luan Jia is in a bad situation this time. The Bloody Butcher suddenly gloated at Luan He. The 3 light screens showed Yama Crown Prince against a black-clothed young man with a sword, Di Ba against Luan Jia, and Xue Luozi against Zhuo Wen. Luan He's face turned slightly ugly. In fact, he was well aware of Di Ba's strength. Although Luan Jia's battle strength was far superior to ordinary warriors, there was still a gap between her and Di Ba. "Bloody Butcher, are you very proud?" Xue Luozi's opponent is also not simple. He may fail miserably when the time comes. Luan He said somewhat angrily. The Bloody Butcher sneered and said, "You don't have to worry about that. He's just a late-stage Heavenly Master. Even if he has some strength, it's unlikely that he's a match for my son. You should be worried about your Luan Jia, haha." Previously, Luan He had been nagging about how Xue Luozi's body was destroyed by Zhuo Wen a month ago, which made Bloody Butcher very unhappy. Now that Luan Jia had met Di Ba, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity to ridicule her. Luan He snorted coldly and stopped arguing with the Bloody Butcher. His gaze was fixed on the light screen on the platform where Luan Jia and Di Ba were. His hands trembled slightly, showing that he was not calm at all. The 3 of them had already been paying attention to Di Ba, the the monster of the excellent Spirit Island, when the Azura Blood Arena began. The fighting strength that the former had displayed had indeed surprised the three of them. Azura Lidi predicted that Deba might not be as strong as the Yamacrown Prince, but the gap would not be huge. He was even stronger than Luan Jia and Xue Luozi. Luan He and the Bloody Butcher didn't doubt Azura Lidi's conjecture. After all, Azura Lidi was the only mid-level emperor on Azura Island. His foresight was much higher than theirs. The battle has begun, Azura Lidi suddenly said, which immediately attracted Luan He and the Bloody Butcher's attention to the light screen in the sky. On the light screen, the Yamacrown Prince and the black-clothed swordsman clashed fiercely. The Yamacrown Prince's weapon was the blood-red claws on the back of his hands. Every time he waved them, they would leave terrifying claw shadows in the air. The black-clothed swordsman wasn't weak either. With a swing of his sword, thousands of sword shadows spread out in all directions like a violent storm. They were evenly matched with the claw shadows. Those who could reach the bottom of the Azura Blood Arena weren't mediocre. Basically, they were all monstrous monsters with fighting strength that far exceeded their realm. Even the Yamacrown Prince had to treat them with caution. On the second light screen, the battle between Luan Jia and Deba had also begun. Deba's fighting style was wild and unruly. He was barehanded. Every time he blasted out a blow, it was like a huge mountain crushing down from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Luan Jia held two swords in her hands. Her fighting style was extremely elegant and her speed was extremely fast. It was a sharp contrast to Deba's wild and unruly style. However, Deba's strength was obviously stronger than Luan Jia's. For a moment, Deba seemed to have gained the upper hand in the battle. The third light screen showed Zhuowen and Xue Luozi. However, strangely, very few people were paying attention to their battle. This was because many people could see that Xue Luozi's opponent was only a late heavenly master. In their opinion, such a cultivation was simply cannon fodder for Xue Luozi. The result of this battle could be guessed without watching it. Therefore, many people simply chose not to watch it. Even the Bloody Butcher only glanced at it. His main attention was on the first two light screens. His thoughts were similar to the others. He believed that Xue Luozi's victory should be without any suspense. "I'll give you an unforgettable death, he." Xue Luozi sneered. He stretched out his right hand and took out a blood spear. His left hand suddenly pressed against the handle of the blood spear and activated his Yuan force. Suddenly, the blood spear shot out like an arrow from a bow. The moment the blood spear shot out, Xue Luozi's body moved along with the spear. He suddenly stepped out and followed closely behind the blood spear. A whistling sound rang out, fluttering Xue Luozi's messy hair. His imposing manner was as strong as the sun. Zhuowen stood quietly in the same place, calmly staring at the person and the spear that were getting closer and closer. He did not feel the approaching danger at all. It was as if he was scared silly. "Pretentious trash, hee." Looking at Zhuowen's motionless figure, Xue Luozi's smile became colder. His speed increased a little. In an instant he was in front of Zhuowen. The tip of the blood spear glowed with a cold light as it pierced toward Zhuowen's chest. "Die." When Xue Luozi raised his head slightly, he was surprised to see a strange smile on Zhuowen's face. A bolt of lightning flashed in front of him, and then the blood spear pierced through Zhuowen's chest. However, no blood flowed out. There was only an illusory feeling of penetration. An afterimage? The moment the blood spear pierced through Zhuowen, Xue Luozi realized something. He suddenly grasped the handle of the spear with his right hand. Then he stomped his foot and twisted his waist, forcibly bending his body. Immediately he found that Zhuowen had appeared in front of him, holding the 7-kill saber and slashing at him. "This saber, how is it possible? It's you?" Looking at the approaching 7-kill saber, Xue Luozi's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He could not help but think of the figure from a month ago. It was that figure who forced him to abandon his physical body and flee. Clang! The 7 kills saber collided with the blood spear, and a metallic sound rang out. Xue Luozi felt a huge force, and with a groan, he was sent flying back dozens of steps. "It's you!" Xue Luozi shouted angrily. His voice was filled with fear. Zhuo Wen didn't answer. He stamped his foot, and his slaughter momentum gushed out. 8 blood seas surrounded his body. His speed soared to the extreme, and he arrived in front of Xue Luozi in an instant. The 7-kill saber slashed out with an indomitable momentum. "Blood Eye! Open!" Xue Luozi's eyes turned red, and his heart sank to the extreme. He had experienced the terror of this guy a month ago. At that time, this guy was only at the early stage of the Heavenly Master Realm. Now he was at the late stage of the Heavenly Master Realm. Needless to say, his strength was much more terrifying than a month ago. Whoosh! The blood eye between Xue Luozi's eyebrows opened, and a terrifying line of blood shot out toward Zhuowen. Demonic Eye! Zhuowen immediately opened the demonic eye and swallowed the line of blood. Then he slashed out with the 7-kill saber again. 8 blood seas wrapped around Xue Luozi, and his body suddenly froze. Morning Seal! The moment the blood seas wrapped around Xue Luozi, Zhuowen immediately pinched the morning seal. A sorrowful aura gushed out and filled the whole space. The sorrowful aura rose in Xue Luozi's heart, causing him to feel weak and his strength to decrease by about 20%. After that, Zhuowen's saber momentum remained unchanged and slashed toward Xue Luozi's waist. Bastard! Xue Luozi's movements became much slower, and his strength weakened under the confinement of the blood seas and the morning seal. Looking at the 7-kill saber, Xue Luozi clenched his teeth and placed the blood spear in front of his waist to block the saber. Bang! The 7 murders blade was pressed against the surface of the blood spear. Zhuowen coldly smiled. With a twist of his wrist, the 7 murders blade spun and suddenly flicked. The blood spear was immediately sent flying by Zhuowen. At the same time, Zhuowen slashed out with his blade again. This time, the speed of his blade was much faster than before. Puff! Blood spurted out as the 7-kill saber slashed across Xue Luozi's waist. Xue Luozi groaned as he was cut in half. Blood gushed out from his body, forming a small pool of blood under his feet. Ah! With a shrill scream, Xue Luozi's upper body was sent flying while his lower body fell into a pool of blood. Dang! Zhuo Wen's eyes were indifferent. He took a step forward and rushed towards Xue Luozi's upper body. In an instant he arrived above Xue Luozi's head and slashed out with his blade, aiming for Xue Luozi's forehead. This time he wanted to shatter Xue Luozi's blood-eye armored soul so that he could not use the secret skill to escape. Activate the Azura talisman. Xue Luozi screamed as he felt the 7-kill saber getting closer and closer to his forehead. His eyes were full of fear. He finally activated the Azura talisman. He knew that if he did not activate it now, he would really die here. Waves of space power wrapped around Xue Luozi's upper body and tried to pull him out of the scarlet platform. Space power? Slash. Xue Luozi, you must die today. Feeling the space power around Xue Luozi, Zhuowen's eyes changed slightly. He exerted his terrifying mental energy on the 7-kill saber and increased its speed. In an instant, the 7-kill saber had reached Xue Luozi's forehead. No. Chapter 1134. Island Origin. At this moment, the battle between the first 2 light screens had reached its climax. The intense collisions and the dazzling yuan energy caused many of the spectators to cheer in unison. Looks like the Yama Crown Prince is about to win. The Azura Blood Manor's Azura battle arts is truly extraordinary. The Bloody Butcher's attention was attracted by the first screen. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "That black-clothed youth is not bad. He's able to withstand Yama Crown Prince's attack for such a long time." However, he has reached his limit now. Luan He agreed. Azura Lidi's lips curled into a smile. Yama Crown Prince was his son. As his father, he naturally felt proud when he was praised. However, I'm afraid that Luan Jia of your Jianing auction house is about to reach her limit. Hee. Bloody Butcher shifted his gaze to the second light screen. He couldn't help but sneer when he saw Luan Jia being suppressed by Diba. Luan He's face suddenly turned as black as charcoal. He glared coldly at Bloody Butcher and immediately looked at Luan Jia in the light screen with a worried expression. In fact, he already knew the outcome of the battle between Luan Jia and Diba. He just didn't want to lose face. Whoosh! When everyone's attention was focused on the first two light screens, a bloody light suddenly rose from the bottom of the Azura Blood arena, attracting everyone's attention. Someone used the Azura talisman? Someone has already been eliminated. Azura Lidi was stunned and couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that someone would be eliminated so quickly. Yama Crown Prince and the black-clothed youth in the first light screen and Luan Jia and Diba in the second light screen were still fighting. No one had been defeated yet. Therefore, only Shui Luozi and Zhuowen in the third light screen could be eliminated. My son's speed is pretty fast. He defeated his opponent so quickly. Bloody Butcher laughed with a smug look in his eyes. Like the others, he didn't pay attention to the third light curtain at all. In his opinion, Shui Luozi's victory was guaranteed. There was no suspense at all. The moment the Bloody Butcher laughed out loud, the surroundings suddenly fell into a strange silence. Not only were the people in the stands like this, even Azura Lidi and Luan He, who were beside the Bloody Butcher, fell into a rare silence. Only the Bloody Butcher's proud laughter was echoing in the arena. The Bloody Butcher also noticed the strange atmosphere around him, and his smile faded a little. He looked at Azura Lidi and Luan He in surprise because he noticed that the two of them were staring at the third light screen. Their expressions were extremely shocked, as if they had seen something strange. Plop! The dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground attracted the Bloody Butcher's attention. When he looked in the direction of the sound, he found that the bloody light slowly converged, revealing the true face of the figure inside. This was a corpse that only had the upper half of its body. It was dressed in a blood-red robe, and there was an extremely wide bloody scar between its eyebrows. Blood flowed out from the bloody scar between its eyebrows. Its eyes were wide open, and it was clear that it had died with a grievance. When the Bloody Butcher's attention fell on the face of the corpse, his body trembled, and he fell into an unconcealable silence. The owner of the corpse was none other than Shui Luozi. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's gaze also fell on Shui Luozi's corpse, and they all gasped. In the next moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the Bloody Butcher, who was in the air. After all, Shui Luozi was the Bloody Butcher's son. After a long silence, the Bloody Butcher's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, but he did not say anything. He stomped his foot and came to Shui Luozi's side under everyone's gaze. He touched Shui Luozi's neck with his right hand, and then he sighed softly. He quietly put away Shui Luozi's corpse and returned to Azura Lidi and Luan He's side. However, the Bloody Butcher's eyes were fixated on the third light screen. He was staring at the tall and straight figure with a strong killing intent. How dare this young man kill his own Shui Luozi? He, the Bloody Butcher, would never let him off. After the Bloody Butcher calmly put away Shui Luozi's corpse, countless people shifted their attention to Zhuowen on the third light screen. The uproar was like a monstrous tsunami, whistling through the entire area. Originally, everyone thought that the battle on the third light screen would be a foregone conclusion. They also believed that Shui Luozi would definitely win. But now, Shui Luozi's death ignited the atmosphere in the Azura Blood arena. Everyone's attention shifted from the first and second light screens to Zhuowen on the third light screen. Cheers, roars, and countless whispers began to sweep through the entire Azura Blood arena. Everyone went crazy. Zhuowen, who was only a late-stage heavenly master, had defeated Shweluazi, whose cultivation was one level higher than his, in the shortest time among the 3 light screens. For many people, this result could be considered as a rather big miracle. What's the origin of this man? How can a late-stage heavenly master defeat Shweluazi? Azura Lidi looked at the proud figure on the 3rd light screen in amazement. Luen He shook his head and said, "This man's face is unfamiliar. He shouldn't be a genius of our Azura island. I'm afraid that he's a genius from another island, like Deba." "Oh, are the 3 spots for this year's island source going to be occupied by 2 geniuses from other islands?" Azura Lidi muttered with a frown. Luen He smiled bitterly. He was afraid that Azura Lidi was right. 2 of the 3 spots for this year's Azura island source would be occupied by geniuses from other islands. He was somewhat helpless about this. The bloody butcher stared coldly at Zhuowen. He didn't say anything, or rather, he wasn't in the mood to speak. The death of his 2 celestial guardians a month ago had already dealt a heavy blow to his bloody splashing gang. Now his personal disciple, Shweluazi, a genius who had the potential to advance to the Emperor realm, had died in front of him. One could imagine how bad his mood was at the moment. Countless onlookers were constantly discussing the identity and origin of Zhuowen. Obviously, in everyone's opinion, since he had the strength to kill Shweluazi at such a young age, he couldn't be a nobody in the Bitter Sea. However, what made many people smile bitterly was that no matter how they thought about it, they could not figure it out. None of the famous geniuses in Misery Sea seemed to fit Zhuowen's appearance and temperament. Asterisk clang. Asterisk after eliminating Shweluazi. A chain staircase appeared on the platform of the 3rd layer. Zhuowen lifted his foot and walked up step by step, a fiery light flashing in his eyes. "I heard Shawshank say that the blood crystal source erupts with the island's source. I wonder if the 3rd layer has it," Zhuowen whispered as he walked. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the moment Zhuowen stepped onto the 3rd layer. Zhuowen's pupil shrank as he discovered that there was a spatial force around him. Immediately, he felt a wave of dizziness as he arrived at a blood-red space several miles wide. What surprised Zhuowen was that there were countless blood-red light spots floating in the air. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he discovered that these blood-red light spots were actually blood-red crystals. "Those are blood crystals." Zhuowen raised his eyebrows as a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Since there were blood crystals, it was very likely that the blood crystal source was here. Zhuowen shifted his gaze from the blood-red light spots in the air to the platform in the center of the space. There were 3 palm-sized blood-red light clusters on the platform. It seems that the 3rd layer should be a sealed space. What you saw on the 2nd layer was only the surface. The moment you stepped onto the 3rd layer, you broke into the space constructed by the 3rd layer. Xiaohei's voice slowly resounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded and took a step forward, arriving in front of the platform. The 3 light clusters were irregular in shape and emitted a rich source energy, causing Zhuowen's eyes to shine brightly. As his eyes flickered, Zhuowen's right hand reached into the light cluster in the center. The light cluster did not resist Zhuowen's grasp and was directly absorbed by him. The moment his right hand came into contact with the ball of light, Zhuowen could clearly sense strands of origin energy enter his sea of consciousness. It actually expanded his sea of consciousness and even tempered his meridians. No wonder everyone says that the island source energy has the effect of increasing one's aptitude. Not only can this thing expand the sea of consciousness, it can even temper the meridians. Under the constant tempering of this source energy, it would be strange if one's aptitude did not increase. Feeling the benefits of the island's source energy, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. However, although the light cluster was only the size of a palm, the density of the source energy it contained was extremely high. Zhuowen estimated that it would take quite some time to absorb all of it. Furthermore, this thing was also a token for the sky capital peaks disciple assessment. Hence, Zhuowen naturally would not absorb all of it. He would definitely leave a portion behind. I wonder if I'll be able to take down the other 2 origin energies. Putting away his island's source energy, Zhuowen's eyes were fiery as he looked at the remaining 2 light clusters. His right hand suddenly reached out towards the light cluster on the right, wanting to take it into his palm. Bang! When Zhuowen's right hand was about to touch the light cluster, a terrifying blood-colored energy erupted, repelling Zhuowen's right hand. Under this energy, Zhuowen was forced to take several steps back, his brows slightly furrowed. It seems like each person can only take 1 island's source energy. I was too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Zhuowen knew that this energy should be the energy of Azura Island's island spirit. It would not allow one person to obtain too much source energy. Whoosh! Chapter 1135. Origin of Blood. Crystal Zhuowen slowly turned around when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He immediately saw the Yama Crown Prince and Di-Ba appear in this space. The Yama Crown Prince and Di-Ba looked at each other as a sharp light burst out from their eyes. However, this only lasted for a moment before the 2 of them shifted their gazes away and focused their attention on the platform in front of them. When they saw that there was another figure standing on the platform, the 2 of them frowned slightly. There was actually someone who had arrived here before the 2 of them. This was truly unexpected. The Yama Crown Prince raised his eyebrows as he looked at Zhuowen, whose face was as black as charcoal, and said in surprise, "It's actually not Xue Luo Zi." A trace of surprise flashed across Di-Ba's eyes. He had naturally seen this black-faced youth before. Among the 12 people who had reached the bottom of the Azura Blood Arena, this person had the lowest cultivation and was also the only advanced heavenly venerate. Originally, Di-Ba thought that this fellow would be eliminated in the first round. He did not expect that this fellow would actually come all the way here and obtain the island's origin before the 2 of them. However, the surprise in their eyes only lasted for a moment before their attention was attracted by the remaining 2 blood-colored balls of light on the platform. Azura Island's origin. Di-Ba and the Yama Crown Prince muttered in a low voice as they rushed forward at the same time. They tacitly took the remaining 2 balls of origin on the platform, one on the left and one on the right. Their eyes were filled with a blazing light. Zhuowen merely glanced at the 2 of them before his gaze landed on the countless blood-colored light spots in the sky. There are so many blood crystals that at a glance they were like countless stars in the night sky. Such a huge amount of blood crystals. Looking at the huge amount of blood crystals in the sky, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. These blood crystals contained extremely dense, demonic massacre chi, which was extremely useful for his massacred devil Dao. Moreover, Zhuowen guessed that the origin of the blood crystals was hidden in the depths of these blood crystals, which was the 1,000-layered stone. Swoosh! While Zhuowen was pondering about the origin of the blood crystals, the Yama Crown Prince, who had kept the island's origin, took a step forward and rushed towards the blood-colored light spots in the sky. Haha! With so many blood crystals, it was not a waste for me to enter this strange space tens of thousands of meters underground. The moment the Yama Crown Prince rushed out, his wild and arrogant laughter resounded over this place. It appeared extremely powerful. Di-Ba was taken aback. However, he did not hesitate and followed behind Lin Fan. Blood crystals were extremely valuable. There was no reason for him not to take them now that he had stumbled upon them. Let's go up and take a look first. Shaking his head, Zhuowen took a step forward and also rushed towards the countless blood-colored light spots in the sky. With a suction force from his right hand, he was able to pinch a handful of blood crystals. Zhuowen unceremoniously stuffed them into his spirit ring. Di-Ba, Yama Crown Prince, and Zhuowen formed a silent, tacit understanding. They didn't say a word and separated themselves from each other, focusing on collecting the blood crystals. About an hour later, Zhuowen realized that 1/3 of the space in his spirit ring was filled with blood crystals. The number of blood crystals in his spirit ring had already reached hundreds of thousands. However, the surrounding blood crystals were still endless. It seemed as if they would never be able to finish collecting them. Too many blood crystals weren't of much use to Zhuowen. Right now, he only wanted to find the origin of the blood crystals as soon as possible. Looking at Diba and the Yama Crown Prince, who were still busy collecting the blood crystals, Zhuowen shook his head and began to observe his surroundings. He was shocked to realize that other than the blood crystals that were constantly being swept out, there was only darkness around him. Xiao Hei, can you sense where the source of these blood crystals is? These blood crystals shouldn't have appeared here for no reason. Xiao Hei's sensing ability was much stronger than his. Therefore, when faced with such a question, Zhuowen naturally asked it. Xiao Hei was silent for a moment. Then it said to Zhuowen, "Walk to the center of these blood crystals. There is a black hole about 10 feet in size above that area. The blood crystals are gushing out from there. You can go in there and look for them." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Then he looked at Diba and the Yama Crown Prince. He realized that the two of them were still busy collecting the blood crystals. Zhuowen slowly walked towards the center of the blood crystals. Diba and the Yama Crown Prince also noticed Zhuowen's actions. After a few glances, they no longer paid attention to him. As Zhuowen wasn't moving in their direction, the two of them didn't pay much attention to him. When he reached the center, Zhuowen raised his head slightly. Indeed, he found an extremely black hole above. This hole was exactly the same color as the void. If it wasn't for Xiao Hei's reminder, Zhuowen might not have been able to find such a hole even if he stayed here for a few years. Zhuowen glanced at Diba and the Yama Crown Prince again. When he realized that the two of them weren't paying attention to him at all, he took a step forward and silently entered the hole. The passage of this hole was vertically extended. Moreover, in the passage, a few blood crystals would erupt from time to time. This made Zhuowen even more certain that there might really be a source of blood crystals above. Zhuowen was like a swimming fish as he swam towards the top. His speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for him to reach the top. When he stepped onto the ground, he was shocked to see a huge blood crystal lode in front of him. So the blood crystal lode is hidden here. Looking at the huge lode in front of him, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the lode. To be able to nurture a blood crystal lode, there must be a source of blood crystals inside. Kid, release the demonic eye. This thing is extremely sensitive to killing aura, Xiao Hei suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded. A slit appeared between his eyebrows, and the demonic eye, which was surging with demonic aura, shot out. The pitch-black pupil scanned the surroundings before it shot out in a certain direction. Follow him. As soon as Xiao Hei finished speaking, Zhuowen followed closely behind. After a while, the demonic eye stopped above a lode that was filled with blood crystals. Looks like it should be below. Zhuowen muttered softly as he pulled out the 7-kill saber in his right hand. Killing aura gushed out as he slashed down. Instantly, the blood crystals above the lode were shattered. Boom! Boom! After a dozen slashes, the blood crystals above the lode were finally shattered, revealing a dark hole. Boom! As soon as the hole was formed, a strange and mysterious aura burst out from it. Zhuowen was caught off guard as he took a few steps back. He furrowed his brows as he stared at the hole that he had created. Swoosh! Just as Zhuowen was hesitating whether he should go forward to check it out, a bloody light burst out and fled upwards. Oh, could that be the source of blood crystals? Where are you going? Zhuowen was initially startled when he saw the blood glow that had suddenly rushed out. Soon after, he took a step forward and intercepted the blood glow. With a stroke of his right hand, he caught it in his palm. Boom! A terrifying, murderous aura surged out of Zhuowen's palm. Zhuowen Wen's expression changed, and a golden light shot out from his right hand. The Buddhist energy firmly suppressed the murderous aura. What a terrifying killing aura! Joie, Wen's brows knit together slightly, and only then did he open his palm. An extremely irregular shaped rock lay silently on his palm, and it was around the size of half a palm. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Zhuowen realized that the load he was in began to shake violently. Pieces of gravel fell from above and almost hit Zhuowen's head. "Kid, what are you waiting for? Since you have taken away the source of blood crystals, this load is useless. It will collapse soon. Are you planning to die here?" Xiao Hei's exasperated voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen finally reacted as he quickly returned to his senses. Boom! 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 The violent tremors immediately attracted the attention of Di Ba and the Yama Crown Prince, who were collecting blood crystals not far away. What happened? The two of them raised their heads at the same time as their gazes converged on the center of the tremors. Their eyes flickered as they flew towards the center of the blood crystals. This was the center of the tremors. Just as the two of them approached the center of the blood crystals, Zhuowen's miserable figure suddenly burst out of the cave. Behind him, countless pieces of gravel fell and sealed the cave. The terrifying aftershock of the falling pieces of gravel spread out, causing the Yama Crown Prince and Di Ba's expressions to change as they quickly retreated dozens of steps. "There's actually a cave here?" Looking at the sealed cave, the Yama Crown Prince's expression turned ugly. He finally remembered the reason for Zhuowen's strange actions. It turned out that he wanted to enter the hidden cave. Di Ba's expression was similar to the Yama Crown Prince's. Shortly after, the two of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Zhuowen and coldly asked, "What did you obtain inside?" At this moment, the excitement on Zhuowen's face slowly receded. When he entered the tunnel, he had already placed the source of blood crystals into his spiritual ring. Hence, Di Ba and the Yama Crown Prince did not know what benefits Zhuowen had obtained inside. Zhuowen indifferently stared at Di Ba and the Yama Crown Prince, whose expressions were becoming increasingly unfriendly, and said, "What does what I obtained have to do with you?" The Yama Crown Prince narrowed his eyes as his voice gradually became gloomy. He said, "There is a blood crystal mine tens of thousands of feet below the ground. It is said that the mine can nurture the source of blood crystals. Once the source of blood crystals is taken away, the mine will collapse. And these characteristics are quite similar to the collapsed cave. Did you obtain the source of blood crystals inside?" As the Yama Crown Prince spoke until here, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. He was certain that Zhuowen had obtained the source of blood crystals inside. One had to know that there was only one source of blood crystals in a blood crystal mine. There was only one blood crystal mine under the Azura blood ground. If the source of blood crystals was taken away, the blood crystal mine would be useless. Naturally, the Yama Crown Prince was extremely furious.